So good morning from Snetterton. It's the big day, the Schweinerennen 9-hour race for the EnduroKA machines. They're already out on their formation lap. So I just want to say hello. My name's Adam Weller, and I'm joined down in the pit lane at the moment by my colleague Kieran McGinley.
Yes, good morning, Adam. Yes, our pigs are just leaving the pit lane now on their formation lap, ready to start the 9 hours of Snetterton. I'm looking forward to it. Much less of a headwind heading down in towards Riches this morning. We'll have to keep an eye. It's near perfect weather conditions for racing. I'm looking forward to it. Back to you, Adam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kieran. Kieran will be joining us up in the commentary box at various points, and we'll be alternating down there in the pit lane, trying to give you a taste of the atmosphere that we have here today in the EnduroKA paddock. It's that 734 car on pole position, the Ferguson Motorsport car driven by Damon and Thomas Thorburn Aston, Lee Deegan in the driver lineup as well. They're a very strong team on that pole position. Alongside them, the 26 Wolf Motorsport car, 734 and 26 on the front row of the grid. Row 2, IP Racing, the 36 car. I understand it's Scott Parkin taking the start in that one, alongside the number 3 Wingat Racing car, the number 3. Although it is actually spelt a little bit differently, and it's actually a South African word, Wingat, or something of that nature. We'll get the story behind the name during the day. The 736 car, the Ferguson Motorsport machine, Joe, Daniel and Billy Ferguson, the brothers, start from 5th place. Misty Racing 172 in 6th. Let's fire through as much as the grid as we can before they get started. The Axiometrics 18 and the 64 Autotech Motorsport car on row 4. Row 5 is the Calamity 121 and the KM Racing 114. Row 6, the 77 Racing car alongside the 72 Misty Racing machine. The 42 Gridfinder entry starting 13th alongside VEC Motorsports number 8. A car that went for a bit of a roll in qualifying yesterday. In fact, it's a rolling row because Gridfinder rolled on Friday and VEC Motorsport rolled on Saturday. 15th and 16th on the grid, LDR Performance Tuning's 49 car starting on row 8 alongside the 192 Race Logic car. Semprini 17th in 27. Burton Power Racing 18th in the number 1 car. However, we should have a little more time than I thought because safety car is still out there, so we can push on. However, safety car might not be there for good reasons, because look at this, Autotech Motorsport. Looks like they've had dramas on the very first lap, unfortunately. Now, where are they on the circuit? Is that down towards Bentley Straight, perhaps? I think it could be. Unfortunately, Autotech Motorsport's race may have ended before it's even got started. The 64 car being pushed away was due to start 8th on the grid on the 4th row, and we are watching it get pushed away on what looks to be the Bentley Straight. It is the Bentley Straight. That's about as far away from the pits as you can be on the 200 layout. That's a huge shame for Autotech. Well, let's wait with bated breath. Hopefully, as we have this extra rolling lap, hopefully that car can join the race eventually. But for now, Autotech's day has got started in the worst way possible. Taylor Norton, Andrew Howe, Reese Kello and Lucas Ticini, the quartet of drivers in that one. We got to 18th on the grid, which was the Burton Power Racing number 1 car. Let's run you through the final couple of rows. On row number 10, the 41 Row Rage Motorsport car alongside PSR, the number 23. Row 11 is Castrol Racing, the number 2 car alongside the VPEX 28. VPEX Motorsport 28 car, which I believe is being started by Sam May. Expect him to come through the order from 22nd on the grid. The Camel Racing crew starting the 88 car from 23rd, and they are alongside the always excellently named Hard and Enthusiastic, starting in that number 56 car from the back of the grid. Some great stories up and down the paddock here in the EnduroKA community. I mean, I started walking down the pit lane from the far end at 7:15, and I didn't get to the other end until gone 8:30. They have some great stories to tell. It's a really fabulous community of racers, and it's a great way of going racing on a budget. And We are about to get started. It's going to be a very compelling opening to the race. The opening salvo of these EnduroKA races is always excellent to see. They always run hard in the early going. The 734 Ferguson Motorsport car is our pole sitter then. Alongside is the 26 Wolf Motorsport car. Keep an eye on that one. I'm not sure who is taking the start, but I reckon it could well be Ian Williamson perhaps who is hopping in that car first. Keep an eye as well on row 2, the Napa-backed number 36 car, IP Racing, always up at the sharp end. I understand it's going to be Scott Parkin taking the start in that one. Adam Blair and Mark Witherington to come in that car. 9 hours of racing then is about to get underway. Safety car has peeled off this time, so we will go racing for 9 hours in just a few seconds. It's going to be the 734 car leading off the line, surely, unless he gets a particularly bad run towards the first corner. Ritchie's, they are underway and they are racing, and the Ferguson Motorsport 734 car it is that leads as they run down to the first corner for the first time. IP Racing going to try for the inside into second place on the Wolf Motorsport car, and it is side by side for P2 as the Wolf Motorsport 26 car trying to go all the way around the outside. It's Chris Reed at the wheel of the 26 car. And oh my goodness, Chris Reed up the inside for the lead at the Wilson hairpin for the first time. They now turn very quickly left into Chapman. Of course, we're running the 200 circuit, the slightly shorter configuration here today. We dispose of the infield of the main Snetterton 300 layout, and that means there's going to be a lot of slipstreaming battles, but it's Chris Reed that leads. Interestingly, Adam Blair is listed in the 36 car on our timing screens at the moment, and I think he might have sold me a dummy because he said he wasn't going to be in the car for the start.
He might have done. He might have sold you that dummy, but look at how powerful the tow is going to be then. Down in towards Brundle and then in towards Nelson as Ferguson then takes over the lead. Ferguson Motorsport now leading this one in the 734 with Wolf Motorsport down to second place. And there's a bit of door-to-door action there between the Misty Racing number 72 and the number 49 there of LDR Performance Racing. But they're still going at it, LDR. They want to try and go round the outside now of the 114 KM Racing now, but our two leaders are still battling away as they head their way down in towards Murray's.
We're going to have a lot of fun over the course of this 9-hour race with the way that these cars go door handle to door handle across the 9 hour, especially at a circuit like this where the slipstream is such a prolific part of it. So much of this lap is flat out in a straight line, and that means that you are going to see a lot of position changes. A great top four it is for the start of the race then, being completed by Wingat Racing. No surprises that Callum McDougall is in the car for the start of that one. Side by side for the lead once again, and around the outside goes Chris Reed. A great move in the Pink Pig. He leads once more. He's going to be under threat though, and Callum McDougall is on the offensive as they run towards Wilson for the second time of asking. McDougall up the inside for third, make that second. Are they going to find enough room? Oh, I think there may have been a smidge of touching between the two, but the Ferguson car just about remains in second place. Windgat about to come under pressure from the IP Racing car, so McDougall under pressure from Adam Blair as they go side by side, and up in fifth place there, that's the other Ferguson Motorsport 736 car. That's been started by Lee Deegan. He's always rapid at the wheel of a racing car, and it's 3 wide as they head towards the bridge for the second time of asking. It's 2 wide for the lead as well. Great racing at the front of the order, and it is still Chris Reed that leads as they run through Brundle and Nelson. Callum McDougall there in third, just behind the second place car being driven by Joe Ferguson. And a good note I want to make early on for Lee Deegan is that this is his first race back after quite a severe injury in August at Anglesey. He had a brake failure in testing and ended up having rib and lung issues as a result of that. And this is his first time back in a race car in anger, and he's lost absolutely none of his pace, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there. We saw that silver Shodden number 28 there, the grid finder, the VPEX Motorsport car trying to find its way through. But our battle for the lead then takes us onto another lap here at Snetterton, as obviously the slipstream is going to be so important. Chris Reed with the fastest lap of the race then in that number 26. They are going to go side by side once again, going in towards Riches there as the number 26 has the inside line. Wolf Motorsport hanging on in there. Chris Reed trying to make sure he defends that position, but Joe Ferguson is going to try and make him work for it now as they head their way up towards Wilson now. Wilson hairpin. There's Joe Ferguson trying to go now up the inside before they turn off then on towards the Bentley Straight, off to Chapman, and now onto the Bentley Straight where, as we've already said, Adam, it's going to be a slipstream fest here. This might actually favour Chris Reed as they head down the straight.
Yeah, in certain instances, you want to be second coming onto the Bentley Straight, particularly in the Caterham race or something like that, because often you'll be leading by the time they get to Brundle and Nelson. Will Chris Reed be leading by the time they get to the braking zone for Brundle? Let's wait and see. Certainly he's drawing alongside. Is the nose ahead? I reckon it is. Yes, Chris Reed through into the lead once again in the Wolf Motorsport car, otherwise known as the Pink Pig, of course, because of that Porsche 917 tribute livery that is adorned to the car. The Windgat Racing Callum McDougall car there in third place. In fact, it is the other way around. It's Wingdat. It's not Windgat. However, it's actually a South African word with a very interesting pronunciation. I'm going to go talk to the team later on. I couldn't quite nail it at the time, but I'm going to get some lessons in pronunciation at some point in South African live on air, which is going to be fabulous. So then, the completion of lap number 3 is upon us, and it is going to be the Wolf Motorsport Pink Pig that leads them across the line. In fact, no, it won't, because it's all changed once again. And it is the 734 car back to the head of the order. So there goes Joe Ferguson, and following him through into second place there is Callum McDougall in the Windgat, we'll call it for now, racing car. And McDougall all over the back of the Ferguson car. Now, the 734 Ferguson car is a new build. They only built it just before this race. A lot of the cars that we have here today also raced at the 24-hour KA race over at Anglesey last month. So that could be an advantage as the race wears on, because that car isn't as warm.
Well, absolutely. But look at IP Racing looking that they've got front row seats, haven't they? That's Scott Parkin in the car there. It has updated. Thank you, TSL, for giving us the up-to-date there, as we see then trying to go Callum McDougall side by side with Joe Ferguson in towards Nelson. Now they run with that big sausage curb on the inside. We've already seen Callum McDougall hit that a couple of times in this race alone. He's absolutely on full attack. He wants this race lead, but the only problem is that once you get the lead, you're just subject to that lovely slipstream for everybody else behind you to just grab that opportunity heading into the braking zones again.
I knew I could trust Adam Blair. I knew he wouldn't sell me a dummy. So it is Scott Parkin at the wheel. We'll keep an eye to see if there are any other updates to the starting drivers as this race wears on. The Autotech Motorsport 64 car has rejoined the race now. So the car being started by Lucas Ticini has indeed taken the start. That was the car that, of course, gave us an extra formation lap earlier on because it went missing out on circuit, but it looks as though they are back up to speed now and hopefully out of trouble. The leading cars then have already crossed the line to begin lap number 5 of the race, and the top 3 still pretty much welded together. Scott Parkin a few car lengths back for IP Racing as well. Of course, at this early stage of the race, as I'm sure many of you hardened endurance racing enthusiasts will know, these positions mean very little indeed. They won't even remember who was leading at this point in 7.5 hours or so. But this is always the case at the beginning of a KA race, an EnduroKA race. You have the leading cars trading positions left, right and centre. The first couple of hours of these races invariably very entertaining with lots of overtaking going on.
Oh, absolutely. And exactly the same here at Snetterton in the Schweinerennen now as they make their way down in towards the fast left-hander of Brundle. Once again trying to challenge the lead is Callum McDougall in the Windgat Racing machine as they now make their way out of Nelson. Onwards they go through Bomb Hole. And again, it's just relatively close between the top 5, top 6, maybe possibly even top 7. There's so much power in the slipstream there that it's able to keep the top 6 relatively close together. This is where you need a driver who knows their wherewithal, and he's really good at just avoiding the pressure there as Joe Ferguson. Again, Callum McDougall trying to go up the inside at Coram. No way through for him there, but again, he'll get that lovely slipstream. He's banging the steering wheel. Let's go. Let's work together, he says. He might actually be pushing the car ahead of him to try and get away and break away from the rest of the pack.
You can tell he's a Caterham racer, can't you? Breaking away, bump drafting, these are all Caterham strategies, trying to break away from the pack as the two leaders. And of course, Callum was racing his Caterham yesterday in MSVT Track Day Trophy, and he is now here with us in the Wingat racing car. We're so familiar with seeing him at the front of the order in that number 3 car. And McDougall is currently there, right in second place for now, playing rear gunner for Ferguson. However, up into third place has gone Scott Parkin. So Parkin's found his way past Chris Reed. Also in the conversation there in fifth place is the Misty Racing 172 car. I believe that is. Yes, it is. And that, of course, is being started by George Davis. George and Bryony Davis sharing with our commentary colleague, Mark Werrell, in the 172 crew. And we'll see how their race unfolds side by side for second place. I believe IP Racing up into second. Yes, there goes Scott Parkin. No, Callum McDougall replies on the brakes, gets a little bit squirrely under braking, going into Nelson, but just about gets the car stopped and continues on around the outside of the bomb hole. That's always brave, but that's exactly what Chris Reed is trying to accomplish. He gets his position back from Scott Parkin as well. It's like a game of tennis, this, one way then the other and then right back again. And also getting involved there is the sister Autotech Ferguson car, the 736 of Lee Deegan. And as these 5 continue to scrap, it looks as though Joe Ferguson might be just about breaking the toe.
Yeah, if he can just break that slipstream between himself and the other drivers behind, he will find himself building on that gap. It also helps as well that the other teams behind him are battling away. They're costing each other time, but I'm sure they won't be too concerned about that at the start of the race. But the sooner Joe Ferguson can try and break away, I mean, look at that, he was a second quicker than McDougall on that last lap alone, so he's really trying to break away. That was his personal best of the race, as Chris Reed really putting now Callum McDougall under that pressure as they head their way through Riches and up towards Wilson for yet another time.
Yeah, great racing this at the sharp end of the order. It's always fisticuffs at the beginning of these races. And at the moment, Ferguson, as he goes onto the Bentley Straight, I think he will not quite be out of slipstream, but I don't think he's at risk of being overtaken by McDougall at Brundle and Nelson. McDougall with no such luxuries, though, because here comes Chris Reed. Parkin's got a watching brief as well from 4th position. And you see there that top 7 cars, top 8 cars, all running line astern at the head of the order at the moment. It is a proper convoy, which is being closed up at the moment by the 18 car, Axiometrics. Oh, a roll for the 26 car. Oh, goodness me, the Wolf Motorsport car in a roll there, and that was not a small roll either. Chris Reed there having a big moment, and that was just going through Brundle and Nelson. 26 car will be recovered. I imagine we're going to go under safety car very shortly, but that was a big roll. I think there was the slightest bit of contact between Reed and McDougall. The safety car, unsurprisingly, is out. That was a big roll, big moment there. So the race will be neutralised while they recover the 26 car and check on Chris Reed. One of the more competitive teams in the EnduroKA category. Unfortunately, looks like their day is done early. So safety car out for now, and Joe Ferguson is our race leader, the pole sitter, still at the front of the order, but the battling has been pretty much non-stop at the sharp end of the pack. He was just starting to break clear at the time of this safety car, so that will bring everyone right back into proceedings, and Lee Deegan has managed to move himself up to 3rd place. So for now, we just await any news and information, and we continue to see the safety car queue. The safety car scrambled promptly.
We do have as well the Castrol Racing, who have come into the pit lane. Very early stop from them. McKeegan, we believe, was in that car, but he's now currently into the pits. Very early stop to take advantage of this race neutralisation under the safety car. And as you said, it will bring the field closer together. Ferguson Motorsport were leading the way, and as you said, they were starting to break away. Joe Ferguson was seeing all of that battling behind him, and it was almost like he was taking advantage of it and trying to start to break away. And on our timing screens, it's Wingat Racing in second place. Ferguson Motorsport, the sister Ferguson Motorsport car, in third, the 736, with IP Racing in fourth place. The 172 Misty Racing in fifth, with the number 77 Racing. Baldacci behind the wheel in sixth place. Then it's Axiometrics.com car, the number 18, in seventh place. The sister Misty Racing, the 72, is in eighth place. Ninth place, the number 42 Gridfinder car. And then rounding off the top 10, the number 49 LDR Performance Tuning Machine rounds off the top 10. Also into the pits, the 114 KM Racing.
Okay, I think that was the 41 crew in as well there, Row Rage Motorsport. So a few cars coming into pit lane at the moment. Ferguson Motorsport will be fairly happy with their start, at least with the 736 car. One thing to bear in mind as well, if you have the virtual program in front of you, is it seems they've got the driver lineups wrong, because it's the 734 car that has the Ferguson family in it, and the 736 is the Aston and Deegan car, or Aston's and Deegan car. Lee Deegan was rather upset by the fact that he didn't get a good time in towards the end of qualifying. He felt it could have been a front row lockout for Ferguson Motorsport yesterday. Both cars with good pace, and Deegan now up there into third place. And the good news we see there is that Chris Reed is conscious. Chris Reed is getting up on the stretcher, but you can see there that he is seemingly communicating with the medical officials, and he is sitting up and looks to be, well, obviously not A1 in terms of condition, because he is on the stretcher. At the very least, we know that he is, well, communicating, talking, and moving relatively freely, which is at least a good sign.
Yeah, very good sign. Always a good sign when the driver's able to communicate and able to sit up as well. Very, very good signs there. So we await now any further news, and under that safety car, it's allowing a couple of other teams as well to pit in. The Castrol Racing car, we did say, was in the pit lane. It is still here. It hasn't moved since the safety car was deployed. It came in straight away. And I suppose if there is an issue with the car, under the safety car, obviously there's fewer laps being completed at this lessened racing speed. If there's a time to fix an issue, this is the time to do it, because you lose the least amount of time.
Of course, yeah. The Castrol car is...
Sorry, Adam, it is now, as I just say that, leaving the pit lane.
Yes, well, that number 2 car, they were intending to retire it after the Anglesey 24-hour. That was it. It was done. And as I noted yesterday, the car ended up with a proper dog pile on top of it. Something 16 or 18 people all stood on top of it at the end, including marshals and people who weren't associated with the team. It was a proper fiesta atmosphere after the 24-hour ended, and that was meant to be the car's end. But they've now wheeled it back out, complete with a new set of in-betweeners references, decals on the car.
If you notice as well, it has got a red door.
It does have a red door. They've gone the full extra mile with this one, and well, we'll have to see whether they can say they've completed it, mate, at the end when it comes to the Schweinerennen 9 hours. but certainly not off to a great start. And if they were thinking of retiring the car, that might suggest it was on its last legs anyway. So this might be a bit of a painful 9-hour. We'll have to wait and see how their fortunes turn. But obviously the good news we have at the moment following that roll is the fact that Chris Reed was up, awake and talking on the stretcher as he was getting loaded into the ambulance by the paramedics and the marshals. And a shout out as always to the marshals in particular for their continued efforts to run motor racing in a safe manner and just being the backbone of the motorsport industry, both here in the UK and on a broader spectrum across the world. Could not do it without the Orange Army. And at this early stage of the race, a great reminder of why having first responders there immediately is so important, and great to see in the first instance that Chris Reed is okay after that one. And hopefully we can see him back in the EnduroKA paddock in the very near future, although it looks like they're going to have to at least be doing a reshell on that car.
Well, at the moment then, there's a bit of a gap between Joe Ferguson and the safety car at the moment as they make their way down towards Brundle and then towards Nelson. But safety car lights are still on, of course, so we'll await any news about a restart shortly, I'm sure. But at the moment, though, Joe Ferguson just keeping his distance between himself and the safety car at the moment. And Callum McDougall, we saw him as well in the early stages, almost bump drafting. As you said, that's the Caterham racing in him. Let's get on with this. Let's just bump draft and let's see if we can try and break away from the cars behind us. As you do see there, the number 26 is now on the flatbed lorry, ready to be taken away from the track.
Yeah, 26 car is on the flatbed. I think we'll have another 1 or 2 laps under safety car. One machine I do want to spotlight is the car we just see on screen now, the Camel 88 car, just going through shot there. I had a word with them earlier today, and they have a fabulous story. I don't know if you've heard this one, Kieran.
Oh, go for it.
They decided to go racing during that whole period of not being able to go anywhere in 2020. And this was all the product and where we're allowed to meet in sixes outdoors. They are all neighbours. They all live in the same road in Winchester. And during the lockdowns, it was said, you know what would be funny if we all went racing? And they're like, yeah, had a chat about it, obviously, over a few barbecues or something when the rule of 6 was active. And, the wives laughed along and was like, yeah, that won't happen. And then the day arrived when the car came complete with roll cage, and they went, oh, okay. And sure enough, they are now here and racing as we see the 26 car getting wheeled away. And so the Carmel guys are not only teammates, they're also all neighbours from the same street in Winchester.
Oh,
and I don't think I've ever heard that before in endurance racing, where everyone literally sees each other every day because they're all neighbours.
I guess you could say it was endurance racing was literally up their street. 8 hours 38 to go. You're welcome.
Okay, I should have seen that coming. It was an open goal.
It was.
Yeah, but I think that's one of the best stories I've ever heard in endurance racing. To be honest with you, it sounds like the pitch for a reality show. 4 neighbours, 1 race car, drama. It was you that put it in the gravel. It's going to be great to catch up with them as the race goes on. Starting driver in the 88 car is Mr. Owen. So Tom Owen taking the wheel of that one. Unfortunately, they had issues, I think, at Cadwell and couldn't do the Anglesey 24. I think they're a bit dejected to not get out there. But in general, they are fully committed and dedicated to going KA racing, and great to have them in the paddock. And that is one of the better stories in the paddock, certainly, when it comes to how the teams were formed. Lots of great stories to tell across this 9 hours of racing within the EnduroKA paddock. And as the race settles in, we will hear it in the words of the teams and drivers, as well as relaying some of the stories that we've been told in the paddock. So then, the safety car is due in this lap, and it is going to be the Ferguson Motorsport 734 car that leads them away. And the 734, Joe Ferguson at the wheel. That's, again, a reminder that the Ferguson Motorsport 734 car appears to have the driver lineup that was originally assigned to the 736 on the entry list. So just bear that in mind if you're looking at the digital program at all. It does seem as though there's been a bit of a switcheroo somewhere along the lines, and it is the 734 car, the car that was newly built ahead of this race, that leads the way. It's going to be Callum McDougall who tries to break away with Ferguson once again, but he's going to have to deal with the entire field behind, including the other Ferguson Motorsport car, Lee Deegan in third place, Scott Parkin still fourth for IP Racing, and then Misty's George Davis rounding out the top five as we go back to racing conditions. The car's already fanning out as we approach the first corner. Ferguson Motorsports driver Joe Ferguson going defensive, and they're all brothers, the Fergusons, Joe, Daniel and Billy. I think Billy was the last one to wake up this morning, much to the chastising of his fellow drivers. And Deegan up the inside there, or just defending, I should say, from Scott Parkin. And the top four run onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. Let's see if they're all in the same order by the time they get to the next corner.
Absolutely, as they make their way now down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle and Nelson. Of course, that slipstream is going to be in full effect, especially after this restart when the field all gets bunched up once again. We'll see them pop into view. What's the order going to be like? Is McDougall going to try and move down the inside in towards Brundle at this early stage? I think he just tucks back into the racing line, although there's battling going on behind as well, as that's Ferguson trying to just hold off McDougall at the moment. Meanwhile then as well, Scott Parkin try and see if he can get way past Lee Deegan as well. Going through bomb hole, Lee Deegan trying to get his way through as well, up the inside, going in towards Coram. This is going to be brave, but Deegan has to back out of it because McDougall was clear in what he wanted to do. He takes that line. Meanwhile, Scott Parkin goes round the outside of Deegan there and takes back third place. Bit of a lock-up from the two cars in front of Parkin then. I don't think that's out of the ordinary because they are both pushing hard, the two cars up front.
They really are, and the top two are breaking away slightly. There's two packs of two at the front of the order at the moment. Will they amalgamate by the time we're back on the Bentley Straight? Let's wait and see. Parkin then up to third place as a result of Lee Deegan having to stifle his momentum through Coram. Not many changes up and down the order. Of course, it's pretty much ebbing and flowing at this stage of the race. Just down to 10th place because of LDR Performance Racing has gone the Grid Finder car, the 42 machine. It is Nicky Taylor, the mini challenge racer, who is at the wheel of that car at the moment. And it looked as though the Windgat car, Callum McDougall, was under some pressure there.
He was indeed, heading their way down the Bentley Straight. We'll see them pop into picture, and of course going in towards Brundle and Nelson has been such a hot spot for action so far this weekend, and we'll wait and see how it all shuffles their way then. McDougall trying to look up the inside once again of Ferguson. No way through so far then. Joe Ferguson able to hang on to that position. Meanwhile, further behind, you've got Lee Deegan, who's back ahead of Scott Parkin, and Deegan once again trying to challenge Scott Parkin, going their way now in through Bomb Hole, and it's actually Scott Parkin now right behind Joe Ferguson in all of that, as they head their way now through Coram. As Scott Parkin now trying to find a way up the inside, going through Coram. Not always the greatest place because it puts you on the outside of Murray, so he tucked back in. Again, a bit of a lock-up then from Joe Ferguson. Again, nothing really out of the question there, out of the ordinary. And the top four really line of stern now. This could be a chance for Deegan as well to get into the slipstream, see what he can do by almost bump drafting Scott Parkin.
Yes, well, you'd think he wouldn't want to bump draft Parkin past his own teammate, would you? Maybe allegiances aren't quite as strong as I assumed at Ferguson Motorsport. Side by side then for Parkin for the lead, and he's trying to lean to the inside. Whoa! Really chopped the nose off the 734 car there. Ruthless driving from Parkin to momentarily take the lead, but I think Lee Deegan has managed to claim second. He may well have the lead by the time we look to the Wilson hairpin, because he got a great run out of the corner. No, he remains second, but the IP Racing that car, Scott Parkin, with the assistance of a bump draft from Lee Deegan, is suddenly our race leader, and from first to fourth, make that possibly first to fifth, in just a few corners has gone Joe Ferguson.
Yeah, Ferguson will feel a bit hard done by, but this is hard racing as he looks to try and find his way back through the order as the, I think that's the 172 Misty racing car also trying to find its way through. Bit of smoke from bodywork rubbing there, heading our way now in towards Brundle once again as we see now Joe Ferguson managing to hang on to third place then. So he's got to hold off Callum McDougall then as they make their way through in towards Bumhole. Now they run through Coram. But what that's going to do though, if they concentrate so hard on the cars behind him, it's going to allow Parkin and Deegan up ahead of him to start breaking away together.
Yeah, absolutely the case. They are going to potentially build a little bit of an enclave separate from everyone else. And up the inside of it goes the 172 car there. So Wingate Racing falling through the order. And side by side now with the Misty 172, George Davis and Callum McDougall running line astern side by side as they run across the main straight. Not sure who's quite going to have a nose ahead by the time they get to Ritchie's. They may have company because here comes the 77 car driven by Baldacci. Baldacci to the inside, not going to get away through though. Wasn't quite fast enough in the tow. That's Matt Baldacci taking the start of the race. And a good little skirmish that for what is now fourth position. McDougall now having to fight for his place in the top five and losing out to the 172 Misty car eventually there by the looks of it as they go out onto the Bentley straight. And the top three, I think, have now firmly broken toe from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, they have. If they work together, which is always odd coming across sort of intra-teammates and intra-team workings together. But yes, if the top three can just try a line of stern and use each other's slipstream, then they can start breaking away from the rest of the field. Meanwhile, behind them, the Misty race car, we're going three wide for fourth place, going in towards Brundle and then towards Nelson. I'm interested to see how that one all pans out and all shapes up as the Misty racing car lost out big time there. It was challenging for fourth place. It's now fallen all the way down to, I think that's seventh if my maths is beyond me. But, well, it's allowed, though, the number 3 car of McDougall to make his just keep himself ahead. And Matt Baldacci has really come alive. He's really managed to get himself a couple of positions through all of this battling. And he might even have his eyes on that fourth place, heading our way now down in towards Murray's.
Yeah, he could well be holding higher aspirations, couldn't he? Continuing to watch this good little scrap then for what is now fourth position, and keep an eye on Axiometrics as well. I think that they've been keeping their powder largely dry thus far in the race. As you see there, the 36 car leading the way now. The IP Racing 36 back where we expect it to be a lot of the time, with Scott Parkin at the wheel. Lee Deegan leading the pair of Ferguson Motorsport cars at the moment, the 736 and the 734, second and third. In fact, it's switched since they crossed the line. It is now Joe Ferguson back into second place in that 734 car. As you can see on screen, the 734 is the all dark blue car. The 736 is the more multicoloured affair in third place. That's the car being driven by Lee Deegan at the moment.
We've had a hectic opening half an hour, haven't we?
Yes.
A lot has happened, but we've still got great battling going on. The top three starting to try and break away, as we've already alluded to. Meanwhile, the battle for fourth happens all the way behind. Matt Baldacci up the inside of Callum McDougall. Does he get that move done? Now heading our way in towards Nelson. He does get that move done, and Callum McDougall is fond of that sausage curve on the inside of Nelson. He's taking no mercy with it at the moment. Meanwhile, behind them, the LDR Performance Racing car, the number 49 at the hands of Davey at the moment, is also trying to get itself involved. The 172 Misty Racing, George Davis trying to recover some lost positions. He's all the way down to 7th place. He was challenging for that 4th place spot as our battle for 4th make their way down in towards Murray's once again. This time, though, it's going to have to be Matt Baldacci defending from Callum McDougall.
Yeah, absolutely right. These cars, of course, run on the Toyo 888R tyres, and those are very, very sticky and grippy, actually, for the cars, and that's why you see them kind of really testing the limits at times. It also can make it a bit easier to roll them as well with the sheer level of grip that you get out of those tyres. The black and white flag has been shown to the 28 car. That's the VPEX Motorsport car being driven by Sam May, and Sam is currently up to 14th from I think it was 18th or 20th on the grid, so he's made up some places in at the early going. And we look back here to the skirmishes going on further back. That was Grid Finder in the midst of battle. But just to complete my point on Sam May, actually, he's quite a young driver, quite a new driver when it comes to car racing as well. His first season ongoing, and this is his 4th car race, having made his EnduroKA debut at the Anglesey Coastal 24-hour race.
That's not a bad place to make your debut, is it?
No, that was the first run in the Ford KA, and he's won quite a few karting titles, indoor and outdoor, to my understanding, and even won the Sodi World Series, which is quite a good accolade to have. And he is now making the move into car racing, an academy driver with Team Hard as well. So I'm sure we'll see the name Sam May adorned to some impressive machinery in years to come. There's a 72 Misty racing car in the fringes of the top 10 at the moment. The VEC Motorsport number 8 car that we see there is in 10th place. Rolled it yesterday, of course, in qualifying, and good to see that the car seems to be in fine fettle at the moment with Tom Elson at the wheel. Black and orange flags for 2 cars, the 36 and the 114. The 36, of course, is our race leader, so that is big news. Scott Parkin with a black and orange flag. The black and orange flag, otherwise known as the meatball flag, means that something is amiss with the car. There's nothing obvious from a visual perspective. Next time they go across the line, I'm just going to listen, see if maybe it's a bit louder than the other cars. That might be what's happening there. But Parkin with the black and orange flag. Also the 114 car being displayed, the black and orange. That's the KM racing car currently being driven by Christian Kelly.
Yeah, KM Racing Car has already been into the pits earlier on under the safety car, and now they're being summoned to the pits for mechanical reasons once again. So it's not going their way at the moment for KM Racing, but we're still very, very early on in this race. But that's going to be something that every other team around will be focusing on. IP Racing with the mechanical flag. That is going to be big news up and down the paddock.
That really is big news. I was listening to a conversation earlier. Adam Blair and the Darkside Developments crew that run the IP racing car they were saying don't brim the fuel tank, because obviously if you brim it too much, especially because we fuel on slope here at Snetterton, sometimes it can leak as you go around the circuit if you brim it too much. And so Parkin is likely going to be heading to the pit lane soon. Just going to pause for a second because I want to hear the car as it comes past. No particular difference in the sound as it comes across the line, and I'm not really seeing anything obvious wrong with the 36 car, so I'm not entirely sure why the black and orange flag is out for that one.
Well, the most important thing though is it is out for them, so they've obviously spotted something is not right, so they will now see what they can do with that one, as we will focus on this race as well. At the moment though, although they've been called to the pit lane, IP Racing do lead the way. Scott Parkin at the lead helm there, and then he's got the 2 Ferguson Motorsport cars as well, as the 114 is now being put into the garage. They've just pulled the car into the garage. Of course, they were called in with their black and orange mechanical flag, so the 114 KM Racing can now start to understand what the problem is, as we see our top 3 now make their way through in towards Nelson, in towards Brundle, then in towards Nelson. I'm getting ahead of myself now, as IP Racing find their way with Scott Parkin on through Bombhull and then through Coram, with the 2 Ferguson Motorsport cars right behind. As in these early stages, the Ferguson Motorsport cars, you would think, would aid each other in trying to close in on IP Racing, but they know, they've seen that flag out for the 36. They know IP Racing need to come into the pits. Behind them is the battle for 4th place, as Callum McDougall in the number 3 car in the Wingat Racing has got back past the 77 Racing of Matt Baldacci. And as we follow all the top 4, well, the battle for 4th place, I should say, They are now making their way onto the centre straight. The 114 has now rejoined onto the track. There you can just see on the left-hand side of your picture. So a quick stop in the garage, and they have now put the car back out onto track. IP Racing then are into the pits to respond to their black and orange mechanical flag. It does mean then we have a new race leader for 734 Ferguson Motorsport, as driven by Joe Ferguson there. There is IP Racing. They've wheeled the car back out, and away it goes. So Scott Parkin then, he'll be, I'm sure the team will be a little bit frustrated with that one, but they will have given the car the once over, and we still have 8 hours and 20 minutes on the clock, so there's still a long, long way to go. It will rejoin, and interesting to see where it does rejoin once the timing screen keeps up and updates itself. But that means then it's the two Ferguson Motorsport cars leading the way. The 114 is not for position, but there is now what has become the battle for third place. So even more riding on this battle as Matt Baldacci loses out to the number 49 LDR Performance Racing car. And it's a good move there as they now find their way through in towards Bomb Hole. Davey then now having to go out around the outside, or at least beyond the outside, as Baldacci tries to find his way through the inside. Now we've got the two Ferguson Motorsport cars battling away, and Lee Deegan has got himself back ahead of Joe Ferguson in the battle for the lead. There you can see as well LDR Performance now under pressure from the 172 Misty Racing. Davis here in Misty Racing now into the tow and try and close in on that gap once again, as they now make their way down the centre straight another time on towards Riches. It's been highly competitive this opening 40 minutes for sure. There's not much to separate many teams as LDR Performance again go up the inside. Misty Racing fancy their chances as well up the inside, and Davis up the inside. Matt Baldacci left stranded on the outside there. There's nothing he could do to prevent that move from happening. He's lost 2 positions in one corner, and he might be under a little bit more pressure from further cars behind. But George Davis then saw his opportunity and grasped it with both hands. He now moves the car up a position, and that allows, it's got a little bit more spread out now. Matt Baldacci has to recover after that one. He's also trying to battle away with, I believe that's going to be the Axia Metrics number 18. But there's our battle for the lead just going through your picture. Then you've got the number 3 car, Wingat Racing, Callum McDougall, in third place. Then it's the number 49 car, the LDR Performance Racing car. And Lawrence Davey doing his best here to get himself up a few positions. Meanwhile then, we're watching on the 121 and the number 8, Carl Amity and VEC Motorsport. This is the battle for 8th place overall, as we watch our leaders now make their way down in towards Murray's again, and onwards then they go towards the centre straight, as LDR Performance again trying to now put the pressure back onto Misty Racing.
Kieran, I don't know if you can hear me down there, but just to let you know, we are down by the IP Racing garage at the moment, and to be honest with you, the reason for the black and orange flag, fairly rudimentary, too much fuel in the tank. I actually discussed it when I was up there in the commentary box with you a few moments ago. You can sometimes get black and orange flagged if the marshals are seeing fuel come out of the cap, and that's exactly what happened to IP Racing. The exact conversation I had with Adam Blair this morning, and unfortunately it turned out to be something of a prophecy fulfilled.
Well, that is the issue that you were mentioning earlier, Adam. In fact, just as you left the box, you were talking about that being an issue and could have been the issue, and turns out the prophecy came true. So thank you for the update there, Mr. Weller in the pit lane. Meanwhile then, we still focus on battles up and down the field. The two Ferguson Motorsport cars are trying to break away, but they are being reeled in lap after lap by Wingat Racing. And we'll just have to keep an eye on them at the moment, because they are really starting to charge their way through the field. And Misty Racing as well, just trying to find their way through the field. George Davis taking full advantage, we saw earlier on. And the two Ferguson Motorsport cars, well, they're lapping pretty well at the moment, but Callum McDougall in the number 3 Wingate Racing machine is trying to close in. The gap between themselves and the battle for that lead is about 4 seconds, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Matt Baldacci as well is looking to put the pressure on in his LDR Performance Racing car as our teams cross the line once again. Track limits then going out to LDR Performance Racing and the number 42 car, being Grid Finder. They both got track limits. Warnings being shown to them. There's our 2 leaders. It's Lee Deegan who leads Joe Ferguson, and there you can see Callum McDougall in 3rd place then. Then it's Misty Racing, the silver 172 machine. George Davis then trying to dispatch of the cars behind him. They've got the 114 car planted there, and so that won't be for position. The KM Racing car haven't been in the pits twice already, and we can see our leaders then, and I'm quietly confident that there's going to be a little bit of an order here, not to battle too hard, work together and see if we can build the gap to the cars behind, which has been working for them. Last lap times then reflect that 0.3 of a second gained in favour of Lee Deegan compared to Wingate Racing's Callum McDougall. And that will be the order of the day, as we see then Lee Deegan heading his way through Coram, now down in towards Murray's as Joe Ferguson right on his tail then. And of course, he will get a little bit of the tow to then help Lee Deegan down the straights. And meanwhile then, there's the 114 pulling to the left-hand side to allow the 172 Misty Racing car through. And George Davis now got free rein, but I'm sure he would have preferred to have a little bit of tow at least before he went, before the 114 pulled to one side. Nevertheless, he might have a little bit of tow from Callum McDougall up ahead. Through we go then, through Riches, and then towards Wilson we go before we turn left at Chapman to take us back onto the Bentley Straight. And there you see the 2 Ferguson Motorsport cars again working together down the Bentley Straight. Lee Deegan just punching a hole in the air for Joe Ferguson at the moment. And is working this teamwork because they are building that gap to Callum McDougall behind. What will also help as well is Callum McDougall is being reeled in by the 172 Misty Racing machine. And so with that, that will come with its own benefits, because once McDougall starts to battle away, he will be focusing on cars behind him and he'll lose a little bit more time as well. So that will favour the Ferguson Motorsport cars in turn. So we'll keep an eye out then for the 172 Misty Racing, George Davis, as he tries to put the pressure on Callum McDougall. He's been closing lap after lap. Last lap time, half a second quicker. We see them now make their way down in towards Murray's and now on towards the start-finish straight.
I am still on. There you go. So I was so quick to hurry down that I didn't even realise I hadn't muted the mic. I wanted to hurry down there and find out what was going on with IP Racing.
And you did.
And I did. And it's the exact conversation I had with Adam Blair earlier on. It's a big shame. And the 114 car, the same thing as well. They're on their third fuel filler cap of the race. So they have been on a bit of a magic adventure tour so far. A magical mystery tour, I should say.
Absolutely. The magical mystery tour continues on then. There's the 64 Autotech Motorsport. Stacchini having to recover there because on the formation lap, the very opening lap of the race, the race hadn't even started and they ran into trouble. But they're managing to try and get the car out there. They are just looking at it. They're 3 laps down on the leader, which, to be honest with you, is nowhere near the end of the world. That's nothing when it comes to 9-hour racing. So plenty of time on their side. And the target will surely be now, how far can they make it up the order? Autotech Racing at the moment, we believe it's Luca Stacchini behind the wheel.
I think, at this early stage of the race, you couldn't rule out a top 10 for them in a pack of 24 cars. I think that's still very much a possibility. Heard what happened there as well. The fuel line wasn't connected properly on the 64 Autotech car, so that's why that came to a halt on the formation lap on the Bentley straight. Lots of fuel-related dramas in the first hour of the race.
Absolutely, and not even reached the first full complete hour yet, and we've already had 3 issues with fuel, one being the fuel line, of course. Misty Racing then putting the challenge on to the number 3 Wingate Racing. Callum McDougall will have his mirrors slightly full of George Davis's 172. The battle for third place makes its way now through Riches and then towards Wilson. Meanwhile, behind them, Lawrence Davey in the LDR Performance Racing car under pressure from Matt Baldacci. As the drivers now make their way up towards Wilson, they turn left at Chapman and brings them straight onto the Bentley straight. And George Davis then slightly further behind than maybe he'd like, because that's going to allow Lawrence Davey to have a little bit of tow and close in. But look how quickly George Davis is starting to close in, even with that tow. It just shows you how powerful it is around here.
Oh yeah, the tow is everything, especially on the 200 layout, because you don't have the kind of string out effects of the middle sector through Palmer, Agostini, Hamilton and Oggies that you have on the 300 circuit. So you have the slipstream down the centre straight, you kind of continue on through Riches, and you've only got Wilson and Chapman to break it up before you get onto the Bentley straight. So it really does turn into a slipstreaming race. This really is a straight line speed dependent race here today, and unfortunately a few of the teams are suffering a bit with straight line speed. The number 48 car, one of them, 42 car, sorry, the Grid Finder car, they're on their second car after the weekend, after we saw Toby Owen roll the car on Friday in testing. So they're on their second car of the weekend, and that one, the second car, seemingly a bit down on straight line speed, which could hamper their progress today, even though they've got some great drivers. Of course, Jem Hepworth will be at the wheel of the car today as well. Leading duo then, the Ferguson Motorsport cars making a break for the border at the head of the order, 6.3 seconds clear of Wingate Racing and the rest at the moment, and you see them already putting a lap on one of the back markers, the Race Logic 192 car, going a lap down there. And the Ferguson drivers, Joe Ferguson, 734 car in second, and Lee Deegan leading the way, really are in a commanding position right now. And great to see Lee Deegan on his return, as it were, to racing. So competitive once again.
Yeah, great stuff to see, leading the way, and Joe Ferguson behind him. And I was talking about it whilst you were away. You might have heard it over the over the speakers there, Adam. That wouldn't surprise me if they're starting to just work together, try and build that gap to the cars behind. And Callum McDougall here we see go into shot. Lawrence Davey, meanwhile, trying to put some pressure on George Davis as they now make their way through Bomb Hole. Behind them as well is Matt Baldacci. Here goes then George Davis. He's trying to find his way through a little bit of traffic as well. And on the inside of Coram, even if there's traffic on the outside, still a gutsy move. You've got to be confident in the car and the grip you have before you then switch the momentum as you head towards Murray's then. And Callum McDougall locking the brakes multiple times over the last hour going in towards the final corner. There just seems to be his racing line. He seems to be very confident that even though he's locking the brakes, he's slowing that car down just enough and maybe even turning the car into the corner towards the apex.
I'm sure that's the level of intent he would imply, yes. The third place car then is that number 3, and George Davis trying to find a way past in the Misty Racing car. It's been a strong start for the 172. Mark Werrell and Bryony Davis also set to race that car today. And Mark, obviously our fellow commentator, you'll have heard Mark Werrell's voice if you're watching this broadcast, I'm sure of that. And Mark, of course, also a long-time kart racer. He's also does a bit of car racing here and there these days, and has also been an instructor on supercar experiences and things like that. He does that quite a lot during the week, and also has an actual real job of property investment and things of that nature. Not sure how he keeps so many pies in the air without dropping one on his face, but clearly better at multitasking than me. And the Misty Racing 172 car with a strong lineup. and looking forward to seeing where they are by the end of the day.
Yeah, at the moment they're just tucked up behind Callum McDougall at the moment, and we saw George Davis almost give a little bit of a bump draft. In fact, it wasn't almost, he did give a bump draft down at the centre straight towards Riches to Callum McDougall in the number 3 Wingate Racing, as they now file their way through in towards Coram before they meet up to Murray's once again. And there is the number 2 Castrol Racing, and there is going to be a time penalty awarded to the number 42 car. The Grid Finder outfit have got themselves a 5-second penalty for track limits. So that'll be a pain for the team, of course, but meanwhile then there's a bit of traffic to dispatch at the moment for a battle for third place involving the 3 drivers here. Callum McDougall, George Davis and Lawrence Davey now file their way through in towards Riches, and again George Davis thinks about a move up the inside, but there's no room yet, George.
Yeah, I think McDougall will be desperately wishing that he'd have George Davis working with him, really, I reckon. The number 3 car under huge pressure, though, from the Misty 172, and that just allows the pair of Ferguson Motorsport cars to ease away. There's the in-betweeners tribute, the Cinquecento Hawaii, Ford car from Castrol Racing, the number 2 car. They've even got the names of the main 4 in-betweeners characters in lieu of the actual driver names on the door of the car. Certainly a fun-loving team down at Castrol Racing. The car brought back out of retirement. The dents from the party on the roof at the end of the 24 hours still there, though, and great to see them back once again this month.
Oh, absolutely. Brilliant to see them there, and brilliant spirit from the team as well. So let's see how they get on. And the window's slightly open as well. It's a bit of a detail, that one, but it does get warm in those cockpits, especially when you're running around in them, especially under safety car periods. It does get quite warm quite quickly, especially when you're in those outfits as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. The race suits don't make for a particularly cool experience. It's always very, very hot indeed at the cockpit of these cars. Team manager for car 42 has been called in. That's the Grid Finder car, so I believe that might end up being Tom being called down there. Tom Bunton. Let's see if he gets called and collared, shall we? He's loving this experience of going real-life racing. Of course, Grid Finder very much with their roots in the world of sim racing, much like my esteemed colleague here, much like myself as well, but a long time further in the past than you, back before we knew what esports even meant. And the number 42 car from Grid Finder Racing, great to see them back. They weren't there in true Grid Finder fashion at the Anglesey Coastal event during the 24-hour, although Toby Owen was there racing for another team. But nonetheless, great to have Grid Finder back with us after their last outing at Cadwell, and I'm sure they're delighted to have Jem Hepworth as part of the driver lineup once again. Great peddler, of course, Jem, who currently races in, among other things, the world of the Praga Cars UK Championship in the mighty Praga R1 prototypes. Top 2 then remains a Ferguson Motorsport affair, with Lee Deegan leading Joe Ferguson around at the moment. Deegan, who is a serial winner in Honda Civic competition and things of that nature, he really loves these Ford KAs. A lot of drivers do, because they are such momentum-based cars. It's all about the racing line and the exit out of the corner. It kind of reteaches you the fundamentals.
Oh, it does, and it's great to watch as well. Just as a side note, it's fantastic to be up here. Just great views as well, as George Davis again a little bit of bump drafting for Callum McDougall. He seems to be working with him on the straight, and it's the corners that George Davis decides he wants to try and attack, which is still building the gap between themselves and LDR Performance Racing, with Lawrence Davey behind the wheel. There is just a slight gap then as the cars make their way now up towards Wilson, and then they'll turn left at Chapman. But, well, Callum McDougall has done well so far to hold back the 172 Misty Racing. LDR Performance again trying to close in, but by kicking up a bit of grass and a little bit of dust on the exit of Chapman, then that's not going to help his momentum down the Bentley Straight, as they'll now file their way towards Brundle and Nelson once again. George Davis again, closing and closing so quickly to the back of Callum McDougall then as they make their way in towards the left-hander of Brundle, then towards Nelson. And again, George Davis has to sort of settle down at the moment. It will become a chance for the drivers now to settle into their rhythms. I guess for the two leaders, yes, they're certainly in their rhythm at the moment, both in the 42.7s at the moment compared to 42.9s and 43 flats from the 3 cars behind. So they're comfortably in their rhythm. They're doing what they need to do. And for the battle for the top 3 involving these 3 teams, I guess the opposite could be said. There's no time to relax at the moment. You've got Callum McDougall, who is very much aware of George Davis right behind him.
He is definitely not getting much opportunity to not be aware, to be fair. George Davis certainly putting in an attacking drive at the moment in the Misty Racing 172. Closes in again onto the back of the number 3 car, but does he go to the inside? He has almost a little look to the inside. I think, though, there might be an element of working together at this stage. The 77 racing car is in, so Matt Baldacci into pit lane. And they will hopefully get to rejoin the rest. I think that car's already been in once, hasn't it, if memory serves me correctly. Black and orange flag for the 172 car, Misty Racing. Oh, no. No sooner do we talk about them than they come into the pit lane. So George Davis and co are going to have to deal with something that's gone wrong with the car there. 77 car back out in short order, will remain on the lead lap, but black and orange flag for car 172.
Yeah, of course, that's that mechanical reason. We've seen it already happen and fall afoul to our ex-race leaders, IP Racing. But now Misty Racing are going to fall afoul to the meatball flag this time around. And of course, I guess you could push on, but if you're being told there's a mechanical issue with your car, probably not the wisest idea to start pushing on.
If you keep pushing on with the black and orange flag, you'll just get a black flag and get told to go home.
Well, I mean, as pushing all the way back to the pits, but I guess if there's something not quite right with the car, probably not the wisest idea. But we see now Callum McDougall make his way in towards the final corner, now onto the start from the straight. Now, this is probably the first opportunity he will see the meatball flag, will George Davis. So let's see, when he crosses the line, the flag will be shown to him. It's also on the digital display above the circuit. So now he has seen the flag. Now what will he do?
Yes, well, we hope he's seen the flag. He's driven past it. That doesn't necessarily mean they've spotted it. But let's see if Davis does, in fact, spot and adhere to it. Wait and see. Wonder if it's another case of fueling, although you'd think an hour into the race, if the tank was brimmed, it would have gone by now. As the 49 car, LDR Performance Racing, having a really good run so far, actually. And I can't read your writing.
Lawrence Davey.
At the wheel of that car at the moment. And he has been rather audacious in working his way through the order. He's now up to 4th place.
He is indeed, but although he's got the mechanical flag, George Davis is still right behind at the moment, looking to try and find his way through as Callum McDougall defends from Lawrence Davey now as they make their way through in towards Brundle. Now towards Nelson they go. Davey up the inside, locking the rears as he tries to find his way through, but Callum McDougall celebrates there. He's trying to say, let's work together now. He doesn't like this battling. He's already losing touch then from the leaders. He's getting frustrated with having to defend and battle.
He's stayed just about under 7 seconds back from the Ferguson cars for quite a while now. I dare suggest he may have lost a bit of time on this lap, what with the battling. As the VC Motorsport car there going off track, coming out of Nelson, and that was in fisticuffs there with the number 1 Burton Power Racing car. So Tom Elson in the wars there with Andy Burton, and 77 Racing back in, and this time it looks like they need a push. Oh, whatever's going on for the 77 crew, for Matt Badalci and 77 Racing, it's only getting worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they do have the push they need now. Meanwhile, Misty Racing 172 are into the pit lane to respond to their black and orange flag. Let's see what happens there, and let's see what work is done. But if we've seen fuel issues already, then there might be a similar case. They're having a look at the fuel tank anyway.
They're having a look at the fuel cap, and fuel cap has been the reason for all the black and orange flags thus far. Wonder if it's the same deal on this occasion. Oh, it's cooking as well. That's not a good sign for Misty Racing. That's not a good sign at all. There's a lot of smoke coming from under that bonnet. Too hot to handle, unfortunately, and perhaps literally for George Davis and the Misty Racing crew. They'd been having a really good run to this point. It looks as though things are not going to plan there.
No, not at the moment. Just need a moment to cool it off. But they are refueling the car anyway, so they're taking advantage of this stop to add a bit more fuel to the tank. Meanwhile, though, I think I did see driver hop out, George Davis, so whether they're going to have a driver change or not, or whether they're just going to have a once-over on the car, well, we'll find out soon.
Yes, we will. Nicky Taylor in the 42 grid finder car. He's been on the wrong side of the law. 10 seconds track limit penalty for the 72 crew, and that means that he will have a little bit of time added on, and that will probably be added just to the end of the race, I'm guessing. That tends to be the case, unless they stop and hold them at the end of the next pit stop or something like that. We'll have to see. But nonetheless, oh dear, and there's coolant coming out of the 172 car as well now. That car has cooked itself, hasn't it, down there in the pit lane?
Yeah, still bubbling
Mark
away.
Werrell watching on.
Still bubbling away though, isn't it? They're still fueling it, but yeah, that's going to need a minute or two to have a cool down. The 172 Misty Race, and that will be frustrating for the team because they were running very, very well. George Davis was giving it the beans, but unfortunately the car has just not been happy with that. There's been an issue that the officials have spotted, so they've brought the car in and yeah, having to cool off now, and that might not have been the reason why they were called in, but it's certainly the reason why they're staying there at the moment.
Well, so the Team 172, the Misty Racing car. Certainly George, of course, was tucked in behind in the slipstream for a long time previous to this incident or this moment that's going on at the moment in the pit lane. And oftentimes when you are tucked in behind another car, it can raise the temps on the engine. You often hear people get told, right, pull out the slipstream, we need some air in the engine. And maybe George Davis was just doing a bit too much slipstreaming for he and his car's own good.
Yeah, they've finally got the bonnet open now. It's finally being able to touch it and get the bonnet open. Now the investigation begins and to see if there's a solution to the problem that besieges them.
Well, quite possibly, yes. 7 hours and 55 to go, and the 172 car is going to be the first one other than the 114 car, which I think was briefly in the garage, but the 172, I'd suggest, may well end up being the first car that's not going to be out of the garage anytime soon.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, the number 41 car, Road Rage Motorsport, get themselves a black and white warning flag for track limits. Meanwhile, though, at the top of the order, it is a Ferguson Motorsport 1-2, and right behind, well, about 9 seconds down, is Callum McDougall and Lawrence Davey in this battle for third place. And as the battles for third place have started to thin out, we've now got two teams battling away as we enter the second hour.
Yes, we do. So the Ferguson guys still breaking free, and the gap's actually gone out quite a lot in the last couple of laps in favour of the Ferguson cars over McDougall in third place, the Wingate Racing car number 3. And yeah, so the number 3 car now 9 seconds or 9 seconds down on the lead, where previously it was under 7. I think just not having that toe/bump going on from the 172 car is suddenly proving very costly. As we look at axiometrics, they're up to 5th place now, often kind of towards the sharp end on pace, but staying out of trouble. And Nigel Griffiths is once again doing that. It's exactly what we saw out of them at the 24-hour as well. Yeah,
if you stay out of trouble, you normally end up in a good place. So, yeah, Axiom Motorsport doing very well at this stage. As we see then, that's the Silver Shot number 28 car, the VPEX Motorsport machine, trying to get its way through the order. But there's the sister Misty Racing car, the number 72, with in the 72 Robert Thomas behind the wheel.
Yeah, so great to see these cars pressing on. A few have already had issues, but they will not be discouraged at the moment. We've got I think around a dozen cars left on the lead lap at this stage, maybe a few more. In fact, yes, a few more, about 15 of them still on the lead lap at this stage. We see the battle for Third place at the moment with Lawrence Davey all over the back of Callum McDougall at this stage. For third and fourth, maybe he will fill this rear gunner void that's currently troubling McDougall.
Yeah, I'll tell you something though, McDougall is very, very confident on the brakes, isn't he? He's able to brake a little bit later than everybody else, and it just allows him to not only carry a bit more speed through, but just able to keep his nose ahead as we have a 5-second penalty now for the number 28 VPEX Motorsport machine. So that's a 5-second penalty heading their way. But yeah, McDougall just on absolute full attack. He's got full confidence in the car underneath him, and he's able to just try and build the gap. But he's been just in the gesticulations alone we've seen in the cockpit. He's very keen to work together with someone. He doesn't want to battle at this early stage.
Yes, Callum is very expressive behind the wheel at times, and that's very fun to watch as well from our view. Burton Power Racing going side by side with somebody further back there. That's a continued scrap between Burton Power Racing and VEC Motorsport. Andy Burton back ahead of Tom Elson at the moment. Of course, Burton Power Racing, a huge part of this championship. They provide effectively the racing kits for people who want to get started in this championship, and great to see them competing as always. And the eponymous Andy Burton in the car as always. They've also got a bit of a guest driver in from Shine Automotive. That is Colin French, who has kind of been integrated into Burton Power since there weren't enough drivers for Shine Automotive this weekend. And always good to see the teams kind of combining. We saw a lot of that for the Anglesey 24-hour race, of course, and that's very much in the spirit of KA competition. Oh, you can't find a teammate? Come and join us then.
True spirit there. We do like that one, absolutely. We see then watch on for another look at our two race leaders then. It's Lee Deegan ahead of Joe Ferguson at the moment, and they've managed to build the gap between themselves and the number 3 Wingat Racing. Callum McDougall now finds himself almost 11 seconds back from the race leader. So there's Autotech Autotech, as of course they had their issues early on. Where are they in the standings? They're still now in 21st, but with lots happening around them as well, they've been able to just keep calm. Luca Staccini is behind the wheel, and a very charismatic driver, of course, would not have wanted that start. You know, qualified onto the, I believe, the 3rd row, so that was a huge disappointment for Luca. He would have been well up for that battling in the early stages.
You say very charismatic driver. Does this mean you've encountered Luca?
I have. He's a very nice guy,
yes.
Very exuberant, and loves his racing.
Have you seen Luca get a podium yet?
Have you?
Yes.
Ah, there you go.
I got a hug. In fact, everyone within about 100 metres of him in the Silverstone pit lane got a hug after a podium result in the Hyundai Coupes earlier actually last month, I should say now. And he is certainly a live wire of a driver. He actually decorated his Hyundai Coupe with just random doodles. He was just handing people pens and saying, draw on my car. And he's got the same on his helmet as well. He's a great character. I know that Luca is great friends with his Autotech co-driver, Taylor Norton, among others. And great to see such a frenetic and fun personality in the paddock.
He's always great to talk to, isn't he, Luca? Love his conversations, with him. There's again our two leaders there, making their way through in towards Nelson, and so they make their way towards Bombhole. And this teamwork seems like it's working, Adam. I don't want to say it, but this teamwork, working together, using the bump draft, using the draft, not battling each other. I think Callum McDougall's got onto something here. This teamwork is working for them, and that's why he's getting so frustrated.
There's something very funny to me about the phrase, the teamwork is working. Yeah. It is in the name, isn't it? Not always obvious.
Obvious.
True. But it is definitely paying dividends at the moment for Ferguson Motorsport. And Lee Deegan it is, carving his way through the Snetterton 200 circuit, guiding Joe Ferguson in this first stint of the race. Of course, won't be a million miles away from pit stops at this stage. I anticipate something a little over 2 hours. We'll start to see a lot of the kind of first proper scheduled pit stops for the drivers. I think we almost got 3 hours out of a tank at Anglesey Coastal, but I'm not quite sure we'll see the same here. Well, in fact, it was only a couple of drivers managed to get 3 hours. The lion's share were in within the first 2.5. Black and white flag for car 56. That's for exceeding track limits. The 56 car is the hard and enthusiastic guys who are always pushing on, and Philip Truman, who has made up some positions from their starting place, 18th currently, having started at the very back. Unfortunately, might be trying a bit too hard and a bit too enthusiastic.
It's in the name. Scott Parker, though, in the IP Racing, number 36, fastest lap of the race so far, 41.790. Of course, they fell afoul to the meatball flag, and, well, Scott Parker now is trying to find his way up the order. Currently, they find themselves in 11th place to IP Racing. Their next driver or next car ahead of them is only 6/10 up the road, so they're not too far away from trying to get themselves a few positions. That's a battle as well with the 72 Misty Racing outfit, so that's actually going to be a battle for 11th place.
Yes, exactly right. There's the Carmel, the neighbourhood car, as it were. The locals to Winchester. It's still the starting driver in the car, so it is still Tom Owen at the wheel of the 88. Under pressure at the moment from the 121, although that's just a bit of lappery going on. The Calamity car. Another car that's been up there in the kind of top 10, but hasn't really made much of an impression on our screens so far, which is often quite a good sign in these early stages. Currently being driven by Andrew Hinch, and they are set, according to the info we've got, to just be a driver duo, Hinch and Marcus Batty. 9 hours between two drivers is quite some going.
It's quite some going, isn't it? But, I mean, all fair play to them. More power to them as well. If you're going to do this with two drivers, I don't know how much we're going to hear from them during the race, mind, but, you know, you never know.
Well, I know for a fact that I think even in the World Endurance Championship, when you have the Sebring 1000 miles, which is well, about an 8-hour race, more often than not, they'll be running 3 drivers there. Even the teams that do slim down to 2 drivers for everything but Le Mans, for the 8-hour, they'll put it back up to 3. So a 9-hour race between 2 is not something we see often, and you have to tip your hat to them. And,
well, I was actually speaking to one of their team members in Calamity in the 121. We were talking yesterday. They've got the... what would you call it? It's not the prancing horse. We were trying to figure out what it was. It's I've got it up close and personal. It's a donkey. So they're the prancing donkeys.
Yes, this was the discussion we had, because we thought it had antlers for most of the day at Donington and realised it was a donkey towards the very end. I couldn't remember the last bit of the conversation. We went from like a moose to a reindeer, and then we finally figured out it was a donkey, which is information I'd subsequently forgotten. I'm very glad you've reminded me. So the prancing donkeys down at Calamity, I'm sure we'll be using that info. 7th and 8th place then, still scrapping, still Andy Burton, just about leading Tom Elson of VEC Motorsport. We didn't broadcast qualifying yesterday on the live stream, if you are tuning in live, but we were, of course, up in the commentary box, and we had a safety car during commentary for VEC Motorsport, and we weren't sure whether or not it had rolled. Certainly it was stranded. Oh, it's running very wide there is Andy Burton. Certainly the number 8 car was stranded down at Brundle Nelson, and sure enough it did roll, but they were back out before the end of the qualifying session, so it wasn't quite as severe of a roll as we saw for Chris Reed at the start of this race. And side by side at the moment in that battle for 7th place, Burton stifled his run somewhat, running wide there, and he needs to be careful because he's already got a black and white flag displayed to him before that even happened. So if he continues to test the track limits, he could be in trouble. And the car that's hunting both of them down, the 36 IP Racing car, Scott Parkin at the wheel, has also got a black and white flag.
Yeah, so getting to the point now where drivers are trying to push on and try and just find extra tenths wherever they can, and not to the liking of the officials. They've got the black and white flag ready for drivers who just pushed that a little bit too hard, pushed the track limits a little bit too much, and well, they only get the one warning, then the penalties start coming through if you do it again.
Yeah, it doesn't. They keep an eye, don't they? There's no way you're going to evade the eyes of the stewards and the marshals. They're keeping tabs on what they're doing out there on circuit, and of course here at Snetterton. You've got the pressure pads around the track as well. And we were actually joking earlier on, is the Ford KA actually heavy enough to trigger a pressure pad? And, well, we've got plenty of proof that it is. I should say, we were joking about it. I'll give full credit to Rob Shields down in pit lane. It was him that made that particular joke.
A good battling again between Burton Power Racing and VEC Motorsport. Andy Burton again getting back ahead of the number 8 VEC Motorsport, Tom Ellison, trying to find his way back through, and there just seems to be swapping positions, the number 1 and the number 8 at the moment. So whether that's working together or not, I'm not sure. Scott Parkin as well is also dispatching. He's on a charge. He's now up into 9th place. The number 72 Misty Racing has just been awarded a black and white warning flag for track limit. So they're starting to pile up now, these warnings and these track limit warnings. So not many teams are left with a clean slate at the moment.
No, well, I hope for our sake that not all of these are just being added to the end of the race. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of pandemonium.
And sorry to cut across you there, Adam. The 77 Racing, number 77, Baldacci, who did bring the car in, they're now back out onto track. So they were, of course, called in first time around. They then sent the car back out, and then we saw them earlier, about 20 minutes or 15 minutes ago, pretty much stopped at pit lane entrance and having to get a push to their pit box. But now they've got the car back out onto track. So we'll have to keep an eye on that number 77 Racing.
Yeah, they're a ways off the pack now, and unfortunately we're also yet to see the Misty Racing 172 back out. It's still in its garage at the moment, so let's hope it's not terminal for Misty. The 77 car continuing on then, and Matt Baldacci will be willing the car to continue on. I think we may have Kieran's turn to relay down to the pits. Is that what you're getting ready for there? Okay. Fresh air for Kieran. That's always good. And you see, I didn't bring the headset earlier. That would have been very useful. We will take turns as the day goes on down in the pit lane. I reckon Kieran's about to go and do some news hounding as we approach the first pit window here at the EnduroKA 9 Hours of Snetterton, the Schweinerennen race. Of course, previously we have run 12 hours here. We're running a 9-hour at the moment, and it is seemingly been a hit with the paddock. They're very excited to be back here at the Snetterton circuit. The 200 layout suits these cars to a T. Slipstreaming circuits like this suit them. You also have to say that venues like Cadwell Park are also great fun in these as well. The kind of winding, mountainous almost roads of Cadwell Park are a lot of fun at the wheel of these little cars. LDR performance tuning, the latest to accrue a track limits penalty, 5 seconds for LDR performance tuning in Lawrence Davey. So the penalties coming in thick and fast at the moment. We continue to follow the 77 racing car around. Baldacci kind of embedding himself back into the race after an extended stay in pit lane. We've had the third place LDR Performance racing car just going to turn 1 at the moment. Still very much with Callum McDougall all over the back of him. Wingate Racing have not let up an inch. And, interesting. We've had a change for 7th place. Scott Parkin has managed to get past both the Burton Power Racing and VEC Motorsport teams on that lap. So from 9th to 7th for the recovering IP Racing and Scott Parkin. And Misty Racing are back out there. The 172 car just coming out of pit lane now, as you saw on the live feed pictures as well. The 172 car making its return to the track, which is really great to see. Misty Racing back out there at full strength once again. Of course, 72 is still pounding around, currently in 11th place. And actually, the 172 car will rejoin the race pretty much with its sister machine, which is nice to see. So there is the Burton Power Racing car, which has been demoted a position. Andy Burton has been kind of dueling with Tom Elson in the VEC Motorsport car for an overwhelming majority of the race thus far. And both of them have now been dispatched by Scott Parkin. Harkin, who is one of many drivers who raced with us yesterday as well. He was in Turismo X racing with his Volkswagen Golf TDI. Of course, his teammate today, Adam Blair, was also at the wheel of a car there, a very potent Audi TT for Adam Blair yesterday in the Turismo X category, which is a 20-minute sprint race format for saloons and sports cars, a rather different flavour to what we have today with the long endurance racing for EnduroKA. And both drivers, Blair and Parkin, very handy. Along with Mark Witherington, it makes for a very strong team down at IP Racing. So we're rapidly approaching the 1.5 hour mark in this race here today at the Snetterton 200 circuit. The Schweiner Rennen 9 hours continuing on. There's the 88 car. The Carmel car once again. As I explained to the team this morning, we mispronounced the pun name a little bit for the benefit of making sure we don't get told off for advertising products we're no longer allowed to advertise. But it is a famous livery that's been given a unique spin, and they got the Dagenham Dustbin Award at Donington Park as a result of their efforts. The Dagenham Dustbin Award awarded to the teams whom put in the best effort and have the best livery on any given weekend. So we've got a driver change ongoing there then for the V-Box 192 crew. And the V-Box car dispatched back out there. The Race Logic team did have Robin English at the wheel. We'll see who has taken over. We also got a bit of a look there at the Snetterton Pit Marshal boy band, Neil, Robert and Thomas, down there watching on as the pit stops unfolded. Great efforts, as always, on these long races from our pit marshals, who are very, very busy indeed, and our marshals around the circuit. Always great to have them, and obviously an integral part of keeping racing running week in, week out. The British marshals regarded around the world, often exported around the world for countries kind of making their first ventures into top-level motorsport. The Windgat racing car still at odds with LDR Performance Racing, as you can see there just in the back of shot before we followed this 41 car, the Row Rage car. Just behind there is the battle for third place, which is still ongoing. Some position swaps happening between Lawrence Davey and Callum McDougall. It is Davey from McDougall at the moment. And the Lucas Oil-backed Wingdash racing car is continuing to press on. Is a South African name for a South African driver, I believe. Mike Murray is South African, and he is the driver behind the name. Drive-through penalty for car number 42. That's because of track limits, so the grid finder guys have found themselves with a bit of a penalty to deal with. And, well, only one person to point at, and that's Nicky Taylor. He's been in from the get-go, and he's been pressing on, the driver in Mini Challenge. We know he's quick, and perhaps just trying a bit too hard, exploring the track limits a bit too far. And he's the first that I've seen to get a drive-through penalty owing to track limits in this race thus far. Third place battle being mirrored at the moment by the Autotech Motorsport car. We discussed Luca Sticchini earlier on. Of course, that car came to a halt very early in the race. We saw that he was having dramas. It turned out to be a fuel line on the formation lap that brought them to a halt, and we just saw the 36 car in the pit lane. And we also saw IP Racing. Rather, we also saw Kieran McGinley on the case, so I imagine we're going to get some news from down at IP Racing, who are making their first scheduled stop. Of course, they've already been in once because of a black and orange flag. So the day has not been perfect thus far for IP Racing. Of course, it'll be important to know and see whether or not we have a driver change or not down there at IP Racing. So we can get eyes on that situation. That would be ideal. But we'll have to see whether or not that driver change occurs. Car 28 has received more of a penalty as well. Just into the top 10 has gone Sam May in the VPEX Motorsport car. But at what cost? Because they now have a 10-second penalty applied to them for track limits. So that could be problematic. Certainly not the first track limits penalty we've seen so far today. Lots of drivers pressing on. It's easy done at corners like Nelson and also out of Murray's. Just running it a bit too far. Of course, they pay to use the track, not the runoff area. So the penalty's understandable. And it is imperative the drivers stay within the boundaries of the circuit. Of course, there's only so far you can run wide here at Snetterton. Certainly not much in the way of tarmac runoff. Little place to run and hide if you make an error. Lock up there from Lawrence Davey. That's Callum McDougall's move, and Callum McDougall is right behind him, up on two wheels as well. Davey equally aggressive with the sausage curb, seemingly, as McDougall is into pit lane. So the number 3 car in. Further black and white flags displayed out there for VEC Motorsport and KM Racing. So the pit stop still ongoing down there at the moment. 2 of the top contenders in this race in the pit lane at the moment. McDougall for Wingat Racing and also the IP Racing 36 car. 2 very important machines in this race in the pit lane at the moment. We're just on 90 minutes complete then in this race. And right now the leader is Lee Deegan in the 736 Ferguson Motorsport car. Deegan, our race leader, who has built a little bit of an advantage out over Joe Ferguson over the last little while. The gap now is just on 6 seconds between Deegan and Joe Ferguson, who of course is part of the eponymous Ferguson Motorsport team, the Ferguson family, all the brothers in the 734 car. Lee Deegan leading the way, Ferguson Motorsport in the 736. Third place is Lawrence Davey at the moment for LDR Performance Tuning. Of course, just holding off Nigel Griffiths at the moment, although Griffiths is actually a bit of a way behind him. Griffiths has just been promoted to 4th place, of course, because of Wingat Racing's pit stop. Up in 5th place for now, at least, is the Calamity car. The car being driven by just the 2 drivers, Andrew Hinch at the wheel at the moment. Andy Burton currently 6th in the number 1 car. Tom Elson is next for VEC Motorsport. 8th place for now is Sam May in the 28 car, the VPEX Motorsport machine. In 9th place is the number 23 PSR car, which is being driven at the moment by Tom Gilbert. And rounding out the top 10 is the number 72 Misty Racing car. That is being driven by Robert Thomas at the time being, well, at the time of speaking, I should say. So that's our top 10, but of course it's a top 10 that's gradually being affected by pit stops. We've seen the 36 car head back out of the pits, so Scott Parkin, I'm not sure whether he was in or whether someone else has taken over the car, but the 36 IP Racing car is in the pit lane, or was in the pit lane, I should say, and is now back out onto the circuit. I believe McDougall has also rejoined the race. So at least both drivers are still assigned to the car. Whether or not they do a second stint or whether or not there have been driver changes, that will reflect on the timing screen in a couple of laps, but it does take a little while to cycle through at times. The 121 and the 192 are running in tandem at the moment. We've been following this V-Box 192 car for a while now. It's well out of contention for now, the Race Logic car. It's currently got Martin Paps at the wheel. He was the second driver in after Robin English, I think it was, took the start. They've had a bit of a subpar run so far, currently sitting 19th in the standings. Lights ablaze on the 49 car. The LDR Performance Tuning Machine in the third place. There's the Axiometrics machine of Nigel Griffiths. The Hunican, as they've put on the back of the car. So the Axiometrics car just putting a lap on the 41, which is Row Rage Motorsport. And at the moment it is a Row at the wheel. Sam Rowe. And John Rowe is also part of the team, but they've got two non-Rows as well. They've got Jason Hancock and Greg Caswell in their driver rankings. And we had said before that it seemed Lee Deegan had built a gap over Joe Ferguson, but the gap's come down massively in the last couple of laps. Deegan was some 5 seconds slower on the lap previous to this one, and the gap has gone down again to 0.4 of a second. 2 slow laps in a row for Lee Deegan. Now, you could say, oh, maybe he's got a problem. I think this is more just the team deciding to make them work together again. Maybe a bit more team play here to try and build the advantage further and further out to the point where they can't be caught. That might be the thinking at Ferguson. Certainly Lee Deegan has dropped back, but it doesn't look like his car is slow, so I think it is a matter of the two Ferguson Motorsport cars working together once more. Joe Ferguson, once again, with a slipstreaming buddy in the form of Lee Deegan. Deegan, who leads the race. I say I was hitherto unaware of the exact circumstances behind Deegan not doing racing, been racing much this year. We spoke about it this morning. He said that effectively his brakes failed at Anglesey when he was doing about 120 miles an hour, had a big smash in the Civic, and has only really now just started to feel okay to go racing again. And clearly he's not taking his eye off the ball for a moment. No race rust, as it were. He's straight back into the hot seat and at the lead of this race quite comfortably as well, I might add. Seemingly able to match the pace of our quickest drivers here in the EnduroKA category. Stacchini has brought in the 64 Autotech Motorsport car, which is looking a bit warm, to say the least of it, and a bit of a shrug there from Stacchini. You can see there his doodled upon helmet that I was discussing earlier on. We've just got a brief look at that, and it seems as though, having already had a fuel line issue before they even started the race, the woes have continued for Autotech Motorsport, who now are trying to cool their motor down, and for the second time we see a smoking car with an open bonnet pushed into the garage. So the leading duo around the final corner and out onto the centre straight once again. Hopefully we'll soon get some insight from down in the pit lane from Kieran McGinley, who popped down there a little while ago. Black and white flag for track limits for car 77. And into the pits has come the Misty, I think that might have been the 172 car back in again, or was that the 72? It was the 172 back in, so hopefully they haven't got further issues. They do have a second car, or a second driver in the car now, in the form of Bryony Davis. It was, of course, George Davis that took the start, and the fact that that car is back in again so soon gives me reason to be a little bit concerned.
Adam, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm currently in the pit lane. Just with a couple of updates, we have seen the 172 Misty racing car into the pit lane once again. I was having a chat to Mark Werrell, and it was a ruptured coolant tank that was the issue, and coolant all over the floor as I walked in there to have an update with them. Now, Mark was telling me that they were going to run a few laps to see how the engine temperatures were. They brought the car back in, so I'll try and have another update before I get back to you, Adam. The 36 Racing as well, IP Racing, that was really an unscheduled stop. When they brought the car in, there was not really a lot of fuel in the car whatsoever, so they're trying to find those issues and try and rectify them as soon as possible. Mark Witherington now has jumped into the car and seeing how his stint can get on with. Well, at the moment then, I just wanted to give a chat to Dominic Stokes as well. Apparently he's got paintings and whatnot from his children after he wrote off the car at Cadwell Park, just to remind him not to crash.
Paintings from the children to remind him not to crash. I would love to see what those look like.
I'll show you pictures.
Okay, wonderful. Great. Well, thank you for the update down there, Kieran McGinley. And there you go. So the paddock continues to be great fun to hang around, and interesting to hear then that there may be some fuel issues in general for IP Racing. They had too much of it at the start, not enough of it now. And let's see how Mark Witherington's stint unfolds then. Logically, being a three-driver team, it should be Adam Blair in the car at the conclusion of Witherington's stint. And Adam, always fast, we'll have to keep an eye on him and see what his stint is like later on, but certainly it's been a suboptimal day thus far for the IP Racing crew. They had a solid, if frustrating, run at the Anglesey 24-hour. I think they had a catalytic converter issue that really slowed the car down in the final 12 hours, and unfortunately did not have the pace ultimately to take the win, which was a source of frustration for Adam Blair. Of course, they were joined at the 24-hour by none other than Phil Keane, the GT Racing star. And they were certainly one of the stronger outfits there. Battle for 6th place. It's still a scrap between Burton Power Racing and VEC Motorsport. Andy Burton and Tom Elson have been together since the beginning of this race, and it's been a ding-dong battle for those guys. And at the moment it is Elson with the advantage, but you get the feeling Andy Burton will be challenging again in short order. Of course, Elson's car was rolled. I'm not sure, can't remember who exactly was at the wheel at the time of the roll, to be honest with you, but there was a roll yesterday for VEC Motorsport, and of course, we do have our race-winning car from Anglesey here, and it is the Axiometrics car. I was referencing earlier on how Axia were always at the top, or at least kind of around the top of the order all day long during the Anglesey 24-hour. often just kind of at the back of shot, at the back of the lead pack, waiting for their opportunities, and Axiometrics took every opportunity afforded to them at the 24-hour. It was a hugely emotional win for Axiometrics, and we hope to see them at the sharp end again in this one. Of course, they had a slightly different driver lineup at Anglesey. It was Chris Wetherill, Dominic Jackson, Nigel Griffiths and Christian Rose. We've got Griffiths and Jackson here. Dominic Jackson and Nigel Griffiths are both here again, but they've been joined by Tim Wheeldon this weekend. So a slightly different driver lineup, but the winning team from last time out, from the inaugural 24-hour race in EnduroKA history, are indeed here. Continuing to follow that battle for what is currently 6th position. I think once the pit stops have cycled through, these guys will find themselves maybe a little further down the top 10, but firmly in the top 10. Burton Power Racing are often extremely pessimistic about their own chances in these races, which I do find amusing because they are a very strong team, and of course they are the team behind these race packages for the EnduroKA category. And Andy Burton, Tom Valentine, Kyle Sager and Colin French. It is a strong lineup this weekend. I reckon they could well be challenging for possibly even a podium today. And we continue to follow the 88 car at the moment on the live pictures. Brought to you here on MSV TV. Great to be seeing more and more live streams from MSVR events this year. Down towards Brundle and Nelson go the cars we follow on screen at the moment. We've got the 28 car, which in spite of the Grid Finder decals is not a Grid Finder car. That is of course the VPEX Motorsport machine, which is still driven by Sam May at the moment, the serial karting champ, and he actually only just turned 17 last week, so a happy 17th birthday a week belated to Sam. The Team Hard Racing Academy driver has been aiming to have a go at Ginetta GT5s next year. So hopefully he can get the sponsorship together for that. And the EnduroKA, something of a shop window at the moment for Sam, and he's had a good run from outside the top 20 all the way up to 7th place thus far in this stint, so clearly proving his worth and showing his wares, with PSR's Tom Gilbert all over the back of him at the moment. And Gilbert has a little look to the inside of Sam May as they go through Chapman and onto the Bentley Straight, but no move made. Sam May under big pressure at the moment then from Tom Gilbert. The PSR crew, who were pretty methodical and metronomic at the Anglesey 24-hour. Often are well into the top 10 in these races, especially as the race wears on. PSR just seem to survive any of the shenanigans going on elsewhere, which is hugely important to anyone's continued success in a 24-hour race. Into the pits has come LDR Performance Racing and Lawrence Davey. Assume that a driver change will be part of the proceedings here. Obviously, refueling at the moment, and when refueling occurs, the driver must be out of the car. So no one in the car at the moment, but we'll see whether or not Lawrence dives back in or whether someone else takes the wheel. It's not often you see a scheduled stop that doesn't involve a driver change. And so Tom Gilbert, we're talking about him, the PSR driver. He and a great many of the others will soon be vacating seat, one would expect. Because they can't do more than 3 hours at the wheel of the car anyway, and I don't think the fuel tank would allow for 3 hours, although we did get very close at times at Anglesey. One driver who I think pretty much did get the full 3 hours out of one of these cars was Phil Keane. Phil said, actually, I didn't realise the car had 5 gears. I didn't realise it was a 5-speed. Otherwise, I would have been using 5th gear a bit more often in my quest to save fuel. These are 5 speeds, of course, and they have standard gearboxes, standard pretty much everything on these Ford KAs. Only the bare bones modifications required to go racing to keep the budgets down and keep the fun accessible to as many as possible. There is the referenced number 2 Castrol car, the car covered in in-betweeners quotes. They've got the red door on the yellow car. It's become a full-throated tribute to the in-betweeners gang. And the actual driver lineup, David Murfitt, Michael McKeegan and Tim McKeegan,
morning, Mal.
They weren't even aware of what the in-betweeners were at the start of the weekend. The team had just kind of decided to do this independent of them. And they've had to have the in-betweeners explained to them. I feel like it's one of those programs you probably have to just watch rather than explain, though. So we'll see whether it gets added to anyone's watch list at the end of this weekend down at the Castrol Racing Camp. Rapidly approaching the 2-hour mark in the race at the moment, and it is still the Ferguson Motorsport duo at the top of the order, still Lee Deegan at the front of the pack. Drive-through penalty has just been put out there for Sam May. Oh dear, so I'm talking about Sam, and the youngster's been pressing on, but the track limits have bitten him as they've bit many others. A drive-through penalty for the VPEX Motorsport competitor then. And we continue to follow Misty's number 72 car, the sister car to the 172 that we saw having issues, as they continue on down the centre straight. So 28 car heading out of the pits now. So Sam May got the memo when it came to the drive-through penalty and very quickly served it, and will now continue on his way. And joined back up here now by Kieran McGinley after his first pit lane escapades of the day.
Yes.
And well, how was it going down there?
It was very good. It's as always, very welcome, very friendly atmosphere, and lots going on down there, especially when it comes to Misty Racing 172 and the 64 Autotech cars. Now, 172 Misty Racing, as I said before when I was down there, they had the coolant issues. They had the cooling tank was ruptured, and so they changed that tank. put some coolant in it, started bubbling over, not a great sign. They did it again, didn't do it.
Good.
So they decided to send the car out for a few laps, but the engine and temperature light came on about 5 or 6 laps later. Once they sent the car out, they brought the car back in, and it was there when I left, and they're having an investigate into it. With 64 though, there is engine issues. When Luca brought the car in, the car was not in a great state, but they're going to go for an engine change and see what happens. So let's keep an eye on 64, because they're going to go through an engine change. Interesting to see how that unfolds.
Right, okay, so the Autotech Motorsport team's day going from bad to worse, and Misty Racing having issues as well, so we could see a couple of engine changes as the day goes on. It's not the it's not a race ender. You can change engines in this formula. Of course, if you do so at Le Mans, you'll be told to pack up and go home, but in the EnduroKA category, I think more than anything the priority is making sure everyone gets to see the finish. But unlike the Citroën 2CVs that have their 24-hour here later in the year, the engine change really isn't the work of 20 minutes or so. In the KAs, it's going to be a little while before we see that Autotech car back out there, if we see it out there again.
Yeah, it's well, they're going for the engine change. I was talking to Luca when he was down there. He said, we'll go for the engine change and see what happens. That would be the order of the day. So, yeah, he was obviously a bit gutted. And Taylor Norton was ready to jump into the car at the next stint. He wasn't far away. But, yeah, these issues will have set them back just a slight tad.
I assume Luca wasn't as cuddly as he was at Silverstone then.
Well, still up for a chat, though. But, yeah, clearly frustrated with the issues going on. But he said to me, though, it's a long race. They'll get the engine change done and see how it all goes from there.
Yeah, he's a great guy, Luca. Be ashamed to see the Autotech guys benched from the race this early on, and I'm sure Stacchini will grasp any opportunity to get back behind the wheel as and when he can. Leading car into the pit lane then, and it's Lee Deegan, the first to bite from the Ferguson Motorsport crew. So Lee Deegan in that 736 car. Has pitted just about 5 minutes before the 2-hour mark in this race. So we are starting to see the front runners in for their pit stops. So Lee Deegan will be in there for a little while yet. We'll see who he hands over to. He's got Damon and Thorburn Aston to choose from. So we'll have to see who he installs next at the Ferguson Motorsport camp. And well, they foresaw themselves on the front row of the grid heading into quali. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pay off for them, but in the race they were 1-2 there for an overwhelming majority of this first stint.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just teamwork making the dream work, really, isn't it? That's the whole point of being teammates, is that you're working together, and they've built themselves, a 24, 25 plus second gap to everyone else behind. So as far as they're concerned, from Ferguson Motorsport's concern and point of view, they've had a great first stint.
They really have, yeah. It's been remarkable driving from both parties. At the head of the order, the sharp end of the order, we see the 36 car coming onto the Bentley straight at the moment, and that is, of course, Mark Witherington at the wheel of the IP Racing machine at the moment. He's fairly strong in the 143s on pace at the moment, which is top 10 worthy pace. But unfortunately, they've had a rather difficult race to this point. They had a black and orange flag during the initial stint for Scott Parkin. Parkin, incidentally, has set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 141.790, one of only 2 cars that has been into the 141s so far in this race. And I'm sure we'll see Adam Blair pressing on later on once he takes the wheel of the machine later on, the ex single-seater and Porsche Carrera Cup competitor. There's the 18 car of the Axiometrics.com crew. Was the 18 car that took the win from IP Racing at the Anglesey 24-hour race. And let's see what Axiometrics can do this time. Just 2 of the 4 drivers who took that win last time, but still a formidable lineup and always a strong team down at Axiometrics.com.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great atmosphere as well, and just having a chat to the team as well. They were in good spirits, and they weren't expecting for the car to actually be running here. They had the whole rebuild since Cadwell Park, and they were expecting to be one of the first retirements of the race, and well, that's absolutely not the case. They've had a good first stint so far. Let's see how far they can go.
Yes, of course. So solid run at Cadwell, win at Anglesey in the 24-hour. Let's see how Snetterton unfolds for them. I think there is a little bit of healthy scepticism across the paddock as to quite how long some of the cars that were in the 24 hours are going to last now. Of course, it was a venture into the unknown for the EnduroKA drivers. The first ever and the teams, of course, for that matter, the first ever 24-hour race for the EnduroKA category. And certainly it was a fabulous event, but also quite a difficult event for the teams to take on. The cars, though, for their part, were very reliable. All took the finish, albeit with one powered by Marshall, another man, during the final lap. The car pulled over with about 20 minutes to go, and the Marshalls lobbied with the race director, can we go out there at the end and push it over the line so everyone takes the flag? And thankfully, that is exactly what we saw. And that was a really nice kind of community end to the race. Really did accentuate the point we always drill home in these races of just how tight-knit everyone is in the paddock. And yeah, it really was great to see.
Absolutely. It just accentuates the atmosphere across the paddock as we see there the Ferguson Motorsports 736 rejoin onto the track. We'll wait for the ticker to update who will be out in the car, but once we get that info we will let you know. But Lee Deegan had a good first stint. It's now back out onto track, and at the moment it's saying P17 and 3 laps down, so that's what we're expecting then for pit stops at this stage. But yeah, you're looking at about 2 hours, possibly extending into 2 hours 5, 2 hours 10. There was that safety car though, so that allowed the drivers in this first stint to maybe save a bit of fuel. But how much fuel they can save under a safety car is always up for debate.
Yeah, so there's always seems to be a bit of a split as to how long these cars can go. There is a lot of difference actually in terms of like just stint length, how long these cars can go on fuel across the paddock. Some will tell you, well, no more than 2 hours, and others can push close to 3. It's a bit of a luck of the draw with the car you build, really. And I don't think, given the nature of this circuit, we'll be seeing many go over the 2.5 hour marker. But we'll have to keep an eye on that. We have just ticked over the 2 hour mark in the race, and as we do so, our race leader, the 734 Ferguson Motorsport car, is in. So Joe Ferguson has brought it in. He'll hand over to either brother Daniel or brother Billy, and the 23 car is also in. So it does look like we are now firmly in pit window territory at the moment. With that pit stop ongoing, Axiometrics have just crossed the line as your race leaders. The number 18 car leads the way. Nigel Griffiths then for now, but I expect it won't be long before we see them in either. The Calamity car has just crossed the line for second place. That's still Andrew Hinch at the wheel of the car that is yet to stop, driven by just the 2 drivers. 734 currently registered in third place, but of course is in the pits. Fourth place is VEC Motorsports' Tom Elson in the number 8 car. Andy Burton follows in 5th place in the number 1. Misty Racing, the 72 car, the sister car to the embattled 172, currently 6th overall. And that is, of course, at the wheel at the moment is Robert Thomas in that car in 6th place. Sam May, despite his drive-through penalty, currently 7th in the race. Nicky Taylor for Grid Finder in the 42, currently 8th. 9th place is the 114 car, that's KM Racing, with Kelly at the wheel at the moment, Christian Kelly, and rounding out the top 10 after the pit stop. In fact, they've made a couple so far, haven't they? For the Windgap Racing crew. So Callum McDougall down in 10th place for now, and it's still showing him at the wheel. He's been out of the pits for a while, so I'm assuming Callum has in fact doubled up on his stints. They can do a maximum of 3 hours at any one time, and Callum continues to work away at the wheel for Wingat, and they are currently 10th.
Interesting opening 2 hours as well, as we get to those opening stages, and Axiometrics, of course, trying to extend their stint as far as possible. 5-second track limit penalty for the number 1 car of Burton Power Racing.
So then I am going to vacate the commentary booth for a little while, off in hunt of some drivers to chat to. So I'll leave you up here for a few minutes in the company of Kieran McGinley, and I will go collar cameraman Jeremy, and we'll hear from some of the drivers getting out after their first stint of racing. Time penalty for car number 1, 5 seconds for track limits for Andy Burton. The latest in a long line of track limits penalties we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see whether they start racking up and how much they start racking up. And how much they start racking up as well. So, yeah, it's getting to that point now where drivers and teams are going to have to be very, very wary of those track limits penalties, because they'll only go and skyrocket if you're not careful. We've already had a drive-through penalty as well being handed out. So they only escalate from there. You have to be very, very careful. As we've already said, 9 hours is a long, long time. So you have to make sure that your driver, for the best part, for the most part, keeps it on the tarmac.
Speaking of track limit warnings, there's a black and white flag going out to the number 3 car, Wingat Racing. Callum McDougall still at the wheel of the car according to our timing sheet, but of course that could be updated, as Adam said, maximum of 3-hour stint in one go. And just looking at any wildly out of line pit stop times, anything of the sort. Semprini Racing were stopped for about 5 minutes, and yeah, that seems to be the par for the course, about nearing 4 minutes there. A proper turnaround. Of course, the fuel has to be checked or filled up, as that's the VPEX car getting a little bit sideways. The great thing about the front-wheel drive cars are, if you start to go sideways, you generally, if you floor it, you get the car back up and back into shape, which is always counterintuitive when it comes to that theory, but that's the great little thing about these front-wheel drive, is that it encourages you to go flat out in many scenarios. As you see then, the number 28 making its way through the final corner and onwards then down the centre straight. The VPEX Motorsport car, number 28, currently 6th at the moment, according to our timing sheet. And Sam May behind the wheel. And not long turned 17 is Sam May. Meanwhile, we've got number 49 car making its way through the first corner. Number 49 car, of course, being the LDR Performance Racing. We saw Lawrence Davey at the very start of the race really put in some good laps, some good times, and some good battles as well. As there is the 734, which is now, I believe, rejoined onto the circuit, which it has. 3 minutes 40 in the pits, which seems to be, it does seem to be par for the course for a proper driver change, fuel stop, and possibly even tyres as well. And a track like this really does put some punishment through the front left tyre. So that's the one that teams are really going to be hot on to make sure that it stays in good nick, it stays patched together very well. And the 121 now into the pit for a fuel stop. Car Lamity. Andrew Hinch was driving that car. It's only a two-team stable, two-driver team, I should say, in this one for 9 hours. So more power to them. They get plenty of time with the car, each driver, but yes, we'll wait and see how they get on towards the latter stages. So far then, they're classified as 5th, Car Lamity. The prancing donkeys, as the donkeys take the place of the horses in that very familiar
Tegalia on the side of the car. As we see one of the Ferguson Motorsport cars makes its way through the final couple of quarters, the 736. Aston is now at the wheel of that one, and that's Damon Aston, to be a little bit more specific. Damon Aston behind the wheel. Meanwhile, we see the number 27 on our screens as well, Semprini Racing. Callum Perfect behind the wheel. And it gets to the point now where team comms are critical. You've got to be aware of your wherewithals, and also with the cars around you as well. Who are you actually battling? You know, some of these teams will be communicating that to their drivers. But of course, you've got the pit boards, the team member of the pit wall as well, with the classic pit board, just in case, as a last resort to try and reach out to the driver. So, leader is now the number 8 VEC Motorsport, but they are yet to take their first stop of this race. And that's Tom Elson behind the wheel there, as I just see the 114 leave the pit lane. KM Racing, they've had a bit of a torrid opening 2 hours, if they had to be honest. But they're still in the race, and they have rejoined onto the track as well. And the latest stop for them, about 6 minutes in the pit lane. We'll be keeping our eyes on them, seeing how they get on. But also in the pit lane, we haven't seen the 172 Misty Racing or the 64 Autotech Motorsport for quite some time. In fact, it's about over half an hour since we heard from them or saw them last out onto the track, and we confirm that the number 24 Wolf Motorsport has retired from the race with 6 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. 6 hours and 50 minutes. There we go, that was better. Left to run in this race, and it's VEC Motorsport who have yet to stop, who are leading the way. Burton Power Racing in second place, again yet to stop. The 72 Misty Racing car is in third place, yet to stop. And then we have the VPEX Motorsport, who are in fourth place. They have made one stop. I think there's a stop of about 22 seconds. I'm not sure that one you can really say that, oh yep, they're fueled up, ready to go for another stint. So we're expecting them in the pits as well in the near future. But we're getting to that point of 2 minutes and 10 minutes, 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race, which having a sort of consensus from the teams in general, 2 hours, maybe slightly more, it seems to be the way to go. I can't be specific about which team told me what, because obviously they're not going to go into that much detail, but in terms of strategy, it's all going to be bubbling away. But the number 8 and the number 1 always in a little bit of a close heat battle, and I believe we can throw down to Adam Weller in the pit lane. Adam.
Yeah, I'm down with Nicky Taylor, fresh out of the 42 Grid Finder car, which is still just in the pits with us at the moment. But a solid stint in this car, not the car you started the weekend with, of course. How is this one feeling?
Yeah, obviously I didn't drive the first one on Friday because I wasn't here, I was at work. But yeah, Saturday is first time in the car, so I've only driven this one, but it's quite far down on power compared to the other cars. You can see it noticeably on the back straight, like we're just getting gapped in a straight line even without the toe. So it's hard, but I did what I could, and 43 falls at the start were good, and then just tailed off, and the tyres and the fuel went.
Obviously, there's a lot of clues as to what your regular racing campaign is this year over in the world of mini challenge competition. I mean, I'm struggling to think of any other comparison aside from the fact they're both front-wheel drive. I imagine these cars are two completely different worlds, mini challenge versus EnduroKA.
Yeah, I mean, the Enduro cars are completely different, because the Enduro cars, you basically just coast for most of the corners and then it goes. But yeah, the Mini's good, the front-wheel drive, so I'm somewhat used to it, and I've only ever driven front-wheel drive, so should be good with it. But yeah, no, fun car, and just good to do it when we've got an 8-week break till Fuxton for our next round of Minis, so yeah, good to just get out in something.
Great to see you trying out some new stuff during the summer break, and off goes the Grid Finder car then. We'll keep an eye on their progress, and thank you very much for speaking to us, Nicky. Back up to now, though, to Kieran.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, always great to hear from Nicky Taylor then in the Grid Finder number 42 machine. And Great to hear from the drivers as well, especially when they're just fresh out of their stint. VEC Motorsport, you can see there at the top of the timing sheet at the moment. Elson leading the way, although lots of teams around them have made their first stop. In fact, only 3 teams have not visited the pit lane so far this race. VEC Motorsport, Burton Power Racing, and the number 72 Misty Racing. You'll never guess what the order of the lineup is. There is Tom Elson making his way through in towards Nelson now, through Bomb Hole. And the number 1 Burton Power Racing car as well, Andy Burton, not too far behind. VEC Motorsport and Burton Power Racing have been really locked together in this race, which is a point I was touching on before we had a chat, or at least Adam had a chat to Nicky Taylor. They have been pretty much sharing the same bit of track, so it'll be interesting to see which of them come into the pits first. Elson stays out. Meanwhile, there's the IP Racing car trying to get its way past the 734 Ferguson Motorsport car, I should say. And they're going side by side now down the Bentley Straight and up towards Brundle and Nelson. And Mark Witherington trying to get his way up the order. They've had their fair share of issues of IP Racing in this race. He gets past the Ferguson car and moves himself up the order. You can see already in this race a couple of bruises and dents and whatnot to these cars. They do get themselves into door-to-door action. And Witherington now will try and see if he can build the gap. He's been on a bit of a charge because they wanted to make up that ground they've lost with those fuel issues. Down in towards Murray's we will go then. As Witherington chucks the car in. And meanwhile, the 734 car, which is Daniel Ferguson, as they make their way now up towards the line. Daniel Ferguson at least will get a little bit of a tow from Witherington as they make their way across the line. There is about a lap between them, and Adam, I can just about hear you in the pit lane there. Are we ready to throw down to you?
Okay, so we're down here at the moment with Jeremy Evans from Semperini Racing, who's not been in the car yet. You'll note he's in his civvies. It's going to be a little while before Jeremy's in for the final stint of the race. Obviously, yesterday you were qualifying in the car. You were also in your Civic. I imagine that's a study in contrasts.
Yeah, quite strange jumping out the Civic straight into the KA for qualifying. Yeah, very different machines, very different under braking, and of course a lot less power. So, yeah, very interesting. But yeah, all good fun.
And something you alluded to with me earlier on before we started, and something that a lot of teams echo, is that while yes, these are not very powerful cars, they still go a long way to teaching you the fundamentals. When you hop back in something more powerful, such as your Civic Type R, suddenly you've learnt a few things.
Absolutely right. A lot of the overtakes yesterday were learnt in the KA, all about carry momentum, get your exits right, and then use whatever you've got on the straights. Two of our drivers are, one's 18, one's 16. They're learning the ropes in the KA, and that'll help them massively when they move on to quicker stuff. A lot harder to get a slow car to go quickly than it is to get a quick car to go quickly.
And the 27 Semperini car currently running in the teens. You're running with some teens. Got some young drivers in the car. What's the aspiration? Top 10 finish today?
Top 10 will be lovely. Just get it to the finish is the instruction to all the drivers. Just bring it home, and then we'll see what happens ahead of us. So yeah, two of us are larger gents that have to carry some ballast that the kids have to put in the car. So it's just a case of get out there, keep going round and round, and if we have no trouble and no penalties, then we'll pick up places.
And you see why I'm comfortable. Fellow larger gent, it's good talking to Jeremy. And, well, press on there. I'll see you at the pit wall, leave you to your duties, but great to hear from you as always.
Great, yep, catch up later.
Thank you. There you go. So Jeremy Evans due in the car later on for Semperini Racing. Back up to Kieran for now.
Thank you very much, Adam. Great to hear from Semperini Racing as well, as they find themselves at the moment in 14th place, the number 27 car. Perfect behind the wheel there, as all sorts of shuffling will be going on. Still yet to see either of these two cars, VEC and Burton Power Racing, make their way into the pit lane. There is the 88 Carmel Racing machine. Moving to the right-hand side to allow Andy Burton to go through. And again, sharing that same bit of track. I wonder how long that's going to be. They've been together, pretty much glued together for the last 2 hours and nearly 20 minutes now. They've had some great battling as well, early stages of this race, and Andy Burton now will be looking to try and get back into that all-important slipstream of Tom Elson up ahead. And we saw at the very early stages of the race, first hour as well, how the slipstream, the toe of these cars is so important when you're heading down towards Brundle, for example, and towards Riches and Wilson. 172 Misty Racing car is out on track, so we'll have to keep an eye on them. They've been struggling with coolant issues. Their cooling tank had ruptured. They got the black and orange mechanical, or the meatball flag, to bring the car into the pits. And that's when I was having a chat to George Davis then. That's when he started to realise that the engine temperatures were really starting to skyrocket, brought the car in. As you saw on the broadcast, it was absolutely steaming and smoking. And I'm going to interrupt myself because I think Adam's found someone else to talk to. Adam, down to you.
Yes, well, I told you earlier on that I was going to perhaps get some South African pronunciation lessons from down at what I call Windgat Racing, but I know reliably informed I am a bit wrong with the pronunciation. Mike Murray, the South African driver, is why the team is named as such. First of all, give us the true pronunciation.
Windgat.
Oh, goodness me. Okay. So tell me about that word. I understand it's a bit of a kind of tongue-in-cheek word to use for a team name.
Yes, it sort of means like show off in Afrikaans. Not that we do. Yes.
And obviously you're all primed and ready to take over from Callum McDougall once he kind of gets to the 3-hour mark, which is the maximum stint time. We know Callum's incredibly quick, and I mean, with the lineup you guys have got, it's got to be an attempt at a win today, right?
That's what we're going for. We've had a little bit of an issue with overheating, so we've had an extra pit stop, which wasn't in the plan. But it's a long race. We'll carry on.
Okay, so obviously you guys were meant to be sharing the Caterham yesterday as well in track day. So what caused you to bail out the Caterham?
Money. It's a thing with the racing. It all costs money. So yeah, no, I didn't have enough to run both. So maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Well, there you go. Great to hear from Mike. The team, remind us again.
Windgat.
Windgat, I think that is. I'll try my best to memorise that. But the number 3 car pressing on towards the sharp end of the order. Callum will soon hand over to Mike.
Thank you very much, Adam. And just as you've handed back to me, we've had a fellow commentator jump into the box in Mark Werrell. Mark, we've just seen the 172 Misty Racing cars back out on track. What's the latest from your side of the garage?
Fingers crossed, Kieran. Fingers crossed we're all sorted now. Fantastic stint from George that he put in, right up there, 4th, 5th place, fighting away before we received that black and orange flag for dropping some sort of fluid. It turned out to be coolant. The expansion tank had split on the car, the coolant tank had split. So the Misty team, as ever, Steve and the boys did a great job of replacing that. There were some slight concerns, was that cause or effect? So car went back out there with Bryony behind the wheel. And a few laps later on came the temperature light again, so car back in again. And it's finally tracked to, we thought it was the fan not receiving power. Well, no, the fan was receiving power because the motor was spinning. The problem was the centre of the plastic fan had totally disintegrated. So whilst the motor was spinning, the fan itself wasn't. So, yeah, finally replaced the fan. Fingers crossed now we're sorted, but of course we're now 33 laps down and just out there to enjoy ourselves for the rest of the 6.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of work to do in 37 minutes. You saw there that was the stop time, 37 minutes, the last one. So let's hope that's there. But there's the sister car, the 72. The 72's running well as well. One of the first pit stops, I think, for that car as well. I mean, what's the feeling down in the Misty Racing garage at the moment? Because it's a tale of two garages at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. Understandably, we've had the number 72 drivers come over, and Adam Bonham and his father Simon come over and commiserate with us. But equally as much, we've been saying to them what a fantastic job that Robert's been doing, who's just about to get out of that car, because Robert but only just arrived in time for qualifying yesterday. He'd got a couple of family issues and was just taking care of those. So actually didn't think he'd get here to qualify. He literally stepped into the car, did the laps that he needed to do, started the car and has put a great stint in. Picked up a few places, and at the moment, out of kilter with the rest because they're only just pitting, others have already pitted, but that car should be inside the top 10 once we've cycled through these pit stops.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to keep an eye on them. And what's the goal from your side of the garage then? Is it just to get this car to the checkered flag now?
Absolutely, yeah. Just get the car to the checkered flag. Repay the hard work that Steve and Matt and the two Pauls and Mitch have done there with the team, and we'll just see where the Sunoco-backed Misty Racing 172 finishes at the end of the race. But hopefully, just a finish would be a win for us now.
So Brian is currently out in the car, is that correct?
Bryony's out in the car. Okay. She'll be out for probably about another 45 to 60 minutes, and then I'll jump in and do my first stint and see what we can do.
Well, absolutely. The car qualified in 6th place under your hands as well towards the end. That was a hectic end to that qualifying session anyway, wasn't it?
I don't know what happened there. I've not sat in the car for 12 months, and to qualify 6th quickest, I was probably as surprised as anybody. But looking at the data traces of George and I last night, we're very similar on pace, doing different things in a couple of different places of the circuit. So we're hoping for good things. Bryony, new to the car and is picking up pace all of the time. And she got sat on the back of somebody before she had to bring the car into the pit lane, and she's there now. She's absolutely on it now as well. So no chance of a result, but the car should still have the pace.
Just to say that the number 42 Grid Finder car has now got a stop-go penalty, 1 minute penalty for track limits. So they're starting to get more and more draconian, those penalties. So it's not too far away from being one of the most severe penalties out there. That's certainly the most severe penalty we've seen today for track limits. Of course, that was upgraded from a drive-through as well earlier on in the race. So yeah, it's getting mighty close for Grid Finder. They've got to start reining it in and trying to keep it on the track as much as possible, because it only gets more and more painful, the penalties. Well, Mark, it's great to chat to you. I have to say, you did supply us with some goodie bags as well, but we'll lessen that point. No, great to talk to you. And
my pleasure.
Hopefully we get to see you out in the car at some point today.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of the race. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Mark Werrell there, who's heading back down to the garage then. Of course, the sister car, the 72 Misty Racing, ready to get out there. Of course, changing of the tyres. Now, the front left tyre is probably the most... well, you'd probably take the most caution with it, considering it takes most of the load around the track, especially going through Coram. And I wonder if we can get a lovely shot of that tyre, then you see how much tread is actually left on it. And front left tyre being replaced on the car with the drills. Ready to tighten up the bolts as well, making sure that wheel is properly on. But yes, the front left is going to be such a cause for concern. Oh, that's a bit of a moment then for the number 28 car. That's the VPEX Motorsport car at the hands of Sam May. And there's a bit of conversation here going on at the number 3 garage at the moment. Wincat, I hope I pronounced that right, Mike, who can hopefully hear me down in the pit lane. Maybe he's focused on the stint, as he should be. But a little bit of conversation going on down there. But the number 3... Obviously, we saw the number 3 doing a great job at the hands of McDougall earlier on in the race. They finally brought that car in for its second stop. There goes the 72 Misty Racing car down the pit lane to rejoin the track. And still, our 2 leaders at the moment, VEC Motorsport and Burton Power Racing, still have not stopped. And they're still pretty much sharing the same bit of track. Just over a second separates the 2 cars. And we'll have to wait and see how that all goes, because it's getting to the point now where we're almost 2.5 hours into this race and we still haven't seen VEC or Burton Power in the pit lane. So this is them running surely they're running on fumes at this point, but we'll see when they come into the pits. I'm sure that's going to be quite a fuel tank that's wanting a little bit more fuel into it. 77 Racing have now come into the pits as well. Mike Waldacci is in only very recently, and there is the car. Of course, they have to park it towards, you have to face the garages when you make your stop, and then once your stop is completed, you have to wheel the car back out, and then it can rejoin the pit lane. Just to save on space, if you had cars all facing the same way down the pit lane towards the pit lane exit, you get obviously get less space in the garage as Number 3 team being watched closely by the one of the scrutineers down in the pit lane. And meanwhile, then there's one of the 736. That's one of the Ferguson Motorsport cars. Damon Aston is in the car there, and still, we have now seen Burton Power Racing just come up on my timing screens that they are in the pits, and there they are. Burton Power Racing in. Andy Burton is bringing that car into the pit stop and pit lane. And, well, that was 2 hours 28 minutes, that stint. So that's a bit of a fuel-saving adventure going on there. Of course, they did have the safety car at the start of the race. But how much fuel you could save under the safety car, well, that's up to the driver. But good job from Andy Burton then. We'll see if he hands over. I mean, he probably will be handing over because you get close to that 3-hour time stint limit, if you like. So he will probably be handing the car over at this point. As we see a couple of cars going side by side, just a bit of traffic making there. And you can see on the driver names then, Mr. B, Flat Shift Tommy, Send It Sagar, and Colin. Oh yes. Anyway, I do love it when they come up with those names on the side. I really, really do. But bit of a warm up there just to get ready to jump into the car. So Andy Burton then has done the stint. Obviously he's Mr. B, giving the thumbs up at the moment. And looks like his stint for now is done. Adam, down to you in the pit lane.
Yeah, Mr. B, of course, being Andy Burton, and they've, as you said, they've done some modifications to some of the names of the drivers out there, and Colin French with something like 16 L's apparently. It is only 2 on the entry list, so I'm going to abide by that spelling. You see Jeremy cameraman with me. I think we're going to take a bit of a roam further down if you want to join me, Jeremy, because we were going to have a word with George Davis, who is, of course, colleague to Mark Werrell, who we're hearing from just now in the commentary box. Of course, Mark is a commentator as well by trade, so not surprisingly he hopped behind the microphone for a little while. But George Davis, actually his first time not in his Ford Fiesta Junior car. He's actually lurking just over there, so we'll go to George. I am actually going to walk the right way so I don't fall over for just a few minutes. But George Davis, we've managed to retrieve cameraman Jeremy, and so we will hear from George now. Your first time not in your Fiesta, in the Fiesta Junior Championship. You then also ran in Fiesta Seniors, of course, or Fiesta Seniors, but in the main Fiesta Junior, or in the main Fiesta Championship last year. How does the KA compare?
Well, I guess because they're both front-wheel drive, which is good. So, yeah, it's sort of the same bit of kit. Got a little less power, but I guess I'm sort of used to the Fiesta being a bit quicker, but same tracks. And I'm loving every second. So.
Now, they say sharing is caring, and of course you are having to share the car with your sister. How do you feel about that first time doing so?
Yeah, I think it feels great. Me and Bryony definitely starting to work on our teamwork a bit more, because in Fiesta it's really competitive, so the sibling rivalry gets ahead of us a bit, but we're definitely taking steps forward to sort of forming a sort of a one team kind of thing. So yeah, I guess it'd be good for the future, I guess, if we get our heads down and see what we can do.
And in the future then, are you guys going to be angling more towards endurance racing than kind of sprint saloon cars such as the Fiestas?
Yeah, I think definitely endurance is probably a better option for us. We've we've done Fiestas and we thought, well, if we go our separate ways, we won't get too far. But if we sort of come together and form our own team as one, we'll certainly get a lot further. And with us probably being the only brother and sister out there at the moment, I think that's a pretty cool thing.
It definitely is. I mean, talk us through that first stint then. Obviously it ended with a slightly cooked engine. It was a bit warm, but you were really pushing. It was a boisterous stint. You managed to get yourself into the top 5. It looked fun. Yeah,
it was definitely a lot of fun. I was bearing down on a podium, but yeah, it was. I think I was out there for about an hour and 15, so definitely daunting. It's a lot more than the Fiestas, so yeah, I had a good battle with number 3 out there, bump drafted him down the straight, so it was brilliant. It's great, different discipline of racing, and I love it.
There you go, the harsh realities of a slightly longer race, that hour 15-minute stint. Callum McDougall just did a 3-hour stint there or thereabouts. We'll hear from him in a little while, but for now, back to Kieran.
Thank you very much, Adam. As you just hand over to me, there's been a drive-through penalty awarded to the number 49 car. The 49 car being the LDR Performance Racing machine. drive-through penalty for track limits. So that's not going to end too well whatsoever, and it's one away from the 1 minute stop-and-go penalty we saw handed out to Gridfinder earlier on, which is not good news. So Burton Power Racing, as we alluded to, currently in the pit lane. In fact, they've just left the pit lane as I say that. They're now at pit lane exit, have rejoined onto the track. So the only driver, or the only team I should say, that hasn't stopped in this race just yet is VEC Motorsport. Tom Elson looking right now, I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking to try and go for the full 3 hours. He would have completed his stint at that point. It's whether he can make the fuel last for 3 hours. So interesting to see, because if you can try and get through the race with one fewer stop, that can buy you a few minutes at the very least. So there's one of the Ferguson car making its way past. The 736 getting past the 114, the 114 being the KM Racing car. KM Racing right now, we believe it's going to be Tim Stevens behind that car, and they've had a little bit of a tricky start to this race, but they've managed to settle themselves into it and got themselves a couple of positions to boot as well. So LDR Performance Racing in the pit lane. They've now served their drive-through penalty. They're now rejoining the track, and they'll be looking to try and make up that time now. Ben Jenkins, we believe, is behind the wheel. And black and white warning flag being awarded to the number 18 car. That's axiometrics.com. So they've got themselves a warning. Dominic Jackson, we believe, is behind the wheel. So that's their warning now. Any more, and the penalties will start to find their way through. 6 hours and 25 minutes left of the race to run. And at the moment, it is VEC Motorsport at the top of the order. Although they are yet to stop in this race. They're the only team yet to visit the pit lane this race. It's LDR Performance Racing in second place, with the 734 Ferguson Motorsport entry in third. And then it's the number 18 Axiometrics.com car in fourth place. IP Racing have managed to get their way up to fifth place. They currently have the fastest lap of the race that was set quite some time ago now. Ferguson Motorsport, the 736 entry, is in sixth place. Burton Power Racing have rejoined in seventh place in the number 1 car. Number 3, Winhat Racing. Mike Murray now behind the wheel. Hopefully I got that name right. Number 72, Misty Racing in ninth place. Rounding off the top 10, the 121 car, Lamity Machine. 11th place, 192 Race Logic. 12th place, the number 23 PSR. 13th place, number 27 Semprini Racing. In 14th place, the number 28 VPEX Motorsports car, who have just got a stop-go penalty of 1 minute for avoidable contact. With that news, I hand down to Adam Weller in the pit lane. Adam, over to you.
Yes, well, I no longer have Mike with me, so I'm going to give it my best college try. I'm with Vingrat Racing, and I'm with Callum McDougall at the moment, fresh out of the car. And one of the longest stints we saw at the start of that race for you. I mean, a bit different from what you were doing in the Caterham, little 45-minute dashes. But how's it feeling out there?
Yeah, the car feels really nice. It's running really nicely. We had a little issue early on where the car was overheating, and that was because we tried to lower the temperature in the car itself. So we caused our own problem there. But no, the car's running really nicely. We squeezed every bit of fuel out of the tank and stopped and carry on.
And it was quite competitive up there at the sharp end in the early going. The two Ferguson Motorsport cars kind of made a break for it eventually. It looked like you were kind of signalling to the drivers around you, like, work together, work together. There was a lot of body language going on in there. Yeah, that was the idea. I mean, you're quicker working together. As soon as you start scrapping, you can easily lose 2 or 3 seconds a lap, and then those guys get away. I think they were a bit quick anyway, if truth be told, but we gave it a good go, and I think I managed to communicate to the guys around me that we would work together, and we did. So, you know, it was good. It was certainly fun to watch you do so. And, well, there we go. That's Callum McDougall. The number 3 car continues on towards the sharp end of the order as we approach very rapidly that 3-hour mark in the race.
That 3-hour mark, which is so important for VEC Motorsport, because if they can make that, that is a marker to other teams around about what stops you can make in this race. Of course, that would mean you'd only have to stop twice if they can reach the 3-hour mark, they'll be looking to try and just to do 2 more stops in this race. But all eyes really on VEC Motorsport as to whether they can reach that 3-hour mark, and they're only 22 minutes or so away from doing just that. As alluded to before, stop-and-go penalty for the number 28 VPEX Motorsport car. 1 minute stop-and-go penalty for avoidable contact. That's what it says on our screens. I stopped at P14 though, so P15, number 88 Carmel Racing. 16th place in the race, number 2 Castrol Racing. 114 of KM Racing in 17th place. 18th place is the number 42 Gridfinder car. 19th place the number 41 Row Rage Motorsport. 20th place, 56 Hard and Enthusiastic. And then we get to 21st place, the number 77 Racing, currently lapping the track. They are 14 laps down on the race leader, 7 laps behind the car ahead of them. 172 Misty Racing in 22nd place. They are 34 laps down, 20 laps behind their next car. And then in 23rd place, the 64 Autotech Motorsport car. I'm speaking to Luca Staccini, and it was a case that they were changing the engine. However, they've been in the pits for more than an hour. In fact, 62 minutes they've been in the pits from our timing screens. And they were changing over the engine. So we'll see if we see them very, very shortly. Hope so. And 24th in the retirement, our only retirement of the race so far that we are aware of, is the number 26 Wolf Motorsports car. So, EC Motorsports, when do they blink, I wonder? They've got themselves a gap between themselves and LDR Performance Racing. But at the same time, if they're having to fuel save, they're going to be lapping a little bit differently to others. In fact, looking at the last lap times, Elson in the VEC Motorsport car, 43.5, and in LDR Performance Racing, at the hands of Ben Jenkins, 43.4, so just under a tenth of a second quicker from Jenkins behind, which is positive signs for Tom Elson, because he's been in that car since the start of the race, and he's clocked up 88 laps so far. He'll really be trying to push on to the 3-hour mark, and again, just over 20 minutes away, although I am seeing pit lane activity, the fuel tank at the ready. I wonder if this is going to be a case for... I wonder who that is going to be coming into the pit lane. Well, there's only one car that has not seen the pit lane at all this race so far, and that's the VEC Motorsport car. But it's a phenomenal stint so far from Tom Elson. And there's the Burton Power Racing car. There's Colin French behind the wheel. Now French obviously taking over from Andy Burton, and Burton Power Racing were very close rivals to VEC Motorsport at the very early stages of this race. A black and white warning flag has gone out to the number 23 PSR for track limits. Meanwhile then, the number 18, just having a look here, number 18 of Axiometrics behind the number 27, so that's not for position, but Semprini Racing, will they just look to the outside? There is a car entering the pit lane, and it is not VEC Motorsport. Castrol Racing are heading down the pit lane. So that we're seeing on the screen is not for position. However, you try telling drivers that it's either not for position or you're in a different class, they don't listen. They do not listen. It's great stuff. But there we see the 18 Axiometrics.com car make its way through, and a good sprint so far from them. And Axiometrics, my apologies, Dominic Jackson behind the wheel, we believe, and currently running in 4th place. When VEC Motorsport eventually do come into the pits, it'll be interesting to see what the pit stop time is. But, I just see the Burton Power Racing car is back into the pits with Colin French. Now that is, I believe, very much on schedule. In fact, I see just from my commentary box window they're pushing that car back into their garage. Now that doesn't necessarily mean game over. It just means that the more tools are in the garages, so it's much easier to get the car on the jacks or use whatever you need to do to fix the car. But yeah, normally when it gets pushed into the garage, it means that the mechanics and the team want to have a closer look, which is not always the best sign in the world. That's a shame for Colin French having just taken over that car. He would have just got into his rhythm, and unfortunately the issues have hampered its stint so far. Number 27, Semprini Racing. Just trying to use a little bit of tow from the Axiometrics car up ahead. Just use a bit of tow. We've heard from a couple of teams actually about overheating. If you do run in the in that slipstream, it can. Obviously, your engine works more efficiently, but it's just warm air being passed through the car. So the warm air obviously is a factor. So although you get less drag, of course, the only issue with that is that you're just ingesting warm air into the car, or warmer air, I should say. It is warm out there, but you're ingesting warmer air into the car, which can have its side effects, as we heard from Dougal earlier on about slight overheating issues. EC Motorsport still with the gap at the moment, and in fact maybe a traffic laden lap, because it was a 44.3 last time. Oh, there's a spin there for the Axia Metrics car just on towards Nelson, and they've got the car going again, but just a slight loss of control there from Jackson, and that would have lost him just a little bit of time, maybe carrying a little bit too much speed in through Nelson there, and the car just bit back on him. But certainly would have been a reminder to Jackson there. There's your race leader, windows down. And if he's had his windows down for the majority of this one, we can firmly quash that theory that having the windows down exacerbates the fuel usage, because at the moment, Elson is 2 hours and 45 minutes into his stint, and he's still going out there. In fact, setting another lap of a 44.8, so he seems pretty comfortable with the high 1 minute 44 lap times. In fact, getting a little bit of tow from the car ahead as well. That's the number 27 car, the Semprini Racing car, Callum Perfect behind the wheel. And again, just looking to dispatch of traffic as and when he can. Puts him onto the inside through Chapman, and then we head our way down the Bentley Straight. Of course, the slipstream, you're able to lift and coast if you're part of a pack. But it's been a while since Elson's had a little bit of that luxury. Of course, leading the way, you've got to dispatch of the traffic further behind. And the Axia Metrics car didn't lose any positions in that, although IP Racing will have closed the gap a little bit to them. They look to make their charge through the field through their early race issues with the fuel, and seeing how they can recover their way up the field. Wheelington behind the wheel at the moment. So ever nearing that 3-hour mark for Tom Elson, VEC Motorsport, really trying to extend the stint so they can have one fewer stop through the race. And looking at the lap times, it does look like there's a bit of fuel saving, tyre saving, car saving going on. 44.4 from Tom Elson last time around, compared to the number 49 car of Ben Jenkins behind in the LDR Performance Racing Machine of a 43.4. So a clear second between the two of them. However, if that's going to favour Tom Elson in the fact that they get one fewer 3, 4, 5 minute pit stop, then that might be all worth it in the long run. Adam, who's joined you back in the commentary box. Adam, welcome back.
Thank you. Great to be back in here. The VEC Motorsport car was one of 2 cars to kind of pull this same trick. Last time at the Anglesey 24-hour as well, both they and the IP Racing crew both went the better part of 3 hours. So it does seem that VEC Motorsport have a car with some kind of magic fuel tank or something, because it's always going a long way. And Elson pushing on. Of course, there are only 3 drivers in the car. They do have to do more than 2 stops, if memory serves me correctly anyway. So it's not as if they're going to be able to do it on 2 alone. But Elson, I'd suggest after a 3-hour stint, he's probably done with the car for the day. But what a start.
Yeah, what a start indeed. And, you know, if they're sending that message out there that they want one fewer stop than everybody else, then this is a message to send. Yeah, we saw the Burton Power racing car into the pit lane as well at the hands of Callum French. So they've been in there for a while. And we haven't heard anything as well from Autotech Motorsport. It's been 73 minutes since they came into the pits. Still with that engine change.
Yeah, they were working away. I tucked my head in there on the way back to the commentary box, and it did look like progress was being made. I think, though, it looked to me as though the original engine still might have been in the car. So I think it might be a little while before we see them yet.
Well, let's hope we do, because we do want to see as many cars as possible take the checkered flag. As we were talking to Mark Farrar up here of Misty Racing, they have got the car back out onto track with Ronnie Davis out in there. And of course, I guess there's that case of sibling rivalry as well in the garage there, although it doesn't seem to have affected the team too much.
No, well, Bryony and George are close-knit. I misidentified them earlier on. Yesterday in qualifying, I thought they were Focus Cup, but it's Fiesta Juniors that they used to run together, and then the main Fiesta Championship as well. Interesting to see them going in that direction towards endurance racing. They're both supported at most events in the Fiestas. They were supported by their father every weekend, and now I think both Mum and Dad are here supporting them this weekend, and great to see them back racing again. And they'll be keeping an eye on Bryony at the moment. I think they've all gone up to the spectator banks to watch her stint continue on, and Mark Werrell is somewhat suited and booted at the moment. He expects that he'll be in the car within the next 40 minutes or so.
Well, we'll see how he gets on when he takes over the car. And we're approaching the end of the 3rd hour, and quite a bit has happened. But as we normally do in endurance racing, we get to that stage where if you look at 2 cars out on track, they might not be battling each other, but it's all about now the strategy and making sure you pick the right strategy. And if anything else gets thrown your way, it's all about the art of reaction. How do you bounce back from that? IP Racing have done a superb job so far. They're currently 5th at the moment, and they're trying to chase down Axiometrics in the number 18. There we see the number 3 car, Venkat Racing. Was that any good?
I think it was somewhere close.
Somewhere close is all right. Okay, that's fine.
I meant it Vingat.
Vingat. There's the Burton Power racing car making its way back out onto the track. So hopefully the issues have been pretty much looked at that stop. They were there for nearly 10 minutes, 9.5 minutes in that pit lane. So just the once over and maybe a bit more. But Callum French, we believe, is still out there in the car. And there is the 172 Misty Racing Machine. Bryony Davis making her way now through in towards bomb hole. And yeah, they're 19 laps away from the next car in the 77 Racing. But as I was speaking to Mark there, I think the plan is just to make it to the checkered flag and just put some glory on the car as well, because it's been through quite a bit. You know, a damaged coolant tank. I went there earlier on, of course, coolant all over the floor of the garages there. it wasn't looking great. And the right indicators on. Oh, that car's coming back into the pits. Oh, that's not good news. They did spend a bit of time working on the car, of course, whilst Mark was up here as well. But that 172 is back into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's less than ideal. Mark was getting ready on the basis that, hey, we might need to hop in the car if something goes wrong, but unfortunately we weren't expecting Bryony Davis in quite so soon, but in she is, and hopefully that car doesn't have to stay too long in the garage, but we saw it go straight into the garage, and that's never a great sign.
No, I mean, it's looking towards, they're just willing and hoping that it's nothing to do with the head gasket, because if it is the head gasket, that would be game over, as we hear it down in the garages there. But yeah, everything crossed for Misty Racing there, the 172, to come to the come to some sort of conclusion about what's causing the issue. There you can see doors open, bonnet up in the 172 Misty Racing car. Going through the checks then, of course, Bryony would have been telling the crew, telling the team the issues with the car, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was something to do with the engine temperatures again, because that is a common theme for the car today. There is the number two car of Castrol Racing, of course, with the red door, as you would. There's the 42 car, which the grid finder, they're on thin ice, aren't they, with the with the track limits. They're I think the only team that have got the 1 minute stop and go penalty. There is VEC Motorsport, Tom Elson into the pit lane, and with the sort of 3 or 4 minute pit stops that we're seeing in this race, that is not a bad stint whatsoever. That's a big signal to the other teams around the track that they're looking to do one fewer stop than anybody else out there.
It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? They're pressing on in the grid fight, or rather in the VC Motorsport camp, and we'll see who Elson hands over to. But the hexagonal machine is in, and we'll have to see quite where they come back out. They certainly won't be in the lead, I don't think, after coming out, but Elson put in a really good stint there, and he should be proud, but I think for the right now, I think he's going to be more focused on rehydrating and putting his feet up, I'd suggest.
I think so. I think his day is done. His stint is done, and he can watch on now for the rest of the race. Of course, it's not uncommon to see some of the drivers helping out with the team throughout the race as well. As is always the way when it comes to these sort of team events. Even the drivers get involved with helping out the team with strategy and everything untoward. Of course, there's one example that the driver that presuming is either taking over or is not taking over is at the back with the fire extinguisher. That just shows you the teamwork that's involved here in EnduroKA, that sometimes you just need that pit stop procedure. You need one of the drivers to hold the extinguisher at the back there, just for the precaution of whilst the car is being refueled. And just over 6 hours on the clock then, which means we're almost a third of the way through this race, and it has absolutely flown by. We've had a bit of drama, we've had a bit of great racing, and now it's come to the strategy and keeping a close eye are our scrutineers down in the pit lane. He's had a bit of everything this race, and that safety car as well early on bunched up the field once again, and it allowed more battling to commence at the early stages.
Now you'll understand there's a good reason I'm not running a team in this championship or any other, and that's because my brain isn't large enough. But just looking through the regs for the series this year, they've got separate rules on driver stint time and driver changes for races of less than 6 hours and more than 6 hours. Now, in the races of less than 6 hours, there must be 3 mandatory driver change pit stops made. There is no implication that I can see of a maximum number, or rather a minimum number of driver changes within the 9-hour race here, or indeed any race of 6 hours or more. The only rule I can see is what we've previously discussed, which is the maximum 3-hour stint time. So in theory, if VEC Motorsport are continuing to be as frugal as they are all the day long, they might be able to do it on 2 stops.
They might be. They might be.
I thought there was something in the rules halting that possibility, but I'm not seeing anything in black and white, so that could be interesting.
Yeah, sometimes in motorsport, it's about what it doesn't say rather than what it does say. You know, that's part and parcel of it. But you're right. If they're looking to go for that 3-hour stint, then that could be a way forward. Although, how much of that 3-hour stint is accounted to the safety car at the very start of the race? How much fuel could you actually save in that full course yellow condition? It's always going to be a bit of a mystery to us.
Yeah, well, I think it always will be, principally because I don't remember doing an EnduroKA race and not seeing a safety car within the first 3 hours. So I think that data is probably quite reliable. Certainly we did manage to go green flag until the pit stop window ended at the Anglesey race, actually. The safety car was actually put out just about 3 hours in, for the benefit of getting the marshals fed at some of the at some of the marshal posts that you can't access when the track is live, getting their dinner to them. So actually, I think we did manage to go first few hours without any particular drama in the opening salvo of the 24-hour. The 8 car then being pushed out, so it'll be either Tom Cooper or Ben van den Bos who has taken over the 8 car, and I'm sure we'll find out in short order.
I'm sure we will, with the TSL keeping us up to date as well. It does mean that LDR Performance Racing take over the lead of the race then in the number 49 car. Ben Jenkins behind the wheel, we do believe, as he has completed 98 laps. Ferguson Motorsport in second place in the 734. Daniel Ferguson behind the wheel, and then in third place it's the number 18 Axiometrics.com car, and behind the wheel of that one is Jackson, and looking to try and build that gap. We saw that little bit of an issue for him, a little bit of a moment he had at Nelson minutes ago. And then in fourth place it's the IP Racing number 36 car, and of course Mark Witherington trying to make up for lost time with their fuel issues. It seems like whatever beast they've had to tame has been tamed by IP Racing, because they've been running very, very well. Good lap times as well, good consistent lap times. And are they closing in to the Axiometrics car? Well, on the last lap, the number 18 set a lap time of 52.0, so that's quite a wild lap time there, quite a way off. It's 9 seconds off of anybody else, so it's not what we're expecting from that number 18 machine of Dominic Jackson behind the wheel. So we'll have to keep an eye on it, whether that's a common trend. But Witherington is only about 43 seconds back from Jackson in a battle for third place. And as we tick over now, we have 6 hours to go. We are now a third of the way through this race, and look at that, we're going side by side now for a little bit of racing action. Now, this isn't for position, this is the 72 car trying to get past the grid finder number 42 car. But, I mean, you try telling these racers, Adam, that they're not racing each other.
I get the feeling that even though they're a lap down, I actually think that Grid Finder are the ones on the offensive at the moment. The 42 car on the recovery drive, a little further down the order in 15th place at the moment, and they've got Gabriel Yilmaz at the wheel for now. Gabriel Yilmaz, and well, we have him on camera at the moment, and unfortunately a stop-go penalty has just been applied to the car, a 1 minute stop-go penalty for track limits. That has been the name heard across the radio more than anyone else so far, and unfortunately the 42 car is about to get punished for some continued track limits aggressions, I suppose is the word I use.
Does he know he's going to see the stop-and-go penalty this time around? There you can see it's being displayed. Now the car will see it. Will the driver see it? Well, you'd hope so. The car has definitely seen that penalty, though, as they now make their way onwards towards the first corner of Riches. And a 1 minute stop-and-go penalty. Now, there is a penalty area down just below our commentary box where the drivers has to pull up there, and then they'll be timed before they'll be allowed out and let out of the pit lane again. But, yeah, 1 minute penalty, a stop-and-go for track limits. And yeah, it's you get to the 1 minute stage and you think, actually, we're dangerously close to being excluded from this race now. We've got to rein it in slightly. But of course, the thing is as well is that the penalty applies to the car and not the driver. So it may be a case that whoever was driving the car, that might have been their first track limit of the day. But because the car's had several more, it's actually a stop and go penalty.
Yeah, we see that kind of thing happen quite a lot in multi-driver races, and Martin Paps hopping out of the 192 V-Box car there at the moment in pit lane, the only car in pit lane that's not in the garage at the moment. The number 1 car is also in Burton Power Racing, and they have been for a while. Now they're hoping that it's just a gear selector issue and not a gearbox issue, but gears or lack thereof was the reason for the pit stop in the first place, and it was quite frantic scenes down there with Andy Burton and co getting themselves to work and trying to diagnose the issue. So hopefully it's nothing too serious for Burton Power Racing, but they've been in there for a while already.
Yeah, they have, and I'm just having a look here at seeing how long they've been in the pit lane. Just ticking over to 11 minutes now since they came into the pits to have a look at that issue. In fact, no, that's Misty Racing, my apologies. Burton Power have been there for just over 4.5 minutes now. So so the diagnostic of course has begun.
So they've only been in 4.5 minutes, you say?
According to my timing screens, just approaching 5 minutes now.
Where have you got that information? I don't even see it. Look at that. Very nice. Okay, so it's been out. It's been out and back in then, because it was out there. It was in the pits previously, so they had sent the car out, and it's now been back in.
I see it now. Yeah. That's
so
right.
they were in for a while, because obviously they were in the garage when I was back still down there, and unfortunately it looks like they may have done a one-lap wonder to see if the car was fixed, and or maybe not.
That's right. Yes, I'm seeing it now. They were there for 9.5 minutes, and now they've got an additional 5.5 minutes in the pit lane at this moment in time. It's Misty Racing now been stopped for 12 minutes in their garage, and Autotech now, well, they've been in the pit lane for so long, unfortunately, that their timing of them has now gone off of my screen, but they're looking at 1 hour and 20 of currently in the pit lane. So it's a huge shame for Autotech, because they had a great car underneath them. Of course, they were starting, I believe, on the 3rd row, and Luca Sacchini always loves to go racing. He loves a race start, of course, and I think he was just more frustrated that he hasn't got the running that the car feels like he has. And I was speaking to Taylor Norton down there as well. He said the car did the whole 24 hours, very minimal issues. They get to the first hour of the 9 hour of Snetterton, and just everything that could go wrong seemed to have gone wrong.
It wasn't even the first hour, it was the formation lap when the initial fuel issue hit, and it's only gotten worse for them from there, with the full engine transplant still ongoing down in their garage. There's the 49 car in, so once again LDR Performance Tuning are in for another stop. They were right up there in the lead, of course, so this is the car that was leading the way into the pits, and now once again assuming the lead with that car in is the Ferguson Motorsport number 734. That's the Ferguson family car, and it is currently David Ferguson at the wheel of that one. Axiometrics some 29.2 seconds back at the moment in second place, currently with Dominic Jackson at the wheel. The LDR Performance Tuning car currently 3rd on the screen, although it will continue to drop as the pit stop goes on. Of course, in 4th place, and I think already a lap down actually, looking at the time intervals, the IP Racing car of Mark Witherington, still 4th at the moment though, just ahead of the Ferguson Motorsport machine. The Astons and, of course, Lee Deegan in the 736. VC Motorsports number 8 car, now with Tom Cooper at the wheel in 6th place. Mike Murray at the wheel of the Vingracht Racing number 3, the Lucas Oil-backed car. In 8th place, the Calamity machine, the 121, the 72, currently 9th, the first of the Misty Racing cars, and PSR's number 23, currently being driven by Ryan Danzy.
Russell Dandy, sorry.
You can't put that down to my writing, can you?
I can't, no. I was thinking of Ryan Dial from IMSA Racing, actually, I must admit.
I was going to say, don't put that one down to my writing, because that's not my writing.
No, it's definitely not your writing. It's your printing ink. That's it, yeah. No, it's just my brain. The 49 car still in then, as, well, we are already past that 3-hour mark, as we said. A third of the way gone already. Doesn't really feel like it. The 64 car is being pushed out of the garage. Kaloo, they say. The Autotech car looks like it might be ready to go back out onto the circuit.
Well, let's have a wait and see then. So, see if they can get the car back out onto track. That'll be a phenomenal effort. High fives all around then. So, positive atmosphere down at the Autotech garages. Let's see what they can do. Obviously, 56 laps down on the leader. I don't think they're too concerned about that anymore. They just want to get that car started and get themselves getting some laps around the circuit, and just a bit of peace and quiet, I think, in the cockpit is all they want.
Yeah, heartily agree. I think at this point it's about just getting to the flag. We saw everyone reach the checker, of course, at the Anglesey 24. We're not going to get that here today with the Wolf Motorsport Pink Pig. Unfortunately, an early casualty of the race after quite a spectacular roll for Chris Reed. Thankfully, Chris was talking and sat on the stretcher as he was loaded up into the ambulance earlier, and we hope that he is able to go racing again soon. But I think that car is either destined for a scrapyard near you or indeed a reshell. That car is firmly damaged after that moment, but of course the most important thing from that early incident was just seeing the driver okay.
Yeah, definitely. It takes precedent over everything to see that he was at least sitting on the stretcher and communicating, so all the matters from the team there, and obviously the team are happy that he's able to, well, he was okay. That's the most important thing from their side and their point of view. 5 hours and 51 minutes left to go, and there goes the number 64. I believe that's Taylor Norton being strapped in and ready to go. And Taylor here looking to just get some laps under his belt now, get the car rolling again and see what happens, because of course they've been there for what is going to be nearly an hour and a half in the pit lane. Of course that time will still keep ticking, mind, because they're still in the pit lane. They haven't broken that pit exit line and that pit exit laser, I guess you can call it, the pointer there. Until they've broken that time will still keep going up. But here we go then, the moment of truth. The team then push the car back, the Autotech Motorsport number 64, get the car fired up, and hopefully we get it going again. The team watches on, smiles all around. There it goes then, the 64 Autotech Motorsport car is rolling, and Adam, it's back out on track.
Great to see. It's just heading out of pit exit now then and back onto the circuit. Autotech have worked so hard to get that car back underway, and the 64 machine indeed has returned to the circuit with, we understand, will be a completely new engine under the hood. That is not a small ordeal for any team to go through here in the garages at Snetterton, but that's exactly what they've managed to achieve. They've changed the engine, the car's back out there, and they'll be hoping it can stay out there for a while. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if it pops back in for a little bit of a systems check after a few laps, so don't panic if we say it's back in the pit lane. Certainly that is something that brings a smile to my face, because I know they were working exceedingly hard to get that car back out.
Absolutely, and now they've got the car rolling again, as you say. Just maybe need a systems check after a few laps or so, just to make sure everything's ticking over in the right direction. And yeah, fantastic to see them, and all credit to the mechanics down there. They've worked overtime to get that car working again, and yeah, just the smiles on the face of the team is all shown about the hard work that's gone into that as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of hard work, and there we see the 77 racing car. That's had a few trials and tribulations so far, hasn't it? The number 77. It's had a few more pit stops than the leading cars, most of whom have done one, perhaps two stops thus far.
Of course, the IP racing car is the first of the cars that have done 2 stops, but one of those 2 stops was to serve a black and orange flag in the early stages of the race. Currently a minute off the lead is the Witherington-driven IP racing car, and without that black and orange flag, get the feeling they, if will not be leading, they would certainly be very close to the back of the Ferguson Motorsport 734, our current race leader.
So I've seen it now because it's come back on the timing screens about how long that Autotech Motorsport car was stopped in the pit. 1 hour, 34 minutes, 30 seconds.
I think if you needed a new engine on your car, you took it to the MOT place, and that's how quickly they did it. I think firstly you'd be a little bit suspicious, but secondly you'd be very impressed.
I think so, yeah. It's a huge ordeal then, and there is the Autotech car just at the front of that 3-car queue at the moment. But Taylor Norton just putting in the laps at the moment, seeing what he can do and seeing that the car works okay. And with 5 hours 47 minutes on the clock, it's just a case now of getting as many laps to the drivers as possible and giving that car a good run out. As Taylor was saying to me, you know, it ran pretty much flawlessly in the 24 hours at Anglesey. They bring it to Snetterton, and it just never seemed to go right for them in this race, but they're back out there now, and let's see what they can do. Track limit warning then for the 192 car. That's the Race Logic entry, and getting themselves a black and white warning flag at this stage in the race. Charles Berg, we believe, is behind the wheel of that machine, but it is the 734 Ferguson Motorsport. Daniel Ferguson at the wheel, and it's the number 18 axiometrics.com entry. Dominic Jackson behind the wheel of that one. Then it's third place, the number 36 IP Racing at Mark Witherington, rounding off the top 3 so far. I have to say, what an effort! What an effort from the IP Racing team, because the first hour was hugely frustrating for them. They had the fuel issues, they had the mechanical flag as well because the fuel was spurting out. They had to come back in the third time. When I was speaking to Adam Blair down there in the pit lane, it was a case of that they had to stop early because there wasn't any fuel in the car when they stopped, and that may have alluded to the earlier issues of the fact that the fuel was spurting out of the car in the first place. But yeah, a hugely frustrating and telling opening hour, but they bounced right back.
Yeah, just the 2 stops so far, but both pit visits at inopportune moments, and with any luck we will see the IP Racing guys continue to be a factor at the front. Certainly they are at the moment. They're in 3rd place. Of course, they've still got Adam Blair to install into the car later. Adam Blair, who was in actuality, of course, the quickest driver in qualifying, but he got his lap time deleted for track limits almost as soon as it was set. And he'll be looking to get a solid stint underway very shortly indeed. We are well over the 100 lap marker, of course, in this one as well. We're now on lap 108 of the race, with 107 in the books thus far, and we expect that that will go somewhere to maybe the 250, well, maybe even to the 300 region by the end of the race, maybe 280, 290 laps of this Snetterton 200 circuit, which is, of course, the closest layout of today to the Snetterton circuit we had prior to the renovations. Grid Finder, the 42 car there, doing proper bunny hops under steering into Murray's the final turn. I got the distinct impression there that perhaps Mr. Yilmaz is pushing, but maybe pushing slightly too hard there. Lots of bouncing going on and running a bit wide, and well, we've already seen a few track limits issues there.
Yeah, we have as well, especially on the final corner at turn 8 at Murray's. Yes, definitely. Especially when these cars are a lot narrower, they can easily go over to the track beyond the track limits, especially at the final corner. So that is something the drivers do have to watch out for, as we do see the Autotech Motorsport car putting the laps in there under Taylor Norton. What are its lap times looking like? 44.3, so that's not actually too bad considering it's been in the pit lane for so long. Taylor's just jumped into the car to get it warmed up. These are the first laps it's done for about 90 or so minutes. Not bad going, 44.3, so eager to see how that goes. Where would that pace be at the moment? It would be good enough to try and challenge for the sort of top 5 position. So it just proves to you that the pace was there in Autotech Motorsport. It's just a huge shame that they've been plagued by these issues very early on. But we'll see how they all fan out and focus on here.
So the gap between the top two is coming down a little bit. 1.3 seconds the gap went down last time. It's a mere, in quotation marks, 19.2 seconds between Ferguson and Jackson at the front of the order at the moment. Dominic Jackson at the wheel of the Axiometrics 18 car, the car that won the Anglesey 24 Hours last time out here in the EnduroKA category. And we'll see how that progresses, but I think actually Witherington currently going faster than both parties, a 1:42.8 last time across the line. So Mark Witherington, really one of the quicker drivers out there right now, which is great going. The IP Racing team is one of the stronger driver trios out there today, and Witherington proving his end of it right now.
And a stop and go penalty awarded there to the number 49 LDR Performance Racing. Got themselves the stop go penalty. David Bywater has been over the track limits and has got the team a stop go penalty. So he'll have to serve that within the next sort of 2-3 laps. And yeah, a frustrating one there, because I think he's not long into the car, and that would have been one of his first track limit warnings. But as we say, that the warnings get awarded to the car, not the driver. And we see then that is the 736 Ferguson Motorsport, Damon Aston in the car. There's the 114 KM Racing machine, and they had a bit of a tough start to this race as well, but they've bounced back as well, and they're currently running in 30th place as it stands. Looking at the leader's pace then, Damien Jackson in the Axiometrics.com car, 42.9 from him on his last lap compared to Ferguson's 44.1. And LDR Performance are into the pit lane. And they're going straight for the penalty box. So that, to me, is a signal that he knew all of that. There you go. So the car has to come to a complete stop, then they can go again. So there was no 1 minute additional penalty. It was just the sort of drive through. You have to come to a complete stop, then the marshal will tell you when you can go. So a bit of a frustrating one there for Bywater, but now he's back out onto track. A little bit of time lost. And where is the number 49 at the moment? Just outside of the top 10, 11th place for LDR Performance Racing. And as we saw as well, once the teams start to go through their sort of roster of drivers, once the pit stops start happening, and whilst these mechanicals can really play a part in these battles as well, you start to get a better idea of where teams will start to filter their way through and get themselves in the order that we expect them to finish in. Wingat now with a 5-second time penalty for number 3 for track limits. Try saying that 3 times fast.
I'm not going to, no. The Vindegaard Racing, then the Mike Murray's driven car. He has accrued that 5-second pen. Maybe a couple of warnings as well from Callum McDougall, who preceded him, have contributed to that. But they're the latest to receive penalties. I think at the end of this race, if it's a close finish, we're going to have to keep our beady eyes on the timing screen to see if there are any changes of position owing to the penalties. But the lion's share of the field had a post-race penalty applied at the end of the Anglesey 24 as well, so it's not uncommon to see this happening.
No, absolutely not, but we shall just have to wait and see, as you say, with bated breath as to about how that will go. 736 Ferguson Motorsport are into the pit lane. So we shall see how they go. There they are. They've stopped. They're very early on in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Aston hops out of the car.
Feels a little bit early, doesn't it, for a second stop, but we'll see. We should have other Aston in soon. That would be Thorburn Aston should take the wheel next, logically, because Lee Deegan, of course, started the race, so we'll wait and see. But certainly the 736 car in for a second time today, and we will await any further news there. 28 car slow there. Just got to look at that as it
trundles down the main straight. It's now back up to speed, but I think there may have been a bit of a mistake out of the driver of the 28. You just saw it on the live pictures for a moment. The 28 car coming out of Murray's a bit slow on the left-hand side. I don't know whether there was an error or whether there's a bit of a problem with the car, but nonetheless back up to speed by the time they got to the end of the centre straight. And sure enough, the 28 car VPEX Motorsport has fallen back down the order a little bit now in 14th place. I just wonder if they might be nursing something.
They could well be at the moment, but yeah, it might have been an issue on the exit coming out of Murray's there. But yeah, certainly slow down the centre straight. And we'll be looking, we'll keep our eyes on it and see what developments happen there. Vingrat racing into the pits as well. Ferguson Motorsport in the 736 we've already alluded to. Row Rage Motorsport are into the pits. They've just been awarded a time penalty for track limits. So those are the three into the pit lane as it stands. And 734 Ferguson Motorsport currently leading the way. And that will be Daniel Ferguson in that machine, looking to try and build the gap, although looking at the gaps, his last lap was a 44.3, and compared to Axiometrics and Damien Jackson, 43.1, the gap is now down to just under 14 seconds. And then we get to the number 36 IP racing car, Mark Witherington, set a 42.9. So definitely looking to try and close into the gap there is Mark Witherington, and as he does, because he's one of the only drivers out there that's into the 142s at this stage of the race.
Yeah, very few drivers pushing to that level. Of course, the 42 is what we saw for pole position yesterday in the evening qualification session. We have had a few drivers get into the 41s, including Scott Parkin in the IP Racing 36 car, of course, who started the race in that 36, and so Parkin showed his pace earlier on. Sure, we'll see the same out of Adam Blair later, and Witherington more than holding his own at the moment as one of the quicker drivers out there on the circuit. We also, I believe, saw the Ferguson 736 car. Yeah, they got a 141 earlier when Lee Deegan was at the wheel. Did Callum McDougall get down to that kind of time? I'm not sure he did, actually. No, McDougall's best, or the car's best, a 42.5, so Callum didn't quite get there. Mike Murray is in the pits again at the moment, though, and that's interesting. So, a relatively short stint in theory.
In theory, yes, but we'll see what goes on there. But yeah, we'll see. There's the 41 there. Row Rage Motorsport. Fueling seems to have been completed, and we'll see how they all get on in there. The driver change is allowed to happen now, and obviously we'll wait for confirmation as to where they will rejoin. They on the time sheets, they're currently 19th in the standings, but yeah, they've got the 77 racing, but they are 5 laps down, and looking at the timings of pit stops and whatnot, they should rejoin in 19th place, but yeah, that's a should. We don't, you know, you're never certain with shoulds. There's the 736 leaving the pit lane.
My concerned senses are tingling for the Vinrat Racing team because that car is not visible to me on the apron. I think it might be in the garage. As such, I'm going to go on a bit of an expedition.
Are you now? Oh, very good, very good. Well, whilst Adam goes for another expedition, we'll obviously get updates from him when he emerges with more news. So a view of the pit lane then, as it's a couple of cars in the pits at the moment. There's the grid finder, number 42, all the way down the far end of the pit lane. Vincat, as Adam has said, could be in the garages there. You couldn't really see them there. Road Rager Caswell has now just popped up on our timing screens as a confirmation. So that's Greg Caswell now behind the wheel of that car. We saw the 736 Ferguson Motorsport car. Thorben Aston is now behind the wheel. Meanwhile, the sister car, the 734, is looking to try and get past and try and get through. That's the 77 Racing Machine. And Daniel Ferguson now pushing on, pressing on, and doing what he can do with this pace, with Damien Jackson in the Axiometrics car closing lap after lap. Again, it was at 9/10 of a second in the favour of Axiometrics at this stage. And IP Racing are also on the lead lap as well. They're only 44 seconds behind Axiometrics at this stage of the race, but more importantly for them, they are on the lead lap. As Daniel Ferguson now tries to break away, his last lap time being a 44.3. Damien Jackson in the Axiometrics last lap time, 42.9. The gap's now 10.8 seconds between the two front runners. And then we'll have Mark Witherington across the line shortly to see what he can do in the car, as that's the grid finder car, number 42. Going through the adjustments and whatnot for the driver taking over. And hopefully we'll see them rejoin with the bonnet up. There's just a once over, see if everything's all in tip-top shape. So Vincat starting to drop down the order with their visit in the pit lane. Vincat moment about 7.5 minutes they've been in the pit lane so far. And we haven't seen Misty Racing, they've been there for 37 minutes, and also Burton Power Racing came into the pits. Their latest expedition into the pits has now exceeded 30 minutes. They were in the pits for a length of time, nearly 10 minutes earlier on. They did a few laps and then came back into the pits. And they've been there ever since that last sort of 30, 31 minutes of the race. 5.5 hours left to run. As we are seeing, there's Luca giving us a little wave there. Great to see him though down there in the pit lane. Always a great driver to have a chat to as well. Lucas Ticini, really great to have a chat to as well. I was talking to him about the engine when he was clearly frustrated, but you know, the hard work with the team, he's got the smile back on his face as well, which is always fantastic to see. There's the number 2 car then, the Castrol Racing. They are currently in 17th place at the moment. Tim McKeegan behind the wheel. And as Adam was alluding to, the car is a total tribute to the in-betweeners. Their driver names on the side as well allude to the characters in the in-betweeners. And of course, the 3 drivers that were lining up for this one had never heard of the in-betweeners before today's race. I'm sure they'll have heard of it pretty much by the end of this, complete with red door as well. IP Racing into the pit lane, the number 36 machine. Down there, so 3rd place team at the moment. Down there into the pit lane. Mark Witherington brings the car in. Now, is this going to be a case of Adam Blair taking over? Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Just want to see.
I can tell you actually from down here in the pit lane that Adam Blair does look like he's getting suited and booted. In fact, I can see him in his helmet and hands, so I think he'll be with us shortly. Just leaving pits with me here at the moment is the Vingat Racing car. Just now leaves the pit lane. They had a rear wheel bearing failure, so that is why they have been into the pits. That's why they were in the garage. They've had to sort out the wheel bearing. They think all is good now. They're back out into the race. but of course almost inevitably now out of podium contention. A huge shame for one of the leading teams.
Yeah, absolutely, but these failures happen, and they've got the car back out onto track, so that's at least a good sign at the very least. Let's hope they can power through and see if they can, well, get that bearing sorted. But yeah, absolutely, they'll want to get the car back out on track. Meanwhile then, we watch on for the Ferguson Motorsport car, the 734. Daniel Ferguson behind the wheel. 44.6 was his last lap time. Damien Jackson in the axiometrics.com machine at 42.8 from Jackson last time out. The gap when they headed over the line last time around was 8.2 seconds. So all eyes will be on the timing screen, but there is your leading team. Again, a bit of a lock-up going in towards Murray's there, but that just seems to be par for the course for some of these drivers. They're very confident on the brakes. And there is your second-placed team at the moment, Axiometrics. Dominic Jackson behind the wheel, as he looks to try and close in. Now let's see what Dominic can do on this last lap then. Daniel Ferguson 44.6, Dominic Jackson 43.5, so the gap now comes down again to 7.1 seconds at the line. Now Dominic Jackson is on a charge at the moment, and all eyes for him is on the lead of this race. So VEC Motorsport up to third place now, with a couple of pit stops happening around them. Carl Amity in the 121, now up into fourth. PSR is in fifth in the number 23 car. And there they are, so that's your fifth place team. As they look to just get some lap times there. Russell Danzy is behind the wheel of that white machine. Daniel Ferguson is behind the wheel of the leading machine at the moment. And the 77 racing car is just benefiting just from that slipstream at the moment, especially down the straights, which is never a bad thing. Stephen Gilbert looking to take advantage of that.
And I'm just down at the moment again with another of our drivers, Andy Malpass from the KM Racing outfit. And you guys, I think, have had a relatively, well, not, I don't know about untroubled, but seems like a clean run so far. Talk us through your race to this point.
Yeah, we had a bit of a dodgy start with an issue with the fuel filler cap that we pit under the safety car. Thought we'd managed to get it sorted, but turns out we hadn't. So then we got the black and orange flags. So we had to come back in, which put us back at the back. But since then, we seem to resolve that issue. So we're motoring along and doing pretty well so far. So yeah, hopefully top 15 by the end of the race. Fingers crossed.
And last time I drifted past your garage, I think I heard that you're on fuel filler cap Mark III. Is that the one that's diligently stayed on the car now?
Yes, this is the one that stayed on. But believe it or not, this was the original. This was the first one that we ever had that we changed to try and make our fuel stops quicker. Believe it or not, but actually it's had the opposite effect at the moment. So, but yeah, hopefully this one holds and we're good to go for the rest.
There you go then. So original and best, as it turns out, down here at KM Racing. Thank you, Andy. Great to hear from you. And we'll continue to bring you some more chat from down here in the garages.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, love to hear you in the garages there, sticking your nose under the drivers and asking what's going on. It's great to hear from our drivers and teams down there as well, as we see the number 41 car trying to make some moves up there. The 41 car being the Row Rage Motorsport machine, with Caswell behind the wheel. Checking in with our leaders then, Ferguson Motorsport, Daniel Ferguson in the 734, Dominic Jackson in the Axiometrics number 18. In fact, Dominic Jackson on the last lap set the car's personal best lap throughout the entire race, 42.221, compared to the 44.1 that Daniel Ferguson set last time around. So the gap's now back down to 5.2 seconds. So Dominic Jackson is putting the car through its paces and is really just getting the pace that he needs. There's the third place car, the VEC Motorsport number 8 car, Tom Cooper behind the wheel, as that's been confirmed on our timing screens. Looking to see what he can do. Last lap times for him 44.0, but he was under pressure from the Calamity car. Well, he was under pressure, now no longer under pressure. Calamity have found their way through earlier on in the lap. Marcus Batty is now up into 3rd place, so the VEC car now goes down to 4th as they'll come across the line. So that's going to update on the timing screens then. Calamity take 3rd place away from VEC Motorsport in 4th. And I just want to have a look at the last lap times then for Calamity. Marcus Batty, for him, 43.366. So that's pretty much matching the pace of Axiometrics at the moment. And the gap between them at the moment is a lap. So we're not... I guess the only way we'll be able to see the gaps between them is sort of trying to work it out visually. And I believe Adam is down there. Who else have you found, Adam?
I'm not with anyone at the moment, but I've just been having a chat with Burton Power Racing. Of course, usually the go-to man for an update on Burton Power Racing is Andy Burton himself. Unfortunately, he currently, along with many other drivers and team members and so on, is under the bonnet of the car at the moment. They are having to do a full gearbox change. They were hoping it was just the gear selector, but it is a full gearbox change going on there at the moment. They're pushing on to try and get to the checkered flag, but obviously for the team that was running very strongly in the top 10 in the first hour or two of the race, this is a really unfortunate not end to their day, but obviously quite the twist in their tail.
A twist in the tail indeed. Thank you very much, Adam, for the update. Yeah, not ideal in terms of trying to change the gearbox. That will take a bit of time as well, so we'll see where they can rejoin. They've been in the pit lane for 40 minutes, just over now, and unfortunately for Andy Burton, the worst fears were confirmed for him, that the fact that they do need to undertake the replacement gearbox. So Ferguson Motorsport still leading the way ahead of Axiometrics, but now the gap is down to 2.2 seconds. Dominic Jackson is starting to reel in the number 18, the 734 Ferguson Motorsport car. Now the Ferguson Motorsport car has pretty much been a staple at the top of the order. In fact, both of them were staples at the top of the order, working their way through, working together in the first and opening stints of this race. But now Dominic Jackson certainly has the momentum on his side. Meanwhile, that's a battle for 3rd place. Marcus Batty trying to get away from Tom Cooper now. And it's Adam, down to you.
Yeah, well, we've got Autotech Motorsport back in at the moment, and Taylor Norton has brought the car in. Lucas Ticini came over to me to give me a hug and say hello, and unfortunately, it's suddenly turned into all systems go. At the moment, you can see there, once again, bonnet up here at Autotech Motorsport. Of course, they've already been through the hardships of an engine change, and you can see, well, the unfortunate reality is that that's smoking again, and perhaps Autotech's dramas are anything but done. And so you see the team working hard, but I think it's going to be another trip to the garage. Unfortunately for Autotech, the hardships do indeed continue.
Absolutely. So we'll see and keep an eye on their team efforts throughout this one. And Taylor Norton behind the wheel of that one, of the Autotech Motorsport machine, obviously bringing the car in. And, well, the team at least can get to work and find out a bit more diagnostics about what's going on. Track limit penalty going... Oh, sorry, not penalty. Track limit warning going out for the 121 of Calamity. It's okay, team. You can... I made you jump. No, it's just the warning for the number 121 Calamity, Marcus Batty, as he looks to try and push on and try and get away from Tom Cooper, which it looks like he's doing at the moment. Now we've got a battle for the lead here, because here comes Dominic Jackson up the inside, going in towards Brundle, now in towards Nelson. He's got the move done then. So Dominic Jackson moves past Daniel Ferguson in the Axiometrics.com car. He moves now into the lead of the race. Now, is there a chance perhaps for Daniel Ferguson to use that little bit of slipstream, that little bit of tow going down towards Riches to try and reel himself back into a battle for the lead then? They head their way through Coram, now on the way down in towards Murray's there. I'm sure Daniel Ferguson wanted to have a look up the inside. I don't think he was quite close enough then onto the power. Both cars will go, And this is where Daniel Ferguson will have that little bit of an advantage here with the toe down the centre straight and towards Riches once again. The only issue is, does he have enough grunt? Is there enough power underneath his right foot in order to try and reel himself back in? Or can Dominic Jackson just hold off for the next couple of straights and try and build that gap? That looks like the latter is what is happening. Dominic Jackson continues his charge up the field, and now he holds on to the lead of the race. So it's Axiometrics.com who lead the way ahead of Ferguson Motorsport then, as that's the 28 car just barreling out of the way of our two leaders. Now they join themselves onto the Bentley straight, and again, is this a chance? This could be a chance for Daniel Ferguson to try and close in on the toe. You get a better run down towards Brundle and Nelson with a little bit of toe as well. But looking at Dominic Jackson, he looks formidable out there, trying to build the gap. This is what he needs to do now. Keep focused, get the laps in, and as we head our way towards Brundle and Nelson, he's able to try and just extend that gap a little bit more. So Dominic Jackson in the lead then in the Axiometrics.com car, and it's the number 734 Ferguson Motorsport car. Daniel Ferguson down to second place. Good battle between the two of them there.
And while that's going on, at the head of the order, we keep our eyes firmly peeled towards Coram at the moment, all of us in the pit lane. But I have managed to get hold of Lucas Ticini, so let's have a chat. Of course, the Autotech car has been through the ringer so far, and I mean, it started before the race even began, of course, with yourself at the wheel, Luca. Talk us through that.
So we had some fueling issues during the warm-up lap. Thanks to the marshals, we managed to immediately get back to the pits before the start of the race, quickly fixed the issue, and we were out. For the first hour or two, we ran smoothly, we were on the pace, we were making up positions, but then we had massive overheating issues, and like many other teams today. And yeah, we fixed the car in an hour or so, even less, got back out, we were on the pace again, and now here we are again with the same issue, new engine, same issue. Let's see if we can do anything about it.
Well, let's hope for the best. Of course, I keep seeing you popping up at the moment. Saw you at Silverstone last month in a Hyundai. You're here today. What else? What other plans have you got for racing this year?
This year, I'm going to finish the Coupe Cup season. I'm going to be at Thruxton in next week, the 9th and the 10th. Then there's going to be Alton Park. So I'm finishing this season with the KAs and the Hyundais. And let's see what we can do for next year.
Busy man, popular figure in the paddock. That's Lucas Ticini. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Autotech Motorsport. Kieran, as they were coming past me, it looked like Axiometrics were building an advantage at the head of the order there.
Yes, they are indeed. The gap when they passed the line last time was 0.8 of a second. They're just trying to build that gap even more. I just had to chat to Mark Werrell, who just came up to the commentary box. Unfortunately, for the 172, their day is done. They've got issues with the head gasket, and so they are no longer in the race. So we are now down to, as far as we are aware, 22 cars in the field as it stands. So unfortunate end to the day for Misty Racing on the 172, but the 72 car, the sister car, is currently running in 6th place. So they are going to well, pretty much see what Simon Bonham can do behind the wheel at the moment. And there is 2nd place car, the number 734. Daniel Ferguson is coming into the pit lane with 5 hours and 15 minutes left to run in this race. The 2nd place car is now coming in for a pit stop. So let's see what happens here. So they are very early on down the pit lane. Fuel at the ready, of course. And the one thing that the teams and the drivers will have to just bear in mind, and they'll be on top of it more than me, I'm sure, is that front left tyre, especially going through Coram. It does take a beating there. But first of all, the fuel has to go in. And they can't really do anything else with the car whilst the refuelling happens. You've got to have someone behind the car with a fire extinguisher as part of the pit stop procedure. So what that's going to do then is it's going to shuffle up the order. You'll see Carl Amity, VEC Motorsport go up the order. PSR, the 72 Misty Racing as well. Sempridi Racing, in the hands of Callum Perfect, might be able to find themselves up the order. In fact, they'll get one lap back on Carl Amity, that's for sure. So get themselves onto the same racing lap anyway. So Axiometrics then, well, they'll be able to build the gap even more now with Dominic Jackson. And then they go then. They've got a little bit of toe from the number 2. Maybe not in the best place of the toe, mind. But Tim McKeegan then moving to the right-hand side of Coram to allow Dominic Jackson through. as Jackson now sizes up Murray's in towards the braking zone. Back onto the power they go then, and onwards they go towards the Senna straight. Staying out there for the moment. The chocks on for the 734 as the refueling looks to be underway. So Daniel Ferguson bringing that car in. So we haven't seen Billy Ferguson in the car just yet. So if I assume, we might be seeing Billy Ferguson take over in the car in a few short moments. So Carl Amity then will be looking to see if they can take over second place, which they will be doing. Axiometrics there. Dominic Jackson leading the way. They've only made the one pit stop so far. And looking back through the order, the last time they stopped was a scheduled stop at around about an hour and a half ago. So maybe even more. That's not a good sign for the 734 there. They push the car into the garage, and down to you, Adam.
It's not a good sign. As you can see on the pictures, we have fuel just wasn't going in the car. It looked like something was going on there. They're in the garage now, as you can see just behind me. I will find out exactly what's going on here in due course. I'll jump in there and see if I can catch a word in a minute. But drama for the Ferguson 734 car, one of our front runners.
One of our front runners indeed. Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, so that's not a great sign for the 734. So hopefully Adam can find us out what's going on there. Meanwhile then, Axiometrics, Dominic Jackson is still trying to hard charge as he looks to go into the slipstream now of the number 88 machine. Number 88 being Carmel Racing. And Carmel Racing number 88 currently in 15th place at the moment. Tom Derbyshire is behind the wheel of that car as they pass my commentary box window. And Dominic Jackson takes over in towards the first corner. We go, Adam, down to you.
Yeah, well, the 734 car is still in the garage for now, but it is very shortly going to head back out. You can see the wrenching going on the left front wheel. That is because they've done a tyre change. You can only have so many people working on the car in the pit lane itself. So the car was wheeled into the garage purely to get new rubber onto the axles. That's exactly what they've done. The 734 Ferguson car is now back out onto the circuit. The garage is always a bit of a moment for us. We think, oh gosh, dramas. But in this case, it was actually all rather routine.
Well, there we go then. So nothing to worry about. All systems go then for the 734. And as you say, Adam, just wheeling it in so that more people could work on the car. Smart thinking then from the Ferguson Motorsport team. And they will rejoin then and see where they can filter their way through. They should rejoin in about 6th place. Looking out for the 27 Semprini Racing car, seeing where that is out on track. I saw the 49 there, and that's a further lap down. So that doesn't give us any indication of where the Semprini car is. But at the moment, Ferguson Motorsport, I should say, on our timing screens at the moment, 6th place as it stands. So Axiometrics leading the way then. Carl Amity in 2nd place with VEC Motorsport in 3rd. PSR now in 4th with Misty Racing number 72 in 5th. Ferguson Motorsport 734 now in 6th with Semprini Racing in 7th. IP Racing in 8th. LDR Performance Racing in 9th. Ferguson Motorsport 736 in 10th place with KM Racing in 11th. VPEX Motorsport in 12th. Race Logic 13th. Hard and Enthusiastic in 14th. Carmel Racing 15th with Castro Racing in 16th place. Vanguard Racing in 17th place. They are back out onto track. Royal Rage Motorsport in 18th place. 77 Racing in 19th place. Gridfinder rounding off the top 20. Burton Power Racing 21st and currently in the pit lane. As we heard from Adam earlier on, they are changing the gearbox as we speak. The 64 of Autotech Motorsport were out for a brief period there. They brought the car back in under Taylor Norton, the 64. 2 retirements from the race though. The 172 Misty Racing head gasket. Unfortunately, that is the end of their day. And the number 26 Wolf Motorsports retiring very early on with that crash damage. And that is down to 22 runners, as we are aware of. 5 hours and 8 minutes left to run in this race. And that is how things stand so far. And I'm assuming we're going to have a bit more of a busy pit lane in the next few moments, because VEC Motorsport well, I should say VEC Motorsport were looking to extend their stints wherever possible, getting to almost 3 hours into the race for their very first stint. They got to about, I think it was 2 hours 52 as far as I remember. So a good going from then. And once they'd actually done the pit stops, it was close to 3 hours completed through the race. So that'll be one they're looking to extend further stints, of course. And really getting into that settled swing, I guess you can call it, where the drivers are just trying to get into the zone, just try and maximise their stints as much as possible, be as consistent with the pace as much as possible as well, as Dominic Jackson comes across the line. 43.4 from Jackson as he crossed the line. Carl Lamity, interesting, 43.0 was his last lap. He's yet to come round again to see what sort of lap times he will do from then. But there's the 7.34, and it is Billy Ferguson. It's ticked over on our screen, so it is Billy now in the 7.34. Of course, a couple of laps to warm up the car, get used to the conditions. And it's always interesting at a driver changeover, because that's where you're basically telling your other driver, look, here's how the track is, here's how the car is, and have fun out there. It's interesting conversation to have when you're doing a driver change in an endurance race. As we're watching on Dominic Jackson tackling Brundle and Nelson, before he then heads his way on towards Bombhole, in a place where that front left tyre really has to be watched like a hawk. Make sure you don't overdo it. There's about a lap between Carl Amity and Axiometrics.com. And Carl Amity being the very vibrant 121 car. And if you see it out there, you'll instantly recognise it. It's the prancing donkeys, I think. They've got the donkey in place of the horse there, so that's technically accurate. PSR onto the back of the 77 car, the 77 racing team. Not for position, but PSR currently running in 4th place. It's Russell Danzy who's behind the wheel, looking to try and find his way through. And up ahead of them is the number 88 Carmel Racing in Tom Derbyshire. So this is all not for position, but I'm not going to tell them that. Are you? Down in towards Wilson Hairpin we go. This is Danzy's going to have to take his time here. There's the Carmel Racing looking to jump out of the way. Now Danzy will have a little bit of slipstream, a little bit of tow from the 77 racing car up ahead. Will allow him to get a little bit of a better top speed down the Bentley straight. The car-shaped hole. Oh, there's the 192 onto the grass. The 192 being the Race Logic car. That's at the exit of Nelson. In fact, it's way beyond Nelson. So that might be a case of overrunning Brundle and going straight on at Nelson. We only saw the back end of that trip across the grass there for the Race Logic car, Charles Burke. And meanwhile, here comes IP Racing then, the number 36, Adam Blair behind the wheel, and he looks to the inside of the 88, not for position, mind, but he looks down the inside, takes away that track position as well. IP Racing currently running in 8th place at the moment, and looking at the gaps, their next car they've got to try and close down is the number 27 Semprini Racing car. And once they cross the line, we'll get a better idea of what the gaps are going to be like. Come past my coverage box window then on the Senna straight, and IP Racing 39.8 back from Semprini Racing, and lap times, even though in traffic, 43.2 from Adam Blair last time around. There's the 192 sticking to the left hand side of the braking zone. The PSR car is for 5th place. Sorry, my apologies, it's 4th place at the moment, but the IP Racing car is not on the same racing lap, but that's not going to stop Adam Blair from powering through and taking away at least the track position. as he looks now in the slipstream of the 77 racing car. With Gilbert behind the wheel in the 77 racing. That's Stephen Gilbert. Heading our way now down in towards Brundle. Again, Adam Blair's got the inside line and takes away the inside line. Now he's through. That little bit of traffic, a little bit of clean air for him at the moment. He gets to enjoy. The PSR car, Danzi, going to try and get past this way. In fact, his left-hand wing mirror has been tucked in, so he might be a little bit vulnerable on the left-hand side. He might not be able to see quite clearly cars on his left-hand side. But Adam, down to you in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm down at the moment with Lee Deegan out of one of the Ferguson cars. I have to always remember it's a 136 that you're in. It's different on the entry list. But Lee Deegan, of course, a very experienced racer, took the start, right involved in the lead battles from the get-go. Talk us through your stint.
Well, at the start I was just trying to stay out of trouble really, because it was getting a bit feisty with the first 3 cars, and then obviously I sort of made 2 places when the car rolled. The car in front avoided him obviously, and I nipped through, so, and then that put me in touch with Joe, and from the start we was always going to try and work together. I managed to pull a little bit of a distance, but then on the radios we decided it was better to work together rather than trying to eke the gap between the 2 of us, and obviously try and capitalise and push forward from third. And that seemed to work. It pulled Joe ahead. I think that they're ahead of us now obviously because we had a bit of trouble filling the car with fuel. Hopefully we've sorted that now, because we did lose a good lap or so on our car. So a very good stint. I'm really happy with the first stint, and yeah, enjoying it.
I did note at one point in the quest for working together, you dropped a couple of laps where you were just going quite slowly there to try and rejoin each other. It does look a bit NASCAR out there, doesn't it? Down the Bentley straight, giving each other a little nudge here or there.
That's it, yeah, it does make a huge difference. Obviously these cars are effectively, they've only got 70 brake horsepower, so the other formulas that we race, you can kind of work on your own, but this, I think you really do need to work together in the tow. If you are running in 2 cars, it really does make a difference, but we're split up a little bit now, so we might not be able to do that in future.
We'll see if the Ferguson tandem continues. One more thing, of course, it has been a while since we've seen you in racing paddocks after your crash last year. What are your plans for the future? Are you going to be with us in EnduroKA a bit more? Have you got other horizons imminent?
Well, it's been 11 months since I was last on track after the crash. Obviously, funds is obviously hard to get together in motorsport. It's very cheap racing this. The cost that you put in and the laps that you get back, I mean, it's very cost effective. So I enjoy this as much as I enjoy racing the Civic Cup or, other formulas that cost a lot of money. So this is definitely as enjoyable, if not more enjoyable, and it's a full KA.
Well, no matter where we seed Lee, we know he's going to be somewhere towards the head of the order. Great to have him with us here. We'll keep our tabs on both of the Ferguson Motorsport cars.
We will indeed, and speaking of both Ferguson cars, we've got the 734 currently in 6th place and the 736 Ferguson Motorsport car in 10th place. So both cars in the top 10 at the moment as we head towards 5 hours to go in this race. So approaching the end of the 4th hour of this race as we approach hour number 5. And there is one of the Ferguson Motorsport cars, the 734, trying to slow it down, although slightly losing that back end. That's not necessarily the quickest way through the corner there for Billy Ferguson, but I'm sure he had a smile on his face whilst he was doing it. But the 49 car of Bywater drives by because of that loss of momentum. And it's so important for these cars is, although the Snetterton 200 track is a track of only 8 turns, momentum is so important in these cars. If you lose a little bit, you lose a lot of time. Adam, down to you in the pits.
Yes, well, while I'm at Ferguson Motorsport, I managed to grab hold of Dan Ferguson, who I think ran away when he saw the camera, and we've now managed to grab him again. Obviously just out of your car. I understand, though, from some of the insiders I've got in the garage that maybe the car's suffering a bit of a misfire.
Yes, Joe said it was slightly misfiring. By the time I got out there, a lot of the slow corners coming out, misfire is quite harsh, so losing a bit of speed down the straights, just trying to keep out of trouble and just do my stint and give the car over and try and finish.
And of course, it's a family team, 3 brothers, youngest brother currently in at the moment. And talk us through that. There must be highs and lows when it's all brothers in the cars.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of arguments in the workshop, but yeah, love it. It's been an awesome thing to do with my two brothers and as a family. Yeah, wicked.
Yeah, great to have you guys here. Obviously, right up at the sharp end, you've got to be aiming for that biggest trophy of all, right?
I would love to, but finishing's the goal at the minute.
Especially with a new build car, right?
Well, yeah, with a new build, it's hard trying to get all the niggly bits out of the way. So, yeah, fingers crossed. That's all we can do.
Absolutely. We'll keep our eyes, as we said, on both of the Ferguson cars because they're both very competitive at the moment. Also, hello to the mother of the Row Rage mechanic who was obviously trying to get a message across to her. If you're watching, have a good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the racing. Back up to Kieran.
It's always very nice, isn't it? Very, very friendly atmosphere. So friendly, in fact, that we need to say hello to
I saw him
mothers
doing
and
it.
whatnot. Hopefully there's more to come from the pit lane. 10-second penalty though for the number 3 car. That's going to be the Vinklat Racing Mike Marai. So that's going to be an extension there, unfortunately, for Marai. And meanwhile, we watch on the Ferguson cars, which I believe line and stern for the first time since the opening stint of this race. The only difference is now that there's a lap between them. But let's see what happens here as the 734 gives them a little bit of a bump draft going down the Bentley straight. Of course, we have heard the reports there. The 734 is slightly misfiring, so perhaps this is the 736 of Torben Aston giving him a little bit of a helping hand, although he looks for the inside line, does he? No, he doesn't. As 734 of Billy Ferguson swoops around the outside to try and defend that position. Oh, a spinner in the background there. That's the 114 coming out of Nelson there. KM Racing going for a little bit of a spin. Tim Stevens behind the wheel there. Manages to get the car going again, but there's going to be a lot of grass and dirt on the tyres there. Just saw that out of the corner of our eyes there. It looked like the car just dropped away from him as he looked to apply the brakes. Number 27, meanwhile, into the pit. Semprini Racing, Callum Perfect hands over the car. And looks to strap in the driver taking over. So Semprini Racing were pitting in from the top 10. And let's see where that pit lane will get them to. Carl Amity also into the pit lane, and the number 121, the prancing creatures into the pits once again. That striking livery, you can never miss it really. Fantastic outfit, as the racing liveries are not only encouraged but they're mandatory in this series if you didn't already know. So inspiration from other teams is strongly recommended. So Axiometrics.com leading the way in the number 18. Dominic Jackson leading the field. VEC Motorsport in second place. Carl Amity in third, although they are in the pits. PSR are now just pulling into the pits as we speak. They're pulling in towards their pit box just out of my commentary box window. There they are on your screen. So looks like a driver change is going to take place, as well as a little bit of fuel as well. Of course, you cannot change the driver and put the fuel in at the same time. And that is part of the regulation, so that's why the finger was up then, saying to wait for a second whilst the driver change, at least half of it takes place before the fuel starts to come in. So VEC Motorsport second place. That's going to put the 72 car of Misty Racing up now into third place with all those pit stops happening. Carl Amity in fourth, PSR in fifth with the 734 Ferguson Motorsport car in sixth place. The 36 IP Racing is in seventh place, 49 LDR Performance Racing in eighth. The 736 Ferguson Motorsport car in ninth place. And then rounding off the top 10, it's the 114 KM Racing car that we just saw Tim Stevens just getting out of a spin coming out of Nelson. There's the 121 machine, getting some more fuel added to it. Prancing Donkey on the panel. More fuel to be added to the car as well. So Marcus Batty has brought the car in. And after a good stint from Carl Amity as well, having a chat to them as well. And they want to finish as high up as possible. P1's the target, it should always be the target. It's not a bad soundbite to have, really. There's your race leader then. Axiometrics.com with that turned in left-hand side wing mirror. If anything, that's going to cause a little less drag. You might not be able to see what's behind you on your left-hand side, but you might get a little less drag down the straights. In any case, I'm pretty sure that mirror is going to have to be flicked out at the next pit stop, I'm sure. But Dominic Jackson putting in the lap times then. Well, last lap time 52.5 from Dominic Jackson last time around. That's normally around, well, about 10 seconds off of where we're normally expecting Jackson to be. There's the 72 Misty racing car into the pit lane then. From third place as they were. So Simon Bottom brings the car in. And discussion between driver and team, I'm sure. Discussing what the next stint is, perhaps how the car's feeling, how the track is as well. Always a good conversation to have. But as the drivers chat away, their car behind them is refueled. Of course, you're only allowed a certain amount of people working on the car at any one time in the pit lane. Meanwhile, IP Racing have got themselves past Axiometrics. However, they are not for position. So Adam Blair looking to just get one lap at least taken off of their overall gap, which is currently at, well, it was at 3 laps. They're now within 2 laps of the race leader. As Dominic Jackson makes his way through Riches and then up towards Wilson we go. Down in towards the braking zone then, Adam Blair behind the wheel of the IP Racing car. So they're now up into 4th place with those pit stops happening around them. Of course, they are slightly out of sync because they had their fuel issues in the first hour of the race. So they're slightly out of sync with everybody else. That's not necessarily going to be a bad thing because they can adjust their strategy to bring themselves back into the race. And the fact that they're in 4th place at the moment is a testament to their drivers at the moment. You see Adam Blair trying to wrangle the car through. Meanwhile, PSR still in the pit lane, of course. Their driver jumps in and gets himself strapped in as well. Of course, you'll notice the numbers on the back of the teams and their overall, or if you like, the high-vis, and that's purely because they just need to keep track of how many people are working on the car because it is within regulations. There's a nice handy way to know how many people are working on the car. So Axiometrics leading the way then, VEC Motorsport in 2nd place. I see just below me the Lamity car leaving the pit lane, the number 121. Marcus Batty handed over the car. And there's only 2 drivers in that stable at the moment. So it's a case of, will they actually have had a driver change? Possibly. Andrew Hinch might have jumped back in. There is the PSR car, close of the driver's door. And looks like once everything gets the all clear, opening of the boot as well. What have they got hiding in there, I wonder? Dominic Jackson still on the charge though. 42.8 from him last time around. That's much better lap time from him there. And there is Carl Lamity in the number 121, a Prancing Donkeys. Down in towards Brundle and Nelson. Of course, the Prancing Donkey drawn on the side of their car in place of a certain equine creature. Adam Blair just making his way through in towards Nelson, now towards Bombhole. And according to our screens, it is still Marcus Batty still in the car. That could tick over once everything gets caught up. Misty Racing just now leaving the pit lane in the number 72. They're going to rejoin. They've got the 28 and the 49. The 49 will be for, well, for Misty. They'll want to try and rejoin ahead of the number 49. Is that going to be the case? The 49 goes around the outside going in towards Riches, and this may not be for position, but that could have been important for Misty Racing in the 72 to try and get ahead of LDR Performance Racing, because now they're a lap down on the next car ahead of them, which happens to be that car ahead in the number 49. But still a long way to go anyway, as 72 was brought in by Adam Bottom, I believe. Oh no, it is Adam Bottom now in the car. It was Simon Bottom that brought the car in. Adam Bottom is now back into the car. Marcus Batty in the number 121 as well. LDR Performance Racing, the number 49 car, currently at the wheel is David Bywater. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen Andy Greer-Hardy behind the wheel just yet today, so we are expecting him to be behind the wheel at some point. Meanwhile, though, here goes Bywater going up the inside of the number 28 car, going through Bomb Hole. Now, this is all not for position, but this is a chance for Bottom to try and get away down the inside to at least get onto the same racing lap and see if he can try and pull the gap. He goes down the inside in towards Coram. I think there's a case that Bywater just backed out of that one. He realised it's not worth it at this point to go battling so hard, and that is going to allow Adam Bottom to make his way through and take away that position. And Bywater then not losing a position in all of that, but now Misty Racing are on the same racing lap as them, and it's a case now for Bottom to try and put the power down and see if he can try and close in. So Adam Bottom now looking to build the gap and see if he can close in. Looking up and down the order there's the 114 and the 41 cars. They're not battling away for position as far as I can see. They are not, but good to see them at least running line of stern at the moment. Looking for close battles out there. IP Racing, number 36, they are closing the 734 in Billy Ferguson. Because the gap between them on the last time around they came to the line was 3.7 seconds. And Billy Ferguson had a 47.5, so either a slight mistake or lots of traffic on that last lap. And it's allowed Adam Blair to really close in by quite a rate of knots on the last lap alone to bring himself under 4 seconds away. Wait and see how that all plays out. Meanwhile, we see the 141. Sorry, the 114 and the 41. I knew I was going to get those mixed up at some point. Making their way now down in towards Nelson, back onto the power, and they make their way towards Bomb Hole. Get to that stage in the race then where it's just all about making sure you have the consistency, make sure you stick to your stint, because these laps in these mid stages and in these middle stints really do start to add up. And as you head towards the end of the race, you'll start to realise that the middle stints, where it was time lost there. So you've got to make sure you keep the lap times up, you keep that effort up as well, and you keep charging on. 142 laps completed now by Dominic Jackson, our race leader in the Axiometrics car. He's got a 2-lap gap at the moment to VEC Motorsport, although that might change to 1 lap once we see Cooper come across the line. In any case, it is at least 1 lap of a lead for Axiometrics ahead of VEC. You see the number 3 past the commentary box window. Vindiats Racing. We had a tremendous start in this race. I'm just seeing the VEC Motorsport car come across the line, and it is a lap between them. So about a lap and a half between our race leader and VEC, because there you can see Dominic Jackson now making his way up towards Bomb Hole. So it might actually be more than a lap and a half is the gap between them. But on the timing screens, at least, it is 1 lap that separates them. 4 hours and 44 minutes left to run here at Snetterton in the Schweinerenner 9 hours of Snetterton. It is Axiometrics leading from VEC Motorsport. IP Racing in 3rd place with the 734 Ferguson Motorsport car in 4th place. So IP Racing, Adam Blair has actually got past Billy Ferguson. and has now moved up into third place. Meanwhile then, race leader, axiometrics.com, Dominic Jackson is into the pits. So about a lap and a half between himself and VEC. Now VEC, if you are just joining us now, welcome along. But they did run a very, very long stint, about 2 hours 50 minutes did VEC, so we're not expecting them in for quite some time. As the crew work on the car, they work on the driver change. At least get the driver out before they start fueling the car. So the drivers can have a briefing and a chat as the car is refueled. I meant something to the drivers. I'm not good at translation there, but there's definitely a conversation to be had for the Axiometrics team. So the team made up of Dominic Jackson, Nigel Griffiths and Tim Wheeldon. As the fuel into the car. Now we've had a 2-lap penalty for Semprini Racing for a refueling infringement. So 2 laps will be taken away from Semprini for a refueling infringement. Now that could mean a number of things. It might be that they were refueling but also working on the car. That could be something to do with what that refueling infringement could relate to, but unfortunately we never saw the incident, so we can't really comment. But in any case, the thing we can say is that Semprini Racing 2-lap penalty. As the track, of course, warms up here at 13:24 local time. We're getting towards that part of the day where the temperatures are getting warmer, the track is getting warmer as well, as that's IP Racing going up the inside of Misty Racing, the number 72, not for position mind, but Adam Blair is now currently in third place, as VEC Motorsport have crossed the line recently to bring themselves onto the lead lap. There is VEC Motorsport making their way through Bomb Hole. And just having a look down at the pit lane then, because it looks like VEC Motorsport will take over the lead of this race, with the refueling carried out to the Axiometrics car. So here comes then Tom Cooper making his way through Murray's and along the Senna straight. He will take over the lead of the race for VEC, so long as he stays out, which he does. Passes our commentary box window and will take over the lead of the 9 hours of Snetterton, with Axiometrics still in the pit lane serving their pit stop. And I see a very familiar livery leaving the pit lane. Burton Power Racing are making their way towards the pit lane exit. Now they had to go through a replacement gearbox, but they are now making their way out onto the track, out of the pit lane. And that is great news for the team. If they can just get these first few laps of diagnostics done and seeing if the repair has gone their way, that is great news for Burton Power Racing. Let's see what they can do then. Let's see how well the repair has gone. Of course, the whole replacement gearbox, as Andy Burton was talking to Adam down in the pit lane earlier on, about hoping that it was just a gear selection issue, but actually it turned out to be slightly more concerning than that. So concerning that they had to change the gearbox. But they have done. They're now back out onto track, and I'm assuming they'll have some sort of report to give back. There's Axia Motorsports leaving the Axiometrics leaving the pit lane. And where is the IP Racing car out on track, I wonder? So Axiometrics leaving the pit lane now, and they will rejoin in second place. Through they go then, through Riches. Where, I wonder, is the IP Racing car of Adam Blair, who is closing in. He's one of the fastest drivers out there at the moment. Apparently with a 42.6 being his last lap time there. So VEC Motorsports in the lead from Axiometrics, IP Racing in third. Then you've got the two Ferguson Motorsport cars, the 734 ahead of the 736. And it's the 49 LDR Performance Racing And it's the 72 Misty racing car. Carl Lamity in 8th place. Hinch behind the wheel, which sort of confirms that what I was thinking earlier on. Andrew Hinch is now behind the wheel of the prancing donkey. KM Racing in 9th place in the 114, and then it's the number 23 PSR team rounding off our top 10. There is Tom Cooper then, the leader of the race in VEC Motorsport, going through bomb hole and trying to work out now whether they'll last another hour and a half with the fuel they've had. Of course, they stopped about 2 hours 50 into the race, so they look pretty confident in trying to extend these stints as far as possible. If they can extend them as far as possible, it means they make fewer stops. Therefore, we're seeing sort of 4 minutes to get a pit stop around here. Just over 4 minutes, in fact, to execute the pit stop, get the driver change, fuel up as well, and then up to your choice if you want to make a tyre change, which normally takes it beyond 5 minutes, the pit stop. And if they can afford themselves that much time by making one fewer stop, will be having a great time. Now, the only thing that stops them is that they're only allowed to have a maximum 3-hour driver stint. So they could stop, but if they don't change the driver, that still carries on for your driver stint, meaning that someone has to jump in at the end. Now, they'll be looking to try and make the fewest possible stops, but the fact that their first driver didn't get to 3 hours, it means that there's possibly a likelihood they will have to just jump in for a quick driver change and possibly a splash and dash at that point. But as we get towards the latter stages of the race, we'll sort of understand the strategies a little better. Not 100%, but we'll understand them a little better. There was a time penalty being awarded to the number 23 team, which is PSR, for track limits. That's just a 5-second penalty being awarded to PSR, as there is VEC. Tom Cooper making his way down the centre straight to begin another lap. 146 laps completed now in the Snetterton Schweinerennen 9 hours. Schweinerennen, of course, if you're not brushed up on your German, which is absolutely fine. If you're not brushed up on your German, it literally translates to pig race. And there was a pig race earlier on. In fact, yesterday, once qualifying, in the changeover in the build-up to qualifying, we ran yesterday with some track day championships running on the 300 layout. And before EnduroKA went out, there had to be the changeover from the track from the 300 to the 200 that we're racing on today. In doing so, it left a bit of downtime on the track, and the EnduroKA drivers, teams, representatives all headed out onto the track. Now we've got a safety car that's been deployed out on track, and that's why. That's the 72 Misty racing car that's on the grass. And a tough day for Misty Racing gets even worse. That car is stopped and the safety car deployed, which will neutralise this field then. 4 hours 34 minutes on the clock. And at the moment then it's VEC leading the way. Axiometrics in second place, with IP Racing rounding off the top three. I have a feeling and a strange suspicion that we might get a little bit of a busy pit lane. Now, this is an important decision for VEC Motorsport to make. They are, of course, in the lead. There's the 77 into the pits. And that's the 77 racing car into the pits, and we might get a busy pit lane here, with teams deciding that now is the time. That they were close to their pit window anyway. We might as well bring you in and get the changeover done and lose relatively little time compared to that if it was green flag racing. There's the safety car just now heading towards Riches, ready to pick up the leader. And, well, VEC have responded. They have absolutely come into the pits then. So I said it was going to be an important decision. They've taken that decision. Tom Cooper is now into the pits, which means then they're not going to lose as much time as Axiometrics did. There they are then in the number 8 car. Of course, with the refueling getting underway, someone has to be behind with the extinguisher as per procedure. And they're right next to the 114 car of KM Racing. And you see a few tyres at the ready. I do wonder which tyre will be changed. No prizes for guessing, I think, the front left. Could be completely wrong, and I normally am, but I'd like to think I'd be right in that one. There's the 49 car coming into the pit lane, then that's the LDR Performance Racing machine, as the recovery gets underway then for the number 72 Misty Racing team. And a torrid day for Misty Racing, unfortunately. Adam Bonham in the car, as the safety car now makes its way in towards Brundle and Nelson, having picked up the number 88 car, which is the 88 car being the Camel Racing car. So not necessarily the race leader, but it has just picked up the field and gathered them up before we get to the incident that has caused the deployment of the safety car. Of course, under this, the pace has to be reduced, even if you are trying to catch up to the safety car. But also, a good time for teams to come into the pits. So we've got the number 8 VEC Motorsport car into the pits, the 49 in the pits, 114 KM Racing, 28 VPEX Motorsport, 192 Race Logic, 77 Racing are also into the pits. So it's an opportune time for many teams, they feel, to come in and grab themselves a pit stop. Because relatively speaking, they'll lose little time whilst the field would be bunched up behind the safety car. Of course, once those pit stops are completed, it will be a bit of a shuffle up, as it is a slightly busy pit lane. As the sun beams down in the pit lane, a few clouds in the sky as well. As the safety car completes a lap then. So Axiometrics are back into the lead then. IP Racing in second place. That's going to put VEC Motorsport down to third. However, there was that cause of concern where, well, actually, they might actually have to make an extra stop, but this safety car has played into their hands. They've now got that stop. They've decided to take that opportunity. And Ferguson Motorsport 734 also into the pits. Carl Lamity into the pits as well. Now, they've not been long out onto the track, having handed the car over to Hinch there. But clearly into the pits then. There is one of the Ferguson Motorsport cars. That's the 734, which is currently in fourth place. Billy Ferguson was in the car. And as the fuel goes in, you see Motorsport as well, third place at the moment. The car behind them, at least, is in the pit lane anyway and came in after them, so you shouldn't have to worry about losing a position. But there's the 72 Misty Racing car being recovered. And a torrid day for both sides of the Misty Racing garage now. As that'll be that problem there. There's a missing part and portion of the car. That's probably why it wasn't going anywhere, and that we needed a safety car to recover the car. So the safety car will now take them through bomb hole. As might be a little tight to go racing this time around, but I've been wrong before, and I'll be happily proven wrong again. And there you can see, yep, there's the rear right missing from the car. The whole wheel is off. Now, to use a Mark Werrell phrase that he's used today, is that cause or effect? I'm not sure it's the same effect of those words, but what happened there, I wonder? Now, Misty Racing did have concerns about the hub failings. In fact, both cars last year, when we had the 12 hours at Snetterton, both had the failures. The wheel's come off. The wheel has come off. The recovery team putting the wheel back in, or at least back onto the their pickup truck. So that's not good news at all. So that's some sort of failure, unfortunately. But the car is being recovered now back to the garages. And hopefully we do see the 72 Misty Racing come back out, because that's really, really unfortunate. We are under safety car though, but the last remnants of the recovery still taking place though. I can't imagine though we'll be under safety car conditions for too much longer. At the moment then, Axiometrics are at the top of the standings then. IP Racing in second place with the 736 Ferguson Motorsport car in third. Then it's VEC in fourth, although they are still in the pit lane. I look over my shoulder, they are still parked up there. And there they go, there they are on your screens, leaving the pit lane now. Safety car will be in this lap. Our second safety car of the race. As the field will get bunched up again. And there you see last remaining drivers and teams who have pitted are now rejoining onto the circuit. As our safety car now leads the field through in towards Brundle and Nelson. And at some point in the latter portion of the lap, the safety car lights will be switched off. In fact, it looks like that might be the case. They are switched off, so we're definitely racing this time around. That's the signal to the drivers that we will be racing this time around. And because the number 88 is at the top of the field, it will be up to them to restart the race once the safety car is actually pulled off into the pits. Although it does look like, though, that Tom Derbyshire doesn't really show any signs of wanting to slow down. He wants to get this race restarted straight away, as quickly as possible. Safety car will peel into the pits, and Tom Derbyshire now, it's up to him when this race is restarted. He'll see the green flags, and that will be the indication to get this race back under green flag conditions. We are racing once again then, and that pit stop shuffle under the safety car has brought us now to 4.5 hours left to run, just under that, as the grid finder car instantly tries to launch up the inside of the 56, and that may not be in position on track, but it is an important one for the grid finder car to get another lap on them, or at least a lap further back in their favour. The 734 Ferguson Motorsport car is just rolling down the pit lane now. The 734 will be rejoining very, very shortly. Greer Hardy is now in the number 49. I did wonder when we were going to see him in the LDR Performance Racing car, but Andy Greer Hardy is now back in the car and looking for his first stint of the race. So Axiometrics then leading the way in the number 18 car, with Tim Wheeldon now behind the wheel. IP Racing, Adam Blair in second place in the number 36. Then it's the number 736 Ferguson Motorsport car, and Thorben Aston is behind the wheel of that machine. And in fact, there's the 736. There was your cause of the safety car, the 72 Misty Racing car, missing the rear right wheel. And it's now being recovered to the Misty Racing garages for them to at least work on and give themselves a sort of a sit rep into where they go from here. Both cars falling afoul, but that was a car that was running well within the top 10, and it's a shame to see it having to be recovered like that in these stages. I'm joined back in the commentary box by a certain Mr. Adam Weller. Adam, welcome back. You've missed quite a bit.
Yeah, well, I've been listening away. I keep getting collared when I tried to get lunch about 7 times before I actually managed to succeed in getting away from the garage. Friendly paddock as ever. And yes, well, I heard a lot of what was going on, and among the things we may not be aware of is that Autotech are confirmed retirements now. Autotech Motorsport have been working to try and figure out what's wrong with the car, and they've decided, or come to the conclusion, that nothing can be done here on site. The car will not be back out today, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that's unfortunate as IP Racing Adam Blair gets himself now to the front of that pack, and that's going to be important because Axiometrics are going to be caught up there. Wheeldon is going to have to try and find his way through, so this is an opportune moment for Adam Blair to get the rubber down, get the hammer down, and try and pull back because he is a lap down, or well, not a lap down, but he is not on the same racing lap at the moment, so this is his chance to try and break away and get himself within touching distance of Axiometrics once again. We did see as well Burton Power Racing back out onto track after that gearbox replacement.
Yeah, also there was a 2-lap penalty. I imagine that came up on the timing screen, a 2-lap penalty for the Semprini car. Did we get the cause of that as well? Yeah, the refueling infringement. They didn't have all 4 tyres down on the ground when they were refueling, so that was penalised. So a few penalties rolling in. Car 72, 3-lap penalty for a tow back, although one suspects we might not see that car back in the race, and perhaps we won't see that penalty served because it's already been quite the day for both Misty cars, and I'm sure they'll try and get the 72 back out, but of course it was a hub failure that ended their day last year here at Snetterton.
Yes, it was, yeah, and it happened to both cars as well, and I'm trying to remember that I think it was the rear left last time around, so this time it's the rear right, so yeah, a bit of an issue there for them, and Snetterton just never seems to work out for Misty at the moment. However, we'll have to wait and see, hold with bated breath as to what happens there, but yeah, with a rear right wheel completely off the car somewhere at Nelson is not ideal whatsoever. There is the Axiometrics.com car. The number 18 is your race leader at the moment. It is Tim Wheeldon behind the wheel as he looks to try and get his way through the order. He's now got to a similar position where Adam Blair found himself last lap ago. He's now got himself to the front of that, if you like, the safety car queue, and is now able to try and press on and see if he can try and catch Adam Blair to put a lap on him. As he'll now make his way through in towards Brundle, then towards Nelson. Bit of a lock-up coming in towards Brundle. But to try and press on and see where he can go from here. Semprini Racing, though, up to 11th. They've got themselves past Row Rage after their 2-lap penalty, as you so aptly put it, with the not all wheels down on the ground when you have to refuel. A big no-no.
Yeah, can't be up on the jacks during refueling. That's very clearly stated in the rules. And to answer my own little meandering query from earlier on as well, there is no maximum number of pit stops in the races of above 6 hours. That was kind of what the rules suggested, but I never trust my own interpretation nor my own reading skills when it comes to a big regulations document. But indeed there is no minimum pit stop requirements here in terms of minimum visits to the pits or minimum driver changes in a race of over 6 hours in the EnduroKA category. So the gap between Blair and Wheeldon was 1 minute 39 seconds. And Blair currently doing 1 minute 42, so that really does tell the story, doesn't it? It's all but a lap in favour of Wheeldon at the moment in that Axiometrics 18 car, and with the situation as it's played out with that last safety car and with some of the dramas that are befalling some of the others, it's starting to feel though as though we've established our 2 favourites for the race. And funny enough, it's the exact same 2 favourites that were competing in the early hours of the morning, or rather the early hours of the daylight at the Anglesey 24-hour. Axiometrics and IP Racing were the 2 favourites in the closing stages of that 24-hour, and we could well see them scrapping once again for victory in this race.
Well, we are past the halfway point in this race. So much has happened in that dramatic safety car. In all of that, we missed the halfway point being passed, which has now been passed well and truly. So we've got just half the race left to run then. 4 hours and 19 minutes. I keep doing that. It's not 4 minutes, it's 4 hours. I keep doing that. It's not good. Tim Wheeldon then making his way now down in towards Murray's, and back onto the power he goes then to try and at least catch and try and just get some laps under his belt. Now, we were talking whilst you're away about VEC Motorsport, because Ben van der Bos has now taken over. They've used the safety car to their advantage. Now, you'll remember they ran 2 hours 50 minutes in the opening stint of the race. for that very, very long stint. And it was going to be a case of, well, they need to run they can only run a 3-hour maximum driver stint, which would obviously not take them to the full 9 hours without getting penalised. That safety car has really saved them the trouble of having to worry about that, because now they're pretty much free reign to the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. I think safety cars, the inevitability that they often are a huge part of this racing, really. There's no point planning around green flag running, because there is zero guarantee, practically zero chance that we're going to get full green flag conditions all the way through a race this long. So you do just kind of have to try and plan and hope that safety cars come at opportune times, and try and put yourself in as good of a position to take advantage. And that does seem as though that's what Axia has done at the moment. Axiometrics.com, a team with a lot of experience behind them in 24-hour competition. Obviously, they had the likes of Christian Rose, an experienced Fun Cup driver, with them last time at the Anglesey 24-hour. So it's certainly a team that knows what they're doing. And, well, we're seeing the fruit of their labours once again at the moment, but we've got a long, long way to go.
We have indeed. And, well, all can happen, all can change still. I mean, even if we go into the last hour, we might not be picking our winner just yet, and we're counting our chickens before they've hatched sort of scenario, but we are definitely, well, we'd like to think we'd be slightly closer to knowing who could be in with a chance of winning the race. But then again, when it comes to endurance racing, you're never 100% sure.
No, you can never be entirely certain. We've seen things unfold and completely skew in the final minutes. Just ask Jesus Pereira, who I think was about 20 minutes away from winning Le Mans in 1990 or so, and then the car let go in the final minutes of the race. And obviously we've had Toyota have similar issues towards the end of the Le Mans 24 hours as well in more recent times. It can often bite at the last possible moment, the endurance race bug. Off camera we can see the 26 Wolf Motorsport car being put back towards its flatbed now, and I mean, that car is a sorry sight. Obviously we saw the roll for that car at the very beginning on the 6th lap of the race, and good thing.
There's a problem then for one of the Ferguson Motorsport cars, the 736 Thorben Aston. Has not been long in the car, but you can see there is something very, very wrong with that car, overheating at the front end, and he's parked that, well, he's got the car moving again, trying to at least get it out of the way. Is he? Well, it's definitely smoking away. He's got to be careful he doesn't deposit any fluid out onto the track, of course.
Yeah, absolutely he does. And, well, that 736 looks like it's at a decent pace right now, but obviously it looked very, very bad and looked like it was cooking immensely just a few moments ago. That is the car in third place, of course. As of last time across the line, the 736 Ferguson car, we heard from its starting driver Lee Deegan earlier on. They had high hopes, and they had just reason for said high hopes, but this could be a major twist for them. And let's see if the car even goes in the pits. No. After all of that smoke, I would have thought the bare minimum is to come into the pit lane, but no, they're pressing on.
They're pressing on indeed. 49 LDR Performance Racing have got themselves a stop-and-go penalty of 1 minute due to track limits, so they're going to have to serve that one in the next few laps. But yeah, a bit of a concern then for the 736 of Thorben Aston. Whilst it was steaming and smoking away, that may just be that it was just resting for a little bit, but it's hard to say that it's just that. Worth keeping an eye on that one and seeing what becomes of it, because as you say, it's our third placed car at the moment, and at the moment we saw it not in a great way.
No, definitely not in a great way. It doesn't necessarily look like it's... no, I think it's doing a decent speed out there, isn't it? Yeah, it's about matching what's going on around it, but I'm sure it's going to be pensive viewing at the moment for the 736 team at Ferguson Motorsports. Keep an eye on the Aston-driven car at the moment, and still looks like there might be a little bit of smoke or something coming from underneath, potentially. It would be very weird for that level of overheating to suddenly pass by, wouldn't it? There's still see a little bit of smoke pluming from underneath the car. Things do not look A1 there at all. I wouldn't be surprised to see it get black and orange flagged if that continues to show itself.
Yeah, because the thing that's got to be on the mind of everybody is that is it depositing fluid as well, because that's normally not a good sign if any fluid's being put onto the track. Of course, the team might have spotted it themselves, but we'll have to wait and see as they make their way through in towards Murray's. As Thorben Aston now back onto the power. Now does he come into the pit lane? No, he doesn't. He stays out. So he feels that the car's okay, but the car externally is not showing encouraging signs that it is.
No, yeah, pace is there, but the smoke is also there, and often there isn't smoke without fire. So let's hope that this doesn't persist for the 736 crew. As we say, they'll be watching with bated breath. They've already fallen away behind the top two in this race, and well, let's just keep our fingers crossed for them.
There goes PSR. Sorry, the number 28. Looking to get a position there, but well, not a position, but just trying to get track position at the very least.
So then, as the 736 car continues around, it now looks like it's indicating for the pit lane. So that 736, we've been worried about it for the last couple of laps, of course, and well, now it looks as though it might be coming back towards the garages, unfortunately, and that's certainly poor viewing for what was the lead Ferguson Motorsport car, what still is the lead Ferguson Motorsport car at the moment. There's the sister machine, the 734. Which is, of course, the all-Ferguson family car, which has apparently been struggling with a misfire itself. So Ferguson in the wars at the moment, and, well, here comes Thorben Aston into pit lane. And the 736 in. We've got a very visual indication, of course, of what has caused that car to come in. We've seen the smoke, and they'll probably be having to work hard now to try and get it back underway, but it depends really what's overheating. It's going to be a matter of diagnostics at first, and diagnosing a car that's overheating is often quite difficult because no surprises here, the engine bay is often rather hot, so it's going to be very difficult work for them in the garage there at Ferguson Motorsport. We'll have to wait and see quite what's happening there. There's the, is that the IP Racing car coming down? No, that's the 734 Ferguson car we just got to look at through shot there. And now looking at the 77 Racing crew, currently down in 19th place with Mark Harris at the wheel. Just behind them, shadowing away, still in the top 10, was the 121 car. And oh my goodness, there's a lot going on there, isn't there, for the 736 crew? Is that all their smoke? Because if so, that is very, very bad news. That is a hot and bothered race car, if I've ever seen one. Remember the race suits correctly. I reckon that could be Lee Deegan possibly getting back in the car, but the car does not look healthy in the slightest. Refueling ongoing at the moment. I don't know if that came from a fire extinguisher, all of that smoke that was in shot as we cut to the pit lane. You see there pit lane marshal Robert waiting for his opportunity, till just waiting with the fire extinguisher just in case anything amiss happens here. They have fire extinguishers on hand, of course, during the refueling anyway, each of the teams. And the car has to be down on the floor, not on the jacks. The driver has to be out of the car. Lots of precautions are taken during the refueling process. bonnet up, understandably so, to try and see what might be going on there. '56 and the 121 running together at the moment. That's Hard and Enthusiastic, about to get put another lap down by the car in 7th place. The 56 car currently being driven by Philip Truman. He was in there earlier, quite a lot earlier. I don't know whether he's just back in the car or whether he's been on a long stint. I'm not entirely sure, but Hard and Enthusiastic currently running up in 17th place, so they've made up some places. They're ahead of some cars that are out on track. And also, speaking of cars that are out on track, according to my timing screen, it looks as though Misty Racing have got the 72 car back out there, which is fabulous news as well for Misty Racing. The 72 is Adam Bonham at the wheel at the moment, actually. And it looks as though we may have the car running, which is very good news indeed. 136 then, or 736 I should say, sorry. Ferguson Motorsport car still. The smoke, is that coming from the exhaust potentially, that smoke? I wonder if they may have an issue with the cat or something like that. Catalytic converter. Not sure, but it's going into the garage, isn't it? The 736 car, and you can see that it is indeed all coming from their exhaust. So that is not a healthy or happy race car, unfortunately. That could mark the end of this car's stint as a front runner in today's race. Was running up as high as 3rd place. Of course, was involved in the lead battle in the very, very early stages with Lee Deegan at the wheel. And yet another car has succumbed to the Norfolk heat today. Seems like the cars are overheating almost across the board at the moment. Everyone seems to be fighting some form of overheating issue. There's Mike Murray in the Vindgat Racing, or the Vindgat Racing number 3 car. Mike Murray, the South African driver, who took over from Callum McDougall earlier on. Of course, he's being pursued by our race leader at the moment. That's the 18 car. That is Tim Wheeldon at the wheel. Tim, of course, wasn't with them for the big win at the Anglesey 24-hour. But the 2 other drivers were indeed there, Nigel Griffiths and Dominic Jackson. The team took the win in the inaugural 24-hour race for the Ford KAs. There has not been a previous edition of any 24-hour race for the EnduroKA, so they are down in the history books as the first ever 24-hour race winners in EnduroKA. I'm sure not the last either. I've heard discussions about next year regards the 24-hour, in particular to where the 24-hour may be held. And if the rumours I've heard are true, very, very exciting indeed. The 734 car currently with Joe Ferguson back at the wheel, so Billy has been uninstalled. Joe is back at the helm. You see there the Row Rage car under a little bit of duress from, is that the number 28 potentially? No, sorry, that's the number 1 car, of course. That's Burton Power Racing, just following the 41 through at the moment. Burton Power Racing, after their extended pit lane stay due to gearbox issues. It is now Colin French at the wheel. I know Colin's getting a lot of support from those who follow the Shine Automotive team, who he usually competes with, the number 180 car, but they're not entered this weekend. So instead, Colin French has been added to the lineup for the Burton Power Racing team. Unfortunately, it's been suboptimal so far for Burton Power Racing. Colin French down in 21st place and some 33 laps off of the next car, which is the Misty Racing 72, a car that's had its own well-documented issues. Toby Owen currently at the wheel of the grid finder machine that we saw go through shot a moment ago, the orange and black 42. Toby, who has raced MX-5s among other things and is exceedingly handy if you put him in a sim. And Toby has had a bit of a difficult weekend thus far. He rolled the original car, Grid Finder 1.0, in Friday testing. And so now he is in the second car, sourced from Groves Motorsport outfit. On lap 164 of the race, 4-hour race leader. It remains Axiometrics at the sharp end of the pack right now as the Schweinerennen, I should say, 9 hours of Snetterton continues. So we continue to follow the 72 car at the moment. The Adam Bonham driven Misty Racing machine, one of two entries and the only Misty Racing car left running. Just a relief, frankly, to see it back out there. Great pack of cars that we're following around the circuit at the moment, and what a shot that is at the bomb hole. You also saw the 49 LDR Performance tuning car involved in that pack. That car is up in 8th place, although it was a bit higher up the order earlier on, of course. Andy Greer-Hardy now at the wheel. And a little ways off the pace by the looks of it, in the 145s. So, well, about the same pace as other cars around and behind him, but current fastest driver out there by quite some way is Adam Blair in the IP Racing 36 car. So Adam Blair pushing on, trying to shrink the deficit between the IP Racing 36 and Axiometrics.com. Of course, we saw previously that they were in the same shot, almost a full lap apart, and I think Adam Blair is steadily shrinking that advantage. You can't see the 36 car ahead of the Axiometrics 18 anymore. What you can see is the number 3 car of Mike Murray, the Vingard Racing entry, just kind of stalking away. The 36 car has just crossed the line for reference as Axiometrics goes through Coram and into Murray's. So I'd say about 10 or 15 seconds gained. Yes, in fact, just over 20 seconds already Adam Blair has gained since the safety car came back in. So Adam Blair has shrunk the gap by, well, 22 seconds to be exact in the 36 IP Racing car over the 18 Axiometrics car that we follow, our race leader. There is the 36 we're talking about. So there is Adam Blair in second place. You see the hastily and thoroughly taped up fuel cap on that 36 car. That is, of course, because they had a black and orange flag early on due to fuel exiting the car when it shouldn't be, going around the circuit. And they had further fueling issues, 2 stops within the first hour and a half or so. And so now they've made very, very sure that no such issues will befall them again. We have just ticked over the 4-hour to go marker. We have completed 5 hours from 9 in the Schweinerennen, 9 hours here at Snetterton for the EnduroKA category. It is Tim Wheeldon in the 18 car that leads. This 36 machine of Adam Blair sits in second place at the moment. Around 75 seconds back as it stands from Tim Wheeldon in the Axiometrics car. Blair continues to set fast laps here. Every lap a quali lap for Adam Blair as he presses on to try and get himself, Scott Parkin and Mark Witherington back into the race challenge. Axiometrics comfortably lead at the moment. VEC Motorsports' Ben Vanden Bos currently sits in third position, the number 8 VEC Motorsport car. Good to see them up at the sharp end again this weekend. Fortunes, I think, turned against them on the Friday morning, the second day of the Anglesey 24-hour. Up in third place at the moment. You've got Joe Ferguson in fourth position. The 734 car in fourth place, some 4 laps off the lead. Better part of 2-lap gap between the top 2 and the rest of the field. So it does seem as though it's something of a 2-horse race, at least for the time being, at the sharp end of the order. In fifth place, the number 23 car, the PSR entry, that's Jack Wood. In sixth place is the Calamity car. And that's, of course, currently driven by Marcus Batty. In fact, no, it's Andrew Hinch back in for the second time today. In seventh place is the Vindgat Racing Mike Murray driven car. Of course, they had a wheel bearing issue earlier on, so that's part of the reason that that car is currently 5 laps off the lead. I'm sure we're going to see Vindgat at least challenge for the top 5, and you just saw there a bit of signalling from Wheeldon at the wheel of the 18 car saying go past, go past. Mike Murray has obliged and has now unlapped himself up against the Axiometrics car of Tim Wheeldon. So Wheeldon feels that Murray has the pace and maybe just wants to sit in the tow for a while. Just to continue on this top 10 countdown. Camel Racing staying out of trouble here and running consistent laps. It's paying dividends. Currently in 8th place, the 88 car. The car you see, oh, well, that's the number 2 on screen at the moment, but the 88 car is running nicely. And at the moment it's Tom, oh no, not Tom Owen at the wheel, sorry, it's Tom Derbyshire at the wheel. At this moment in time, the Camel Racing car is, of course, run by a set of neighbours, the Winchester residents who all got together in their back gardens during the lockdowns and said, you know what, we want to give this racing thing a go. Well, currently they're going for a top 10 here. The 88 crew, keep an eye on Camel Racing. 49 car of Greer Hardy, the LDR Performance Racing car, sitting 9th place at the moment, and just to round out the top 10, Semprini Racing's 27 car, David Evans, currently rounds out the top 10. In 11th place, it is the VPEX Motorsport machine. That is the number 28 car. We saw that started earlier on by Sam May. It's now Costa Kritzis at the wheel. In 12th place, the number 41 Row Rage Motorsport car. And that's currently got Greg Caswell at the wheel. 13th place, and just a few seconds back, actually, is the Race Logic car, the 192. Winwood at the wheel of the 192 car right now, Mark Winwood. 14th place is the 114, the KM Racing car. And that's Andrew Malpass at the wheel at the moment. 15th place is the Castrol car. The In-Betweeners Tribute livery drawn to that machine, and it's currently being driven by David Murfitt. 16th place is the Hard and Enthusiastic crew. 17th place is the 736 Ferguson Motorsport car, which is still in the garage at the moment. 18th place is Gridfinder's Toby Owen. although he, I think, has just passed for 17th place there, the Ferguson Motorsport car, as it continues to sit in pit lane. 19th place is the 77 racing car, the 72 Misty Racing Machine, the lesser troubled of the two, still just about in the top 20. Burton Power Racing's Colin French in 21st place in that number 1 car for now. Autotech Motorsport confirmed not going any further in the 64. The 172 also a confirmed retirement after issues for Misty Racing. And rounding out the order on the timing screen, but of course long retired, is the Wolf Motorsport number 26, the Pink Pig. Had a bit of a roll this morning. And thankfully Chris Reed, who was at the wheel, was communicative and sitting up on the stretcher and talking to the medics after the roll, so hopefully he is okay and will be joining us again in the EnduroKA paddock in the not too distant future. So we're looking a bit further back. There's the Camel car we were talking about earlier on. You see there the 114 getting out of the way. That's the K&M racing car we're talking about, and obviously we spoke to Andy Malpass earlier. They had a few issues with refueling as well, or rather with their initial fueling, and had to go through 3 fuel filler caps. And drive-through penalty has been applied to car number 3. So the Vingart racing car has unfortunately chalked up a tab in the track limits department, and they now have to serve a drive-through as a result of that, and those penalties continue to get harsher, of course. We saw a 1-minute stop and go for Gridfinder earlier on. There's the Carmel car, though, well in the top 10. Has a gap of just 2.5 seconds, actually, over Andy Greer-Hardy. Now, where is the 49 car? It should be next in the queue, actually. So Camel Racing and Tom Derbyshire could be about to have to fight for 8th overall here. The Gridfinder car, the 42, is not the car that's chasing them. The car that's chasing them is the 49, which I'm trying to spot out there at the moment. I think it might be a little bit further back now, but last time across the line it was 2.5 seconds. I'm keeping an eye. Let's see if we can... Oh, and Derbyshire's pushing on a bit too much, I think. We saw there a bit of a moment, and Toby Owen, I think, had to lift out of that as well. We can just see the 49 car in some of these shots. There it is, the red bumpered car with the grey and yellow. So the car that's at the back of this little queue, or towards the back of this little queue, is closing in on the 88 Camel racing car. Derbyshire in the midst of a lot of traffic right now. So keep an eye on Tom Derbyshire, as he may well soon have to fight for this 8th place overall. Semprini Racing have just put themselves onto the same lap as well, potentially. Look at this cluster of cars coming across the line at the moment. Amazing stuff. They've all grouped together at the moment, and the man who's working hardest to try and get through the pack and get to the 88 car is Andy Greer-Hardy. In that 49 machine, there's the 88. That's the car that Greer-Hardy is currently pursuing. Tom Derbyshire at the wheel. You weren't tuning in when we extensively discussed them at the very start of the day. The Camel racing car, as I alluded to during the top 10 countdown, is a team composed of effectively neighbours. They were all they all live on the same street, and we're in the same new build kind of cul-de-sac situation. And they got together during the lockdowns, chatted to each other in the back garden, wanted to go racing. A couple of them have heard of the EnduroKA category, thought it was a good idea, hopped on to the internet and did some cost analysis, and would you believe it, they're now racing. Great story for the Camel guys, and Winchester-based drivers currently well in the top 10, but 8th place could be under threat because there is the LDR performance tuning machine of Andy Greer-Hardy. And what was the gap between Greer-Hardy and Camel last time? It was down to 0.8 of a second last time, so it definitely seems as though Greer-Hardy has a good pace advantage, although on this lap he'll have lost quite a lot of time because I think they kind of had to string out again after they were all so close together. That little pack of cars has strung out now, and that's working in favour of Derbyshire at the moment. We'll try and keep you abreast as best we can of all the various scraps going on throughout the order. The gap between Derbyshire and Greer-Hardy is out to 5 seconds on that lap, so 4 seconds gained on that lap alone by Derbyshire, so he's clearly pressing on. Andy Greer-Hardy is stuck here behind traffic that are all fighting each other. And in fact, we see a good scrap here because Semprini Racing, the 27 car, is just trying to hold on to the top 10. The 27 and the 28 car running down the Bentley Straight in tandem at the moment, just alongside the LDR performance racing car we've been talking about. The Semprini car currently being driven by Evans. That's David Evans. Jeremy Evans was, I think, yet to be in there today. So David Evans currently under threat from the driver of the 28 at the moment, which is Costa Kritsis at the moment. Yes, it is. Costa Kritsis in the VPEX car. That's a scrap for 10th overall, so there's some good fighting going on throughout the order. Some side-by-side action further back, but has there been a change for 10th place there? No, the 27 is still there, so still in 10th for now. And for the Camel Racing guys, this could get even better still soon because they're in 8th place at the moment and they're 13 seconds behind Mike Murray. And my understanding is that that number 3 car has not yet been in for its drive-through penalty. So with the 3 car due a drive-through, it could well work in the Camel Racing car's favour. We continue to watch this battle though for 10th place as Semprini's David Evans is being hounded by Costa Kritsis at the moment. There's the Castrol Racing machine. Number 2 just going a lap down here. As the battle for 10th place continues on. Of course, just behind the 28 car is the Grid Finder car. You'll note the Grid Finder decals on the 28 car, and that's because Toby Owen migrated to VPEX Motorsport last time out at Anglesey in the 24-hour race, since Grid Finder didn't lodge a formal entry. But Grid Finder crew back with a vengeance this weekend, albeit post the Friday roll in a different machine. So Toby Owen, who was the driver responsible for rolling the original number 42, pressing on in 18th overall right now. There's the battle for 10th place then with the Semprini 27 car. Still just about holding on. It's a good performance to this point from David Evans. We're expecting Jeremy in at the very end. Of course, Jeremy Evans showed his pace in the Track Day series yesterday in his Honda Civic. And for now, though, it is David Evans, and he's being stalked at close range by Costa Kritsis in that 28 car for VPEX Motorsport. Good little dice this for now. They're running in tandem. To update you on the situation at the head of the order, it is still Wheeldon in the lead of this race in the 18 Axiometrics car. The gap has once again shrunk down. Last time we were talking about them, it was about 76 seconds. It's now down around a minute. 1 minute and 1 second last time across the line. Adam Blair was behind Tim Wheeldon, so he is shrinking that gap with aplomb at the moment. Consistently lapping in the 42s, and of course it was a low 1 minute 42 that was pole position yesterday. So every lap, literally a qualifying lap for Adam Blair at this stage, and he is, little by little, bringing the IP Racing crew closer to the lead. Top two, rather the top two are closing in on each other then. The battle for 10th place still very close. And on this occasion, I think Evans has made the mistake, yes. I think David Evans there just missed his braking, and that was the opportunity that Krietsis needed to move up into 10th place. But Evans now in the slipstream as they run down the Bentley straight. Surely going to have a go side by side as they run under the bridge in this battle for 10th position. And didn't quite regain the place. I thought maybe the run was on for the Semprini 27 car, but it wasn't quite to be. So Krietsis, for now at least, has moved up into 10th place. Let's see if he can build the gap. Elsewhere in the pack, the battle for 8th and 9th place that we're discussing before with LDR Performance Tuning. That gap has kind of just extended now. Tom Derbyshire has rebuilt his gap over the LDR Performance Tuning 49. The Camel car is now the better part of 9 seconds clear. .1 seconds that time across the line, so this time the pendulum swung somewhat in favour of Greer Hardy, but the gap remains large enough now for Tom Derbyshire to just focus on what's going on ahead of him rather than behind him. But Greer Hardy continues to press on. Of course, deep in this queue of cars that we've got, this kind of convoy of machines that's running at pretty much the same pace. You've got that 114 car there as well, the Race Logic machine of Andrew Malpass. That's, I think, in a fairly lonely 14th place at the moment. Tipping it in is the number 28 car once again, so Krietsis continues on in 10th place, and you can see he's now got a car between himself and David Evans, so it looks as though Apex Motorsport have sealed 10th for the time being, but of course still a long way to go. 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing left to run here at the Schweiner Rennen. 4 hours. We are on lap 177 of this 9-hour race then. We'll get somewhere near that 300 lap marker. I don't think we're quite going to surpass it, but we might get into the high 200s. A few teams look like they might be preparing for a pit stop at the moment. So the gap now between the top two has once again shrunk. It's now down to 56 seconds. So for the first time in quite a long time, Axiometrics have their closest competition within a minute. Blair has taken 40 seconds off of the gap between himself and the leader in what, about 40 minutes? So that's really good going. May even be a bit less than 40 minutes. There is our race leader. There is Tim Wheeldon in the Axiometrics 18 car, looking for their second consecutive victory here in EnduroKA. Turns through the second part of the Brundle-Nelson complex. That is Nelson. Of course, the season opened at Donington Park this year, where the Yippee-Ki-Yay team ended up taking the win. And the next race of the season was Cadwell Park, which was the first and so far only win of the year for IP Racing. Scott and Ryan Parkin with Adam Blair on that day. And now the team of the man we see at the moment, Adam Blair, along with Scott Parkin and Mark Witherington, are pressing on to try and maybe get win number 2, but they're going to have to beat the winner of the 24-hour at Anglesey. The winning car, at least, axiometrics.com. That's the target they're going to have to beat. That's the target they're going to have to best if they want to win here this weekend. Refueling ongoing for the Grid Finder team. Good luck, have fun, easy into turn 1. A sim racing motto on the back of the Grid Finder car, of course, as the team has its roots and its community thoroughly embedded in sim racing. Grid Finder kind of helps you find a place to go sim racing. If you're after a competitive league or something of that nature, that's what Grid Finder's business is, kind of finding the right place for you to go sim racing. And I believe they've extended into the real world now as well, not just with their racing efforts, but also with the website. So the gap we were looking at, or the battle we looked at before in that fight for what was 10th place, it's now for 9th place, because the camel car of Tom Derbyshire is in the pit lane at the moment. So the 88 car has fallen out of the top 10 for the time being. We'll see where they ultimately come out later on. There is the camel car being refueled, and in as well has come Vindgat Racing. A little more pronounced than that. It's Vindgat or something of that nature, but it's very difficult for me and my Anglo-Saxon tongue to wrap my head around the vowels there. There's the 18 car of axiometrics.com, our race leader. We approach the 3.5 hour to go mark. Rapidly approaching lap 200. We are currently on lap 180 of the race. And on lap 179 of the race, as we saw on the graphic, Adam Blair has just set the fastest race lap so far. A 1:41.741 for Adam Blair, who is clearly pressing on. Now, as the the laps get quicker for Adam Blair, the likelihood of a low fuel load also increase. So I wonder if he does have a low fuel load right now, and I wonder if we may soon see the car in as a result. I don't think it's been long enough yet to expect them in for a scheduled stop, but we'll see. Perhaps in the next half hour to 40 minutes, we may see a stop. Somehow doubt that Adam Blair will be taking the finish then today. Might well be Scott Parkin who takes the finish later on. You see Blair there looking in the mirrors. And at that rate of pace, well, no one's catching you yet, Adam. May well have been given the hurry up because he's clearly going full bore at the moment. Just closing in at the moment on the third place car, the VEC Motorsport car of Ben van den Bos, who's in turn kind of been tucked behind the 27 car of Semprini Racing for quite a while. Across the line then comes Adam Blair to complete lap 180. Probably another fast lap. Yes, it was. A 141.582 out of Adam Blair there. Said it would be another fast lap. I wasn't quite expecting it to be another fastest lap. That's quite a different proposition. So tyre change ongoing down at Camel Racing, but of course we discussed this earlier on. We saw it with the Ferguson Motorsport guys. They pulled the car in to do the tyre change. Seems as though Camel have been rather more honest about it and are still doing it on the pit apron, but you can only have 3 people working on the car, so it is a slower process overall. But now they are getting back out there. I assume that Tom Derbyshire may have gotten out of the car as well. We'll see where they end up after that stop. They are currently down in 15th on the timing screen. It's now back out on the circuit. So we'll see. It looks like they may well be a threat for the top 10 come the end of the day, though. So keep an eye on Camel Racing. The Vinglas Racing car is still in the pit lane as well. We saw Adam Blair, of course, pressing on. There he is coming across the line again. This time it's not a fastest lap. It's a mere 141.8. It's only a couple of seconds faster than anyone else out on circuit at the moment. Adam is pushing on and have re-established himself in the racing world with a spot of karting after a prolonged absence from motor racing. I think he was on the bench, as it were, for the better part of a dozen years, maybe longer, probably more like 15 years actually, after getting as high as the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany and scoring podiums in that series, which at the time was and probably still is the most competitive Porsche Carrera Cup category on the face of the earth. And obviously, as with many young professional drivers, budget was an issue. And Adam Blair, though, now back to racing and has been building esteem as one of the fastest drivers anywhere when it comes to EnduroKA. He's now applying his trade as well in Turismo X, as we saw yesterday in the Darkside Developments Audi TT. The 88 Camel car back out on circuit then. They run 15th at the moment. 3.5 hours left to go here at the Schweinerennen. There is the Burton Power Racing #1 car then. Currently running still outside the top 20 after their gearbox woes. Saw the gearbox out of the car, so it was a full gearbox change. I know that's not easy in these Ford cars or KAs, depending on your choice of flavour. They weren't sure even what they were calling the car at the official launch back in the mid-late 90s. Of course, these are first-generation machines, and there was a second, less popular generation of Ford car that followed in the early 2010s. It's no longer produced, sadly, a Ford car. It's no longer a current Ford model. They produced them up till 2008 in this Mark 1 specification. Little 1300cc super minis, and they certainly are a great fun car to drive in anger, as anyone in this paddock will tell you. And some signalling going on there amongst the Row Rage team. New driver ready to get in. Looking at the third place car again. Both the third and the fifth place car, as a matter of fact, just into the top 5 at the moment, is the Prancing Donkey, otherwise known as the Calamity car, the 121, in the Nart Racing colours of Ferraris of yesteryear in the 1970s. And we call it the Prancing Donkey because they do have a modified Ferrari logo emblazoned on the car. There's the rather immaculately turned out number 8 car from the VEC Motorsport crew. Not as immaculate as it was before qualifying. Of course, on qualifying on Saturday, it did end up rolling. But doesn't seem to have particularly hindered the car's pace, does it? Just a single roll, and not the most spectacular one, thankfully, for VEC Motorsport. We've seen how severe a roll can be, courtesy of Chris Reed this morning in the Wolf Motorsport 26 car. Pink Pig, unfortunately, a favourite for this race, a favourite for every race they show up to. Sadly, an early DNF today. Looks like that battle for 8th place is hotting up again as well, because the VPEX Motorsport car has the Semprini car all over the back of it again, the 28 and the 27. Once again coming to blows. Costa Krietsis has been closed in upon by David Evans once more. Seems as though the battle is ebbing and flowing between the two of them, which is always fun to watch. There goes the donkey down there in 5th place at the moment. And of course, remember, the Calamity car is, I believe, the only one here. Yes, the only one here with just the 2 drivers. So Marcus Batty and current driver Andrew Hinch are really putting in a admirable shift today. And just in the back of shot, you again see the battle for what is now 8th and 9th place between VPEX and Semprini, who remain just a few tenths apart on circuit. Of course, after the VPEX car of Krietsis got past. That's the silver car you see going through shot there, the second last one in the queue. The 28 VPEX car, you got the feeling once he had passed this 27 Semprini machine, you thought, well, that's the end of that. But it seems that intermittently, Evans will surge back towards the 28 car. It's certainly a compelling little scrap, and just ahead of them there is the 88 car. That is the Carmel car we were discussing previously, back down in 15th place now, which makes it one of the last cars currently to not have had any significant woes, but they were running in the top 10 a while ago. I think their efforts are going to depend on strategy and safety car and things like that from here on out. But the Camel car currently entrusted to Nick Honeyman Brown. No, it is just Nick Honey Brown, I think. Sorry. And keep an eye, as the IP racing car should be due across the line shortly. Keep an eye on where the pace is for Adam Blair at the moment. He's still in the 42s there, in second place in the 36 car. Looks like Van den Bos. Oh, I thought he was going to go pit stop, but no, just being overtaken at the moment by Costa Kriitsis, who seems to have put a fair lick of pace into these last couple of laps. Was being closed in by David Evans, and now it appears not. All of a sudden, the pace is back with Kriitsis. As I said, it seems to ebb and flow between VPEX Motorsport number 28 and Semprini 27 as they continue to scrap for 8th place. The gap between Wheeldon at the head of the order and Adam Blair has again shrunk massively since we last looked at it. 38.855 seconds the gap now between the 18 Axiometrics car in the lead and the 36 IP racing car of Adam Blair. Into the pits, meanwhile, has gone the 42, and that's a second pit visit in not a lot of time, unfortunately. Currently with Tom Bunton at the wheel. And looks like they're investigating the wheels, and are they sending the car back out, or is there an issue they need to contend with? Certainly looks like they're having to work on it at the moment. Perhaps investigating an issue. Checking the tracking or something of that nature. I'm not technically minded enough really to know exactly what they're looking into at the moment. Could be wheel bearings or something like that as well. I'm guessing the driver may be reporting a handling issue or something like that. On it up. So it looks like the Grid Finder crew, supported by Graves Motorsport, have something to contend with right now. Black and white flag out on circuit to the 77 car of 77 Racing. So Mark Harris, the latest to be warned for track limits issues. There goes the Vingard Racing car again. That's interesting, that's back in, because Bidway has not been in the car for long. Leon Bidway has taken over. But I get the impression that Vingard has had a couple of unscheduled pit visits so far. They've had 6 stops already, which is more than just about anyone, certainly more than anyone in the sharp end, although actually saying that, Greer Hardy in the LDR Performance Tuning car, that's also had 6 pit stops to its name, so a couple of teams have visited the pits more than is ideal. course, with the nature of these races, the pits are always very busy. So a big shout out as always to every marshal around the circuit, especially the pit marshals who are having to contend with a lot of different factors here today. Shout out to Glenn Lubbock as well, who I somehow managed to call Neil earlier today, so apologies Glenn, I do remember your name, I'm honest. But great to have the Orange Army in force here around the posts and here in pit lane. Of course, I think we probably had a few more marshals here yesterday as well, because we're running the 300 layout of the Snetterton circuit, the 3 mile kind of main circuit, as it were. We're now running the 200 layout, which is far shorter, of course. 300 is a 3 mile track, the 200 is a 2 miler. And is closest in footprint to the original, or rather the previous configuration of Snetterton. The original configuration of Snetterton was wildly different, but the 200 layout, aside from the reprofiling of Coram and Murray's and the Wilson hairpin, it is pretty much an echo of the former Snetterton circuit layout. The circuit today is a lot more flexible, with a lot more facilities, courtesy of continued investment from MSV. So 34 seconds now, the gap at the head of the order. Adam Blair continues to set quick lap times. He's fallen back into the low 42s for now, but given where he was previously, given the pace that everyone else has relative to him, clearly 36 car is still being pushed to its limits. He was in the mid 41s a while ago. Our race leader comes across the line now and completes lap 190 of the race. I'm sure he will be conscious, as the team will also be, that the lead between the 18 and the 36 is only going down. We continue to see the VC Motorsport car on screen, and of course that car sits third overall at the moment, but I believe is 2 whole laps down on anyone else out there. Oh, sorry, 2 laps down on the battle for the lead. As alluded to earlier on, it does seem to have become something of a 2-horse race at the sharp end of the order, but one horse is bolting at the moment, and that's Adam Blair closing in on Tim Wheeldon. Of course, the VC Motorsport car of Vanden Bosch has been stuck there behind the Calamity car of Hinch for most of the stint, seemingly. Those two are at odds at the moment. You do see a lot of that in these kind of races, even though they're not on the same lap, they will continue to scrap. Oh, Axiometrics there, seemingly going through a bit of an earthquake, but no, I think just the camera being adjusted a little bit there as they come across the line. And the gap is once again more than likely going to shrink unless we get a good lap this time out of Wheeldon. They're almost exactly a second slower at Axiometrics than IP Racing last time. Wait and see what the gap may be this time. We follow the leader then onto his 192nd lap of the day. We await Adam Blair, who comes across the line now. What kind of gap is there now between this man, Tim Wheeldon, and Blair? It's at 32 seconds now, so again, another second taken out of Adam Blair in this lead scrap. Often in endurance racing, the battles are kind of slow moving like this. It takes a while, but eventually you have to assume that IP Racing and Adam Blair are going to close in. They certainly aren't closing in, but soon Blair might find himself in a position to either hand over a car in a strong chance of taking the lead, or Blair may be able to take the lead himself. I do, however, think that he won't be able to close the entire 32-second gap before he has to stop again. I think, if my memory serves me correctly, Wheeldon would likely pit again before the 36 car. But it is currently Wheeldon for Axiometrics in the lead of this race. Debris down there. Looks like someone's taken out a few of the corner markers up at Coram as well, doesn't it? Wheel firmly up in the air there for Adam Blair. Let's see what the gap is this time. Is it down under 30 seconds for the first time in a long time? Not quite. It's 30.6. Adam Blair, once again, 1.6 seconds quicker on that lap. So it seems to go out somewhere between 1 to 2 seconds a lap. It seems to shrink in favour of Adam Blair. Okay, so game on for Adam Blair then as the gap continues to come down. There's the 77 car. And the 72 as well. 72 has had a track limits warning or two in recent times as Adam Bonham presses on. The car that brought out our most recent safety car period, of course, owing to a hub failure. Bit of a lock-up there for the Axiometrics 18 as Wheeldon pushes on. And now we wait for the 36. That's the 734 car of Ferguson. That's the car in fourth place. We haven't seen them for a while. And there is our second place machine. So not only is Blair closing in, but there's not exactly a lot of traffic between the two of them either. Last lap for Wheeldon was a 1:43.348. What kind of time does Adam Blair put in this time by? It's a 1:41.9. So again, the gap goes down by another 1.4 seconds. It's down to 29.2. Dark Side Developments, I think, and IP Racing, very familiar with this process of just sitting here and watching as Adam Blair puts in quali lap after quali lap, and will it pay dividends as it has done many times in the past? Fortune doesn't always fall in their favour, but they're always among the top cars in this championship. Blair turns into Brundle now. And onwards to Nelson. There's the Axiometrics 18. Tim Wheeldon at the wheel. Those are the two cars we're keeping an eye on right now as the battle continues to slowly but surely fall in favour of the 36 car. You are just joining us. We have had a few retirements to this point in the race, unfortunately. Chris Reed and Wolf Motorsport, they were very early retirements after a roll on the 7th lap of the race, and thankfully Chris Reed seemed to be conscious and okay and talking after the incident, but he did have to be stretchered, so hopefully he hasn't sustained any significant injuries after that one. Misty Racing's 172 car with the family Davis, the two siblings, Bryony, who was in the car at the time of retirement, and George Davis, the Portsmouth-based teenagers. They both got to go in the car. One driver who didn't get to go today, unfortunately, was Mark Werrell, our commentary colleague, and quite the hot shoot. Sadly for him, he didn't get the chance to lace his boots or put on his helmet today. And that car is a confirmed retirement, as is the 64 Autotech racing car. Taylor Norton, of course, was at the wheel and the car was brought in for the final time. Big blow to himself, Andrew Howell, Reese Kello, and the ever-present and always positive Lucas Ticini, who let us know earlier on that he'll continue on in the EnduroKA for the rest of the season, in addition to his commitments in the Hyundai Coupe Cup. We rapidly approach the 3 hour to go mark here in the Schweinerennen. So then we continue to follow Blair as he comes through the Murray's Bend for the 196th time. Gosh, these laps have flown by. My colleague Kieran McGinley is primed and ready after his lunch break. I had one earlier on to go and do some pit lane parading and see what he can find in pit lane. I believe cameraman Jeremy is also on lunch break at the moment, but I do see a cameraman down there, so hopefully he can try and get some interviews and get some sights and sounds from the paddock as we rapidly approach 2/3 distance. 72 car back into the pit lane then, and one would assume Adam Bonham is going to get out and stay out of the car for now, because obviously he has to be out of the car for the refueling process, but one suspects he might soon be replaced by a new driver. There is the the 734. I really need to get out of that habit. The 734 car of Ferguson Motorsport. That is Joe Ferguson at the wheel. As they've alluded to in interviews and such, they have had some issues with a misfire. They have also had a change of tyres in the garage, and the car is a new build, so the 734 car, they might be doing a bit of trial and error at the moment as it adjusts to its new life as a race car. The 736 car, incidentally, is still in the pit lane. That's the Ferguson Motorsports sister car. The car that was running so competitively in the early stages with the likes of... Oh, 56 car is stopped out on the circuit. The hard and enthusiastic car has come to a halt at the Wilson hairpin going into Chapman and onto the Bentley straight. So that's just on the outside of Wilson towards the inside of Chapman, and that's not necessarily a good place. It's stopped on the tarmac. I just wonder whether that might require the intervention of a safety car. We'll wait and see. Lots going on, hustling and bustling further back in the pack, and including our 7th place car, the LDR Performance Tuning number 49. The Camel is in there too. So is the 23 PSR machine of Jack Wood. Seems like that Camel car is perpetually involved in skirmishes, doesn't it? They're going to have to figure out their order now, though, because the safety car is out. The safety car is out here at Snetterton once more. And so that means that I imagine we're going to have a very busy pit lane. In fact, the 18 Axiometrics car is in already, so our race leader and the 2nd place Adam Blair for IP Racing are both in the pit lane. So the safety car is out, and immediately the lead contenders are in. Now, this has actually arguably fallen at a somewhat inconvenient time for those who can stretch their fuel, because we've got 3 hours and 2 minutes of the session of the race left to go. And of course the maximum driver stint is 3 hours. So as it stands, anyone who heads back out onto the circuit, they'll have to do at least one more pit stop because of the maximum driver time. Well, well, well. Depending on how long this safety car lasts, a few drivers or a couple of teams may try and install a driver for the rest of this 3-hour race and maybe try and stretch it on fuel, but the longest stint we saw was out of VEC Motorsport. If memory serves me correctly, that was 2 hours and 50 minutes. So I somehow doubt the safety car is going to be out for the next 11 minutes before we get to 2 hours and 50 to go. It is only one car, completely undamaged. In theory, they might not need a crane. It might be able to be towed or even pushed. And so you see the pit lane filling up with cars at the moment, and, well, busy scenes as we see. And there is the recovery truck. It looks like they're going to go for a tow rather than a crane, which is a positive sign that this shouldn't be that long of a safety car period. The teams that have dived in at the very first opportunity could be rewarded handsomely here. The clock is about to tick down into the final third of the race. And the safety car currently leads the field. Another wave of cars into the pit lane then, starting with the 734 car of Joe Ferguson. There is the race leading machine, Axiometrics, Tim Wheeldon, who was at the wheel. To see who takes over the car. Now, I think I might be right in saying that that is Nigel Griffiths getting back into the car. But I must confess I don't recognise all of them face to face. I think that might be Nigel Griffiths though. Back in the car for the second time today. We have crossed over into the final third of the race then, and it is Axiometrics.com that currently are listed as our race leaders. However, VEC Motorsport, who continue to trundle around rather than pit, I think they may have just taken the lead on the road. Let's see what that means for the... Oh, now, is this damage for the number 2 car? Was going to run you through the order, but it looks as though that Castrol number 2 has some suspension damage or some kind of wheel damage on the front right, doesn't it? Perhaps it's something as simple as a puncture. No, it looks more complex than that because the wheel is towing in significantly. The Castrol racing car. The tyre definitely is down, but is it just the tyre or is there something else at play there? Because it certainly isn't towing right either. Axiometrics then back into the lead. I will correct myself actually because it does look as though Axiometrics have retained the lead over VEC Motorsport. Yes, they have. So Axiometrics lead the way at the moment. Tim Wheeldon in the 18 car. He will have probably just been replaced by, I believe, Nigel Griffiths. There you see the, oh dear, rather stricken and damaged number 2 Castrol car. Safety car is in this lap. You see the lights out. So let's run through the top 10 while we still can before things get hectic again. It is Axiometrics number 18 in the lead of the race by not long at all. Although, actually, I think the gap will have extended during the pit stops because IP Racing have only just left the pits. But it is IP Racing in second place. It is Scott Parkin at the wheel now of the 36 car. So Adam Blair has been relieved of driving duties for now. Ben Vanden Bos still in the number 8 car, which you see on screen at the moment. Vanden Bos in third place, and I believe now back on the lead lap critically. So Vanden Bos and VEC Motorsport have put themselves back into contention here. And I'm not sure when they next need to pit, but we'll have to see. I believe I can hear Kieran down in the pits.
You can indeed. Yes, I'm sat here, or stood here, I should say, with Tim Wheeldon of Axia. How did it go in, Tim? I mean, that was a crazy safety car period.
It was a bit. I mean, we managed, luckily I spotted the car stranded on the back straight, so we managed to anticipate the safety car and get in and get the maximum benefit. So it looks like we're about 3/4 of a lap ahead of second place, so it's worked out quite well, this one.
Yeah, IP Racing were closing into you bit by bit, lap after lap. Is that a good time for a safety car in your point of view? How's the rest of the race looking for you?
It's a good time for the safety car. We were actually very unlucky when I got in the car because as we did the driver change, I got in the car and got a safety car 2 laps later, so we lost the benefit we could have got then. Rest of the race is looking fine. We might have to do a splash and dash towards the end, so we could do with another safety car just to keep the fuel consumption down. But yeah, feeling good. Car feels good.
And how confident are you to take the win today?
Really depends on the other 2 teams who are a bit behind us. It's endurance racing. Anything can happen. Safety car, problems with the car, you name it. So at the moment we're looking good, but never count your chickens.
Never count your chickens before they've hatched. Tim, thank you so much for talking to us. Go and have a well-earned rest.
Pleasure, thank you.
And it's back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Kieran. Interesting then to hear from Axiometrics and the car now driven, of course, by Nigel Griffiths. And they are about to complete the 200th lap of the race, and they will do so as the race leaders. It is Axiometrics 18 in the lead, the 36 IP Racing car in second place. Also on the same lap as the car you see on screen, the number 8 VEC Motorsport car of Ben Vanden Bos, although that car will likely have to pit before too long. They've only pit twice so far in the 6 hours and change of the race that have so far been completed. In fourth place is the 734 car, the Ferguson Motorsport car, once again driven by Billy Ferguson at the moment. They are 2 laps back from the top trio. In 5th place is Andy Greer-Hardy for LDR Performance Tuning. In 6th place is VPEX Motorsport, Costa Krietsis in 6th. And up to 7th place at the moment is Race Logic. They are currently with Mark Winwood at the wheel, although I think maybe currently owing us a pit stop. Although, well, I don't know how long Winwood's been in the car, but they've currently shuffled up the order anyway with the pit stop phase we just saw in the safety car. The Calamity machine, the 121, that's been in. It still has Andrew Hinch at the wheel according to my timing screen. 9th place is the PSR car, and rounding out the top 10, KM Racing back down to pit lane.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, I'm here with Adam Blair, who's just deposited the car off in the safety car period. Adam, 2nd place for you so far. How did you find your stint out there?
It was good. It was hot, and my neck was aching. I was thinking as I was driving around, this is kind of harder than sprint racing because it's just consistent. I don't know how long I was out, probably 2 hours, just consistent pressure on the neck, especially here. But yeah, it was good. I mean, we were pretty quick. I was under the impression that we were in the lead because the radio reception is not very good for us, a bit like with you guys. And yeah, so I was told that's the leader in front of you. So I assumed when I unlapped ourselves, that was for the lead. So I kind of backed off a little bit, 2/3 of the way through the stint. And then they told me that we were actually in 2nd, so I speeded up again.
And I mean, a bit of a frustrating first hour for you of the race, but you seem to have bounced straight back. I mean, what's your target for the end of the race? Surely, how's the confidence for the race win, possibly?
I'd never say I'm confident in a sprint race, especially at Snetterton. I think in the last 3 years, I think we were leading every time, including this time. And we won no time so far. So I'm not kind of expecting anything, but, you know, I think we've got the pace to win. So we'll see.
And for you then, the safety car, was that sort of much earlier than you anticipated switching the car over, or is it round about roughly that time in your stint?
No, we have 1 lap left of fuel. So I saw the safety car board, I think I was coming into Coram, and I said, should I pit, should I pit? The radio didn't work properly, and I was going to pit anyway, but Matisse just got me before the entrance to the pit lane. And so yeah, it was like getting now.
So it's a perfect timing then, just 1 lap left of fuel, not too bad. Are we expecting you out in the car any time more today?
Yeah, I think, well, Scott's out now. I believe I'm going to do the last stint, unless Mark wants to, because he was pretty mega earlier. So I don't think it matters too much which of us does it. So I'll leave it to the boys, whatever they want.
Perfect. Adam, thank you very much for talking to us. IB Racing number 36. Enjoy the rest of your day. And Adam, it's back to you in the commentary box.
There you go, from Adam to Adam. To echo Adam Blair, actually, though, Mark Witherington really was on good pace earlier on in that 36 car, so remains to be seen whether it will be Witherington or Adam Blair back in the car for the final stint of the race, but everybody, I think, expecting one more pit stop at least for the remainder of this race. And that does include, I would say, especially if they can do another 20 minutes or so, Ben Vandenbos will likely hand over the VEC Motorsport car during the final pit stop for them. So if they can do it in 3 stops, that would be mega for VEC Motorsport in 3rd place and on the lead lap once more. There is the Hard and Enthusiastic team. They're hard and enthusiastic about their racing, but how do they feel about spannering? Well, we're going to see, aren't we? They, unfortunately, were having a pretty good run to this point and have now been towed back after the car came to a halt at the Wilson hairpin. We saw Hard and Enthusiastic get a 3-lap penalty for that, of course, for the tow back, so they will have lost ground courtesy of that. Adam Blair, who we heard from, of course, is now awaiting news as to whether he gets back in the car. Scott Parkin, it is now in this number 36 machine. A 43.4 second gap at the moment between the Axiometrics.com car and Scott Parkin, I should say. There isn't a G there. So 43.4 seconds between them, and Let's see if the gap goes down again. It looks as though Parkin is a little bit faster than Griffiths, lap on lap at the moment. It's going down and down again. Of course, it was under 30 seconds before Blair pitted. There is the pack post-safety car, of course. Everyone, or at least a majority of people out there on circuit, kind of in the same ballpark, in the same approximate location, and that makes things very intriguing indeed. And I'm sure a lot of fun for some of the drivers. Tom Valentine is now at the wheel of the Burton Power car that you see there in the queue. He runs 21st place at the moment for the number 1 crew. I don't think we've seen Carl Sagar in yet, so I imagine he may take the finish. There is the Semprini 27. Did they have a driver change? Yes, they did. Jeremy Evans is now at the wheel of the Semprini car. Had a feeling it might be his time, and sure enough, Jeremy is in. He was expecting to do the last stint, and I believe, having now been put into the car within 3 hours to go, I reckon he will now see the checkered flag. Don't know if he can do it on 1 tank of petrol. We'll see what his fuel saving skills are like, I suppose. Important in this economy, one would suggest. Yeah, still going down between the top 2. And there's the Carmel car. Up to 13th after those pit stops. I don't think they pitted again that time. They pitted not too long before the safety car in actuality, and that may cost them, because I think a few of their rivals around them on the fringes of the top 10, they currently sit in 13th. I don't think many of their rival teams stayed out. I think everyone else pitted. Camel had no reason to pit because they only pit recently, but certainly the safety car, as always, hampering some and helping others. This is so often the way. Through the bomb hole we go. We continue to watch the pack. And there is the 72 Misty Racing car. They've had a driver change during that safety car period. It's now Robert Thomas at the wheel. There is our race leader, the Axiometrics 18. Nigel Griffiths at the wheel of that car. Just ahead on the road of Jeremy Evans at this stage. About to hit the 2 hours and 45 minutes to go mark in this race then, and obviously 2 hours 45 minutes used to be the race length in the American Le Mans series for a majority of the season. Feisty one you are, says the back of the number 2 car, but certainly their race hasn't been particularly feisty so far. If we have seen them on track, they've been giving way to others, and now unfortunately the car seems to have given way as well. We saw the damage to the front right of that number 2 car, and that's what they were working on in the Castrol Racing pit. Yeah, we are now just approaching the 2 hours 45 to go mark, which used to be the race length, standard race length in the American Le Mans series. Of course, exceptions given to events like the Petit Le Mans and the Sebring 12 Hours. So still very much got a whole endurance race ahead of us, even though we're already 6 and a bit hours in. There's the LDR Performance Tuning car in 5th place. They've moved back up the order I think they stayed out. I don't think they've pitted. I think Andy Greer-Hardy stayed out last time, and of course the number 49. Greer-Hardy was running very strongly in the early stages, so good to see them back up in the top 5 now. Let's see where that all works out towards the end of the race, because we've got, I think, one more stop for just about everyone, so they could still be on for a top 5 before the end of this one. Seriously doubt that we've seen the final pit stop for any of the drivers yet, but back down to the pits with Kieran McGinley.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. Yes, I'm just outside of the Castrol Racing garage, and there's a bit of front-end damage on the right-hand side. Now, you saw the 56 car come to a stop on the hairpin, Wilson hairpin, I believe. That was because it was an incident between the 56 and the number 2 behind me. Now, there's front right-hand side damage. Murphy was telling me all about the bit of damage then. They're keen and hard at work, getting the car turned around and get it repaired. Also had a chat to Hard and Enthusiastic at the other end of the garage as well. They're pretty confident they want to try and get the car up and running again. They're just checking the systems of the engine, checking there's nothing under the bonnet that's potentially going to come apart during the race if they were to get it back out there. But both teams hard at work getting the cars repaired, and hopefully we'll see both of them back out on track. Adam, it's back to you.
Okay, very interesting, because we didn't really see much damage on the back of the Hard and Enthusiastic car, but obviously we only really got one angle, one look at it, so turns out some mutual damage between 2 cars that collided out there. So interesting stuff as always down in pit lane, as the Axiometrics 18 has just crossed the line again. We watch the 734 of Billy Ferguson. And Billy remains pretty fast out there. Well, last lap was actually only a 1:46, so he seems to be a bit off the pace at the moment, but the Ferguson car remains strong nonetheless in that 4th position. They have been suffering a bit of a misfire, so I wonder if that's hindering Billy's pace at all. Team managers for cars 41, 88 and 3 have all been summoned to race control, and they're all together on the timing screen as well. Camel Racing is of course the 88, and Vingars Racing the Leon Bidgeway car, the number in 12th place, and just involved in that kind of general vicinity on the timing screen as well, the 41 car of Row Rage Motorsport. So 3 cars in 12th, 13th and 14th place have all been summoned to race control, and I don't know if that's all connected to one incident. We'll have to see. Would be interested actually to see the battle between Carmel Racing and Row Rage Motorsport, because it seems as though they're scrapping at the moment for 13th place out there on circuit. Carmel Racing just 0.6 of a second off of or rather Carmel Racing just 0.6 of a second ahead of Row Rage Motorsport, and it is a Row family member currently at the wheel. That's the 41 car of John Rowe at the moment. So then the 3 and the 8 car are once again in tandem. I'm sure I've seen these cars together more often than not so far today. It is Leon Bidgeway, who is often one of the quicker drivers out there. It's a strong lineup at Vingars Racing, all told. Mike Murray certainly holds his own. Callum McDougall is extremely fast, and certainly Leon Bidgeway is too. I seem to remember Bidgeway starting the car, if I'm not mistaken. No, Bidgeway was second in the car after McDougall, I think, at the Anglesey 24 Hours last month, and was quick but also had some dramas, I think, during that stint, the second of the race. And the gap between Axiometrics and IP Racing, you'll be shocked to hear, that once again it's going down. And I think there may have been some dramas for Axiometrics on that last lap, because the last lap was a 1 minute 49.823. And that is a good half dozen seconds or so off of a clean lap time. So Nigel Griffiths may be having some issues down in the 18 car right now. Let's see what the next lap time is for the Axiometrics crew. Where are they? They're just coming down the main straight now, and the car looks to be running at pace. What's the lap time like? Yeah, it's a 1:45.1, which is a decent time. It's race pace, but still not quite the same speed we saw out of Griffiths in the early stages of his stint. So I just wonder whether maybe they're nursing a problem or something there at Axiometrics. Good to see the number 2 car seemingly getting ready to go back out there. I assure you, Jay Cartwright isn't at the wheel. It was Dave Murfitt. I'm not sure quite whether he will be replaced. We wait with bated breath. The gap between this car, the 18, the Axiometrics car, and Scott Parkin is almost exactly 30 seconds as we continue into the final third of the race. 70% distance so far.
Sorry, it was rubbish. I could have done better than that. On the tree.
So then rejoined now in the pit lane by Kieran McGinley. We've been shuffling the furniture a little bit during that little momentary pause. And Kieran back from his pit lane adventure. I still have at least one more in me before the end of this race. And I understand, Kieran, that you've gleaned some more intel from the various garages.
I have indeed. David Murphy is going to hop back into the number 2 car. He was having a chat to me whilst we were down there about that little bit of an incident heading in towards Wilson, and yeah, just a bit of damage to the front right of the number 2, and also the number 56, Hard and Enthusiastic. Well, he was telling me, enthusiastic, definitely, but they want to finish the race. Both drivers, both teams obviously want to finish the race. For now they've got this far in, they want to see the checkered flag. I was also talking to the crew members at the Wolf Motorsport, number 26. So we do have an update on Chris Reed. He has been discharged from hospital. He was taken to hospital for a checkup. It is a broken shoulder blade. However, he's been discharged. He's on painkillers, a couple of bumps and bruises, but discharged from hospital, which is fantastic news.
Okay, so yeah, broken shoulder blade, certainly no laughing matter. Quite a hefty injury, and I don't blame him for getting the painkillers going quite early on, but I'm confident that we'll see him back in the paddock in the not too distant future then with that, and great to hear that the Wolf Motorsport driver, the competitor who took the start, Chris Reed, is hopefully now heading home and heading to a bit of bed rest and maybe just get himself on the mend in the days that follow this race.
Absolutely, and yeah, so all best wishes to him in his recovery, and it won't be too long before we see him back behind the car, I'm sure of that.
Eager beaver, I've spoken to him before.
Absolutely. Tuning into the race though, Axiometrics with Griffiths behind the wheel is currently leading the way. IP Racing with Scott Parkin behind the wheel in second place in that number 36 car, and well, 26 seconds is the gap. Well, it was the gap when they crossed the start finish line, but looking at the difference in the lap times, that is falling very much in favour of Scott Parkin at the moment.
Yeah, Parkin is putting in good laps right now, and Griffiths did a 1:49 a couple of laps ago at this point and lost himself some time on that, so
Doesn't quite seem as though Griffiths has a handle on the car just yet, but he's going to push on. And I imagine the team are giving him the encouragement to hopefully get him back into things here, because right now that car, the 36 of Scott Parkin, is hunting and closing in at a rate of knots, and also closing in on the leader is Ben van den Bos, still out there in the number 8 VEC Motorsport car. Now, based on their sheer stint length, you get the feeling they're always fuel saving, but he's still going quite quickly, Ben van den Bos, at the moment, a 1:43.785 last time across the line, and almost within a minute as well of the race lead, 1 minute and 7, and that gap has been going down between first and third place.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's coming towards the last 2.5 hours now. This is where the safety car seat, when it was deployed at a great moment for some, where we've heard from Adam Blair, he only had 1 lap of fuel left in the tank anyway.
Very fortuitous.
Very, very good timing. There is the number 2 just leaving the pit lane just out of our commentary box window. So it comes at some opportune times, and for others not the opportune time, because there's now going to be a case of, is there going to be enough fuel in the car to get to the end of the race? Now, if you're VEC Motorsport, you may have a solid case. One of your drivers has already done a 2 hours, 50-minute stint. Now, there was the safety car at the very start of the race. However, that's all in play with this safety car as well. So it's all a bit of working it out, seeing whether you can make it, and whether teams will try and risk getting to the end on the fuel they have, or whether they'll just cave in and say, do you know what, it's not worth it, splash and dash it.
Yeah, I think just about everyone has one more stop in them. I think they have to. But we will wait and see, and certainly Ben van den Bos owes us a stop. He's been out there for quite a while at this point, and I think they'll be willing on a safety car at an opportune moment for them, because they stayed out during the previous safety car period, unlike a great many, so that would be perfect for them if they can do their next stint, their next stop under safety car conditions. Gap between this car, the 36, and the race-leading axiometrics machine that you now see on screen has gone down again, 24.4 seconds. Last time on lap 212, they're about to put 2:13 in the books. You see there, among others, always together on track, actually, I must say. The KM Racing 114 and the Calamity, the prancing donkey car, they always seem to be together on circuit, and just saw them through camera shot again, pretty much as one. There comes the 36 car. We've had Griffiths across the line. He's getting quicker. He was in the high 44s last time. He was in the low 44s on that lap. So he is getting closer and closer to the pace of Parkin, which will help him minimise the loss of the gap. Parkin across the line, 23.1 seconds. So only 1.3 seconds slower that time was Griffiths compared to Parkin. So Griffiths is slowly picking up the pace as the stint wears on. But Parkin's still closing in.
Yes, as we head towards that 2 hours 30 minutes. Yeah, Scott Parkin 42.9 compared to Griffiths 44.2. So all really going in the favour of Scott Parkin. Gap 23.1 when they headed to the line last time around. Nigel Griffiths there just looking to put in some consistent pace, but he is being closed in by Scott Parkin. Ben van der Bos then in the VEC car in the number 8. That's had a bit of a story to tell today for sure. The Ferguson Motorsport teams as well in this race have a tale to tell, but I don't think anyone can have much of a tale to tell, because the 192 Race Logic car, that's had a couple of issues in the opening 2-3 hours, and they're currently in 7th place on the timing screen.
Yeah, no, the Race Logic car's let back up there. I think, again, another car that stayed out during the last pit stop phase. Suspect they may fall back out of the top 10 when they do have to pit, unless, again, it happens at a fortuitous moment with the safety car. But Race Logic certainly putting in a strong performance here. I think they had a rough run of fortune, from what I recall, at the Anglesey 24-hour, and if they can finish in the top 10 today, I think they'd feel that's a job well done.
Definitely. And, you just saw the Axiometrics car of Nigel Griffiths make his way through now in towards Wilson, and then turn left at Chapman to bring us onto the Bentley straight, and you might just be able to see the top of the car of IP Racing. No, not quite this time around. but 21.822, and the gap is always coming down in favour of Scott Parkin at the moment. We are 2.5 hours away from the checkered flag, and well, again, to quote a driver down there, not wanting to count chickens before the eggs have hatched in terms of confidence of taking the race win between Axia and IP Racing. Both teams cautiously optimistic, but a huge emphasis on cautious.
Yeah, well, of course, Adam Blair alluded to some of the misfortunes they've had here previously at Snetterton, down at IP Racing, and it's never over till it's over, certainly. And IP Racing, I think, probably can attest to that better than anybody in the paddock in EnduroKA, because they've always, as I have mentioned, they've always been, you know, at the sharp end ever since the formation of the series. Really, they've been a force to be reckoned with, but sometimes fortune has run against them, and well, we'll see what happens today. Certainly they've been strong as always. They had a bit of they had a few curveballs thrown at them, of course, in the first hour or so, but they've been exemplary ever since then. And Scott Parkin willing the car on, as I'm sure is the team willing him on at the moment. A 44.4 last time across the line for Nigel Griffiths as a 77 Racing crew in for a pit stop. What does Scott Parkin do this time? A 43.1. So the gap's still just about over 20 seconds, but coming down and coming down.
Yeah, always in the favour of Scott Parkin as well. 43.1 from Parkin, 44.4 from Griffiths. So that's another 1.2, 1.3 seconds taken out of the race lead. Gap is now 20.5 seconds as we watch on there. That's the IP Racing making its way past a bit of traffic there. The number 27 heading on to Chapman, now on towards the Bentley Straight, and again Scott Parkin doing his best at dispatching a little bit of traffic there. Down the Bentley Straight he goes up towards Brundle and Nelson once again. Ferguson Motorsport there with Billy Ferguson behind the wheel. He didn't get a big stint earlier on. His stint was rather cut short by safety car and such the like. So he's back into the car now and hopefully gets a bit more of a longer run at it.
Yeah, no, I thought he wasn't in there for terribly long earlier. So his second stint, hopefully a rather more prolonged affair for Billy Ferguson. They're in fourth place. They're 2 laps down on the leading 3 cars out there at the moment. So really, we did say earlier on that it had become a 2-horse race. I think with VEC Motorsport in their current position, it has become a 3-horse race, although how the pit stops fall and when they fall is going to be critical for VEC Motorsport's race. I think if there was a safety car really any time from now, it would suit VEC Motorsport, or any time in the next few minutes. I think it would suit VEC Motorsport nicely, because obviously they can't be too far away from a pit stop. They've been out there for a long time with Van den Bos at the wheel, and we know they can do almost 3 hours to a tank. So if they did get to, if there was a safety car now, it would greatly benefit their chances of potentially challenging for a victory at the end of this one. And I imagine if there were a safety car now, both Axiometrics and perhaps IP Racing would both bite the bullet and go in for another stop too. I'm sure IP Racing, particularly if they do intend to put Adam Blair in for the final stint, they of course wouldn't want to see the safety car right now, because Adam Blair needs to be out the car for an hour before they can reinstall him. So if they were to have a safety car right now, I think it would end up with Mark Witherington taking the final stint. Witherington, who traditionally of the 3 drivers would be a little bit slower, but has been right up there on the pace actually. I think matching Parkin for certain in terms of pace during his stint earlier. So Witherington could certainly still take the win if he did in fact take the final stint, but that's all hypothetical of course, based on an impending safety car that may or may not come. 72 car, time penalty plus 10 seconds for track limits. So the 72 car with another penalty hanging over its head now. Misty Racing accruing the penalties, 17th overall after their various dramas.
Yeah, I mean both sides of the Misty Racing garage have had their fair share of problems today, so much so that the 172 actually retired from the race due to the the issues that they did have in the end, the head gasket having the issues and just not fixable for the race, and so they had to retire about 155 laps ago or so. They're 155 laps down, but possibly, what's that, about 100 laps ago they called it quits, threw in the towel. That was pretty much that, unfortunately, despite the best efforts of the Misty Racing team. They are just down to that one car now, which had a right rear wheel come off earlier on in the race, being a cause of one of the safety cars in recovering that car. They got the 3-lap penalty because of the recovery as well. If you're not familiar with EnduroKA, it is a 3-lap penalty if you have to be recovered by the flatbed trucks and recovered back to the pit lane, even if actually you're towed back. If you're recovered full stop from the track, it is a 3-lap penalty. So they've got to have that, plus the penalty of losing out under the safety car because, well, they've had to repair the damage, and then they've had to have the damage in the first place. So it's a real conundrum, a real, well, a formula for not a great day. But they're still in there. They're still 17th at the moment. Yes. And, well, with Robert Thomas behind the wheel, I think they're just making sure that they get a car to the checkered flag. That's going to be the order of the day.
Absolutely, yes. Incidentally, yeah, of course, that would be it's a big compounding effect, isn't it, when you have not only a repair, but also a penalty, but also this and also that.
That's the word I was looking for.
I had a feeling it was. It took me a second to get there as well, to be fair. But the Axiometrics car continues to be our race leader. You see on screen there the LDR Performance Racing machine with Greer Hardy at the wheel, another driver who stayed out in that last safety car period. And the LDR Performance Racing crew back up into the top 5. I think they will be contenders for that top 5 finishing position come the end of the race. Greer Hardy wasn't in the car for terribly long before the safety car came out most recently. And back out into the pit lane there goes the 77 Racing crew. They've been fairly frequent visitors to this point. I think that was their 6th stop of the day. So, I don't know if there is a Snetterton pit stop frequent flyer equivalent, but if there is, then certainly they're racking up their points.
They are indeed. I mean, their last pit stop was about 6 minutes there, so not anything out of the ordinary, of course, other than if it's an unscheduled stop, because, you know, for the change of tyres and fuel normally is about 5 minutes, maybe pushing 6 minutes if you get caught in the pit lane there. But there was one thing I was talking about. You might not have been here when I was just talking about it, but the myth about the windows being open when you're driving.
I heard this, yeah.
And the fuel usage doesn't seem to have held its weight in this race.
No, you said VEC were running around with the windows down, I think, if I remember rightly.
Yes.
And that's the car that seems to have more fuel mileage than just about anyone. Out of the top 10, the VPEX Motorsport car. A good stint, I'd say, overall for Costa Krietsis in the VPEX machine. Long time battling with the Semprini car before the most recent safety car period. I wonder if they'll come out together again, because they were scrapping ding and dong, hammer and tong about an hour ago. And now is Jeremy Evans at the wheel. It was David Evans in the Semprini car earlier on when they were having their scrap for what was 10th overall and became 9th at one point in that previous stint. And we'll see who hops into the VPEX car next.
Yes, keeping us all on our toes as to who's going to jump in next in that VPEX machine. Obviously, they've got Costa Krietsis, Alistair Hardy and Sam May in the car. I mean, Sam May's had a good run there as well. Krietsis then obviously bringing the car in. We haven't actually seen Sam May in a while. It could be Sam May.
Yeah, Sam took the opening stint, so it would make a lick of sense right now to put him in the car. I think we are now kind of at that point in the race where most teams that pit from here on out would theoretically be making their final stop unless safety cars and things, you know, create strategic plays. I think that we are getting to that kind of time.
It's getting to that time as well where, you know, speaking to a couple of the drivers as well, just making sure you get to the checkered flag at this point. That's going to be the most important thing for these teams, especially if they've had a little bit of hardship during the race. They just want to make sure they see the checkered flag and get the car over the line in 2 hours 19 minutes time. And for Parkin as well, again, just checking in with those lap times, roughly similar between Nigel Griffiths and Scott Parkin last time around, although slightly still in the favour of Scott Parkin by about 0.5 of a second. The gap's now 17 seconds between our top two drivers. VEC Motorsport currently rounding off our podium places a lap down on the lead pair.
That gap shrinking ever less between Griffiths and Parkin. Look at those last lap times. For the 18 car, for Nigel Griffiths, a 144.128 versus Parkin's 144.093. More or less identical, giving away mere hundredths last time by. So as Parkin's pace seems to slowly steady and Griffiths continues to find a little more time, it seems as though they're almost kind of not in stasis, because the gap does continue to shrink slightly, but certainly I think Griffiths is close to matching Parkin out there right now.
Yeah, I'm just going to correct myself because VEC Motorsport are on the lead lap. They're about 64 seconds behind Axiometrics at the moment. They've just put in a 43.4, which is, well, it's even 0.6 quicker than Scott Parkin on that last lap. So, you know, they've still got a way to go. About 48 seconds they are behind IP Racing, 64 seconds down on our race leaders. However, you know, it is one of those scenarios that we're not ruling anything out at this stage. There's, 2 hours, 17 minutes is not, a short amount of time.
No, and I think that, both Axiometrics and IP Racing, with the time they came in, it was just over 3 hours to go. So even if they could make the fuel last, they need to make another stop because of the driver time rule. So I'd say that at this stage, all three cars, Axiometrics, IP Racing and VEC Motorsport, are all going to have one more stop. And so if Van den Bos and the Toms, the VEC Motorsport crew, can continue to wring pace out of their car, a minute's gap in 2 hours and 17 minutes, certainly surmountable. And then you have to consider that, we've still got a long way to go, and we've already had a few outings for the BMW 2 Series safety car, and you wouldn't necessarily bet against another.
No, what's the famous phrase? Safety car breeds safety cars. I'm pretty sure that's the British version of that one. But it is true that the more safety cars you have, the more it bunches up the field, the more it encourages that wheel-to-wheel racing more often. So it is a case of that matter. Safety car breeds safety cars. That's the one. That's the phrase. But yeah, definitely not worth. I wouldn't rule out another safety car before the end of this race. But relatively speaking, I think that was our third safety car of this race, which is not bad going. If I'm right in thinking that.
I think it's third or fourth. I've lost track. I must admit. But yes, there haven't been that many pauses so far, but. Mathematically, if we're going on averages, there should be at least one more, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, as I alluded to at Anglesey, there was a good few hours of green flag running. In fact, by and large, I think the safety car driver had very little to do compared to some 24 hours over at Anglesey last month. We kept our P's and Q's firmly tucked in, I'd suggest. And, obviously, we had all cars reach the finish that day, which is the best showing of that possible.
Absolutely. And, it's always fantastic for the series and for the paddock entirely, for all the teams to make it to the checkered flag, because it's just one of those paddocks. They will help out wherever they can to make sure that your car can try and make it to the finish. I've seen it before at Brands Hatch or the IndyCar when I was down there about a year and a half ago, that there are teams out there that will help you, even if you're down the order. They will help you because, well, we want to see you finish this race.
If you are just tuning in, the IndyCar, it is another pun. It's not an implication of an IndyCar race at Brands Hatch. It's a 500 lapper that they run at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Is it 500 lapper?
500
I think that's
minutes.
500 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Probably about the same thing, actually, given the lap times for the cars.
Wrong, no.
Yeah, no. 500 minutes. And
Hello, how you doing? A bit of a wave there. And so 15.6 seconds is now the gap at the front of the order, again in favour of Parkin last time by, although Griffiths is getting quicker and quicker at the moment out there. It was also a personal best lap ago from Ben van den Bos as well. So Van den Bos is putting in some of the best laps we've seen from that car all day long. And a good lap as well from Parkin last time, a 42.5. Means the gap is down to 14 seconds, and the Axiometrics car's in the traffic at the moment. Got the Misty Racing 72 car ahead of them as they run down the Bentley Straight. So Griffiths is having to try and pick his way by. Should be relatively easily done. Question is, how much more traffic is there in the imminent vicinity? There's at least 2, 3, 4 cars or so actually in the kind of near-ish future for Griffiths to deal with, and obviously if you're coming past one car, that's one thing, but often if they group together in 3s or 4s, it can make the race leader's life pretty miserable.
It can do, because at that point you don't know if they're going to see you, who they're battling, that sort of thing, so that comes into it. And then you have to bear in mind that had they been listening to the golden rule of endurance racing, that if there's a faster car behind you, hold your line.
Big stop-go penalty just been applied for the 42 car. That's the grid finder car again, sorry. And now it's Mr. Grid Finder himself, Tom Bunton, so he's got nowhere to point the finger there, unfortunately. Stapley Bunton, 3-minute stop-go penalty for abuse of track limits. That's really throwing the book at them.
That is, I mean, that is what we call those draconian penalties really stepping up, because we've seen it on the scale. You get the warning and then it's 5 seconds, you get 10 seconds drive through, then you get the stop-go penalties. That's where they get more and more severe. You get 1 minute, now 3 minutes is the most we've seen so far, but yeah, that's getting close to the clerk of the course giving you a good once-over as to being on the track even.
Yeah, exactly. And of course it is to do with, well, there's several reasons to enforce the track limits. For one, if you don't enforce track limits, it gets very farcical. See, 2020 Spa 24 hours qualifying, see DTM at Le Mans in 2006. Plenty of good examples there if you want to see what happens when track limits just straight up are ignored. And of course, you want the facilities to be upkept in as simple of a way as possible, and if we abuse the track limits too much, it damages the facility, gives the ground crew more to do it here at Snetterton between events. So there's plenty of good reason to adhere to these track limits, and adhering to the penalty already is the 42 car. So the grid finder machine is in, the stopwatch is out, and they will now be timing away down there at the pit lane, at the end of the pits, and pit lane marshal Glenn Lubbock with the stopwatch in hand. He's certainly not going to be generous. Those 3 minutes are going to be exactly 3 minutes with Glenn in control.
They're going to be the longest 3 minutes that Thomas Stapley Bunton has ever had to sit through. It's hearing other cars go past you as well, whilst you're just having to sit there serving your penalty. It's a long, long time, and it's even longer when it's just you just want to go racing.
Yeah, I think it's been a long race in general, really, for Grid Finder. They seem to have found themselves in amongst a few dramas so far. Another track limits penalty has been dished out, a time penalty of 10 seconds to the 20th place Burton Power Racing car. They've got hot shoe Tom Valentine in there at the moment. He was pretty quick at the 24-hour at Anglesey. Although I think was he also a bit ill, or am I mixing drivers? I know one of the number one Burton Power drivers was a bit off colour in the paddock at Anglesey. We spoke about the Race Logic car. That's been demoted out of the top 10 again now, because they're in the pit lane and down in 13th place. So the Race Logic car with the V-Box decals, the 192, is just getting back out there now. But once again drops out of the top 10.
And just briefly on screen then as well, the number 121 as It makes its way through. Carl Amity currently in 5th place under Marcus Batty. Only 2 drivers in that team, which is a phenomenal effort from them both to get themselves into this position. But yeah, top 5 running at this stage, and they're 2 laps down on the race leader, but they are 2 laps ahead of anybody else, so they're kind of in a race of their own in 5th place at the moment. Very much the case. I'm just trying to remember the story. Colles Audi back at Le Mans in 2009. It was either 2009 or 2010, because those were the only years where there were Colles Audis. I think it was 2009. Narain Karthikeyan, I believe it was, hopped off the pit wall just before the Le Mans 24 hours, injured himself, couldn't race, and so they had to do it with 2 drivers. A few years more recently, Jerome Blakemolen and Ben Keating, I believe it was, had to do the full Le Mans 24 hours as a pairing as well. That was actually also resulted in a reclassification for the car as well, because it was an AM entry, but because one of the AMs had to pull out, it became a pro car, which was rather difficult on 2 levels, because not only was it now a 2-driver car, but it was also a pro car of older spec. It was a 2-year-old car. Yeah, car number 1, sorry to cross you there. Burton Power Racing, a 10-lap penalty for exceeding permitted driving time. This is what you were alluding to, Adam. Wow. 3-hour time limit for a driver stint. Well, car number 1 has gone above and beyond that 3-hour mark for at least, one of their drivers. Wow. I mean, goodness me, that's a long one. That wasn't Tom Valentine. Of course, the Burton Power Racing crew were in the pits for a while. I know that the driving time, I think, does count the pit stops as well, so I don't know if that's what's happened there. But yeah, Burton Power Racing have really had the book thrown at them there, unless Colin French was maybe in there for a bit too long, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, 10-lap penalty. I've often wondered what the penalty would be. I wasn't expecting it to be that, but well, if there's ever an incentive to make sure they stay under 3 hours, I think we're seeing it. I think you're right. Yes, just making sure that you do not go over, because, as you say, that is a very big penalty to apply if you go over your permitted driving stint time. Now, that's not to say that there's sort of minimum stops. It's that the driver is only allowed in the car 3 hours at a time. Yeah. And that doesn't reset as well if you come in pit. It's 3 hours for the driver, no matter how many times they pit within that 3 hours. For the first time in this race, or at least for the first time any time recently, the gap between the top 2 is down under 10 seconds. Nigel Griffiths, the 18 Axiometrics.com car that you see in the lead right now, is now just 9.8 seconds clear of Scott Parkin, and we know, looking at the timing screen, that gap is continuing to shrink. It was up over 40 seconds in the not too distant past. It's a lot less than that now, and Parkin in the 36 car continues to lap sometimes a second, sometimes more faster than Griffiths lap on lap. It won't be long before that 36 is right there with Axiometrics.com's 18 car. Yeah, VEC Motorsport as well, Ben van den Bos as well. The last lap time he set was the personal best for the car for the entire race, 43.071, which was just under 2/10 of a second quicker than our leaders in Axiometrics. So they are on the same lap as our leaders, our VEC Motorsport. So if they can try and draw themselves in over the next 2 hours or so, that would be a bit of a plus for them. But they are over a minute behind our race leaders. So that is going to be a big task, but a task we shouldn't rule out, even with 2 hours to go. Absolutely shouldn't rule it out. I believe that time is all of 17 hundredths of a second, 0.017 faster than their previous personal best, also set by Van den Bos in this stint. So you can't knock his consistency, although as soon as I say that, he runs it very, very wide out of the final corner. And a little bit of a scare there, and no sooner do we see him run off track than we also see a time penalty for the number 8 car displayed in front of us here on the LEDs displayed to the drivers on the start gantry. Time penalty, car number 8, plus 10 seconds for exceeding track limits. Yeah, we saw on the exit there of Murray's as well. That won't have been for that reason, and it would have been very, very harsh if it was. But that was
very instantaneous.
Absolutely, that would have been, wouldn't it? But yeah, so VEC Motorsport have that penalty that'll be added to them. Meanwhile, they are having to see Vingat racing behind them. Bidway in the car. That's not for position, but the Vingat racing car trying to find its way through. That's Leon Bidway trying to get a way through just to see if he can open up and close into his respective car ahead, which is Semprini Racing in the number 27. Meanwhile, there's our leader poking a nose down the inside of Burton Power Racing. Not for position, of course, but just to put a lap on the Burton Power Racing car as they now make their way up towards Wilson Hairpin. Once again, 229 laps completed here at Snetterton, and we have just over 2 hours and 3 minutes left to run in this one.
Still not quite sure whether they're going to break that 300 lap marker, you know. It's nip and tuck, isn't it, between them?
So you see okay?
I can see fine, yeah, because I can see the laptop screen. I just, I cannot stand that chair. Yeah, so see.
So running line of stern then, as we're watching on for a couple of cars making their way through. Who we're going to pick out now? That's one of the that's one of the Ferguson Motorsport cars, the 734, running its way through.
And there's the Axiometrics lead car, which is now 5.7 seconds away from being caught. The last lap from Scott Parkin was a 1:41.856. So he is suddenly doing the kind of laps one would normally expect from Adam Blair. And unfortunately, Griffith's last lap, a 1:45.1. That suggests that it's not going to be long before we see a pass for the lead here.
It's all coming down here. Less than 6 seconds when they came across the line there. So, yeah, all getting into favour for Scott Parkin to see if he can close down the gap even more. And, well, I mean, they're in the same shot now. That's how close it's getting now.
Yeah, the Axiometrics.com car again kind of stuck in this traffic at the moment as well. So Parkin is coming up on the back of this queue right now, and Griffiths can't seem to get out of it right now. And look at that gap, 2.5 seconds it was. You can already see that it's less. It's been going down by over 2.5 seconds a lap for the last couple. What's going to happen this time then? Could it even happen on this lap? Certainly Parkin with the tow from the back of Tom Valentine is closing in. Of course, also a tow at the moment for Griffiths as they continue on. And, well, I don't know that Griffiths is going to be, I don't know, I imagine he'll be aware that that's the second place car behind him, but looking at that kind of pace, I don't know how much of a fight he's going to put up, especially in amongst the traffic here.
Absolutely, but yeah, a bit of traffic never hurt anyone. Well, it's currently hurting Nigel Griffiths at the moment because he's trying to find his way through. And look at that, the car directly behind you is Scott Parkin. That battle for the lead now makes his way through in towards Coram. There's a time penalty for the number 8. It's a correction. We'll come back to that in a few moments' time because here comes Scott Parkin, though. He's trying to look for a move down the inside in towards Murray's. Is he close enough? Not just yet, but he'll have an immense amount of tow down the start-finish straight, down the centre straight towards Riches once again. And this is going to be a case of, will he wait till Riches? Will he wait till Wilson? Or will he wait till the Bentley straight?
I don't know that he'll. I don't know how long it's going to be, but it might well be definitive once it happens. Parkin all over the back of Griffiths at the moment. Don't think he's close enough going into Ritchie's. No, he is not. But a good run out of Ritchie's may grant the opportunity required as they run towards Wilson Hairpin. Of course, Wilson is immediately followed up by Chapman onto the Bentley straight in this 200 configuration. And once again, Parkin hasn't quite got by yet, but I think Billy Ferguson just ahead, stifling the momentum of the Axiometrics car, and Parkin is through into the lead as they drag race down the Bentley Straight. A bit of a tow for Griffiths from the back of that 734 car, Billy Ferguson. Of course, Ferguson has every right to keep pushing. He is fourth overall himself, so a front runner in his own right. Flash of the headlights though from Scott Parkin. He wants an easy get by. Not sure he's going to get it though. Ferguson fully locked in on taking advantage, capitalising and having fun with his stint that he didn't get earlier on. And now Parkin again flashing the headlights. He says, I don't want to have to fight you. I've already just taken the lead. I don't want to have to fight to lap somebody. But Parkin needs to keep the car on the straight and narrow here to make sure he doesn't lose the lead he just gained.
Yeah, Griffiths as well would have been watching that with a keen eye as well, seeing if he could try and take advantage. I did think for a minute there that Parkin was going to have a little bit of loss of momentum on the exit of Nelson because he went in there slightly sideways, but that seems to have actually helped him rather than hinder him, because he's now got that little bit of a tow from Billy Ferguson up ahead of him in that 734. Look at the tow that Scott Parkin is going to get to just further extend his advantage now as he now heads over the line. He will now be in the lead of this race. He's going to have to go the long way round of the 734 Ferguson Motorsport car, going now in towards Riches here. I can't imagine Billy Ferguson is going to battle too hard for this. He might just try and hang himself on the inside, but Parkin round the outside still having to battle away. That's not the battle for position, but they're now heading up towards Wilson Hairpin. Has Scott Parkin managed to outbrake the 734? Yes, he has. He takes the racing line. So IP Racing then, the number 36, Scott Parkin, is in the lead of the race with less than 2 hours till the checkered flag.
Can't imagine we'd have been able to broadcast some of the team radio from Scott Parkin, as it looked for a moment as if the Ferguson Motorsport car would make a lunge up the inside going into the Wilson hairpin. But now the lead firmly cemented in favour of Scott Parkin and extending, and all of that happened as we crossed over into the final 2 hours of the race. So with 2 hours and change completed in this race so far, IP Racing Scott Parkin is our race leader by just a couple of seconds over the car you see on screen, the 18 of Nigel Griffiths, the Axiometrics.com, the winners of our previous race, the Anglesey 24 Hours last month. The VEC Motorsport car still driven by Ben Vandenbos, still yet to pit. The car run on petrol and magic. It's a M10 mix in that car, and Vandenbos 54.9 seconds off the lead, so 3 cars within a minute as we go into the final 2 hours of the race. Ferguson Motorsports, the car we just saw being lapped eventually, is some 3 laps down, I believe, at this stage now. And Ferguson Motorsport 734 car 4th overall. The Calamity car, the 121, is currently 5th. 6th is the PSR machine, currently driven by Tom Gilbert. Gilbert and PSR once again putting in a consistent day's running and once again paying dividends. 6th overall at the moment. LDR Performance Racing in 7th, the 49 car. Leon Bidgeway in the Wingrat Racing car, the the number 3 in 8th place. 9th place, the Semprini 27 is being driven by Jeremy Evans. He's back into the top 10, and rounding out the top 10 at the moment is Sam May in the VPEX Motorsport 28 car. Let's run through the rest of the running order quickly as we look into these final 2 hours. The 88 Carmel car in 11th, Race Logic the 192 in 12th place, KM Racing in 13th place, that 114 car. The Row Rage Motorsport machine, number 41 in 14th position. 15th for 77 Racing. No need to tell you what number that is. Gridfinder are back into the pit lane at the moment, shortly after serving their 3-minute stop-go penalty. That's the 42 car. The 72 Misty Racing car, recovering from earlier trials and tribulations, in 17th position. Castrol Racing, the in-between-a-mobile, in 18th position right now, the number 2 car. Hard and Enthusiastic are back out there now in 19th place. and just a few moments removed from getting a 10-lap penalty. Burton Power Racing round out our top 20, and indeed the cars that still go around the circuit. Of course, we haven't seen Ferguson Motorsport back out after Thorburn Aston brought in a smoking car a couple of hours ago. The 736 Ferguson car, seemingly a retirement, or at least not due out there anytime soon. The 64 Autotech Motorsport car we know won't be back out, unfortunately, after going through a pair of engines in the same race. Misty Racing's 172 car was a fairly early retirement after issues with the head gasket, and the Wolf Motorsport number 26 car, of course, we saw roll. The Pink Pig rolled in the mud with just about 7 laps completed, and thankfully we know that Chris Reed with a shoulder blade injury, but otherwise A-OK. It has been released from hospital. We continue to follow the Axiometrics car then, that now sits in second place, and the gap, even while I've been running you through the timing screen and the order, has gone back out. It's 4.4 seconds now. Scott Parkin building a lead for IP Racing.
That's exactly what he needs to do, though, is build that lead to himself. And Axiometrics, it's currently, well, when they crossed the line, it was about 4.4 seconds. What they've also got to be careful of is VEC. They've got to build a gap to VEC as well, which they're doing that at this point in time, and see if they can try and get that over a minute and try and edge it closer and closer to maybe even putting a lap on VEC towards the end of this race. Anything that can help them just extend that advantage bit by bit. We've got the number 42 car is into the pits. Gridfinder with Stapley Brunton into the pits there, and going through the changes. I believe they've changed over their driver there, and I can see how that goes, but adjustments being made in this one. And what's interesting as well is that under that last safety car, drivers were down there with the down in the garages, and it was amazing to see how quickly. I mean, I was hanging around the Axiometrics pit lane and pit crew, how quickly that can be done. There seemed like it's an age to wait for the fuel to actually funnel into the tank, and then once that's done, you can't work on the car whilst the refueling is in progress. Once that's done, tyres off, tyres on. It was amazingly quick. It's just so like a well-oiled machine.
Well, the tyre stops are fairly rare in this category, of course, and a bit more laborious than you'd see in some other forms of racing, because there are quite a few studs to loosen before you can get the wheel off. But yeah, the refueling in particular, of course, they rely solely on gravity for the refueling. It's just those little tanks you've seen in some of the pit stops. It's certainly a fairly lengthy process getting the car refueled, and it can account for a bulk of the pit stop. If you ever want to see a very dramatic set of fairly quick pit stops, I mean, obviously we've seen what Formula One do, instant pit stops pretty much, but I was in the pit lane last year for GT World Challenge Brands, and those stops are hair-raising because they don't have 4 mechanics. I think they only have 2, if memory serves me correctly. They're launching themselves across the car, they're changing the tyres, they don't refuel, it's only a 60-minute race, but it really is, and there's a driver change, of course. It's really quite a spectacle watching them do the services in that category.
Oh, absolutely. It's great to see what a smaller crew can do in those circumstances, and see how quickly they can go as the Gridfinder car has a little bit of work underway. Looks like a fresh set of tyres on that front left. No surprises really, considering how much of a beating the front left takes around this circuit. The number 8 as well, VEC Motorsport. Well, they had a correction that their penalty was a 5-second penalty for track limits. It's now gone back to a 10-second penalty for track limits, presumably because they've committed the same offence again.
Yes, I can't help but giggle at that a little bit, because it was like plus 10. Wait, no, it's plus 5. Now it's plus 10. So Vanden Boss with another track limits violation, now up to plus 10 seconds worth of post-race penalty, and we're going to have to keep an eye on those timing screens come the end of the race when it comes to the penalties, especially if we've got 3 cars on the lead lap as we do currently. Speaking of which, we're rapidly approaching the final 100 minutes or so of the race. 1 hour and 50 to go, of course. We'll hit that 100-minute to go marker at 1 hour 40. And, well, I think it might be my time to go and do one last run up and down the pit lane, see whom I can chat to. And I think, as well, my pit stop senses are tingling. I don't think we're too far away from final stops. And so I think I might station myself down there.
There's that pit lane, man. You've got pit lane sense tingling.
Yeah, watch no one pit for the next 4 to 5 minutes.
That would be quite funny if that were the case. But yes, Adam will make his way down there to have a chat to some of the drivers down there. I mean, IP Racing as well, with Scott Parkin leading the way in this one and comfortably extending that gap lap after lap. 42.9 was their last lap. Last time around. They've got the gap up to 10 seconds ahead of Axiometrics and Nigel Griffiths with a 44.3 last time around. VEC Motorsport, Ben van den Bos trying to close the gap as well to the car behind, or car in front I should say. Ferguson Motorsport in Billy Ferguson with he's hoping a bit of a longer stint this time around. His stint cut short last time, but currently lapping in the low 45s at the moment. There is IP Racing's Scott Parkin making his way through Bombhole, and now onwards they go through Coram. Carl Lamity in 5th place in the 121 car. In the aptly named, there it is, the aptly named Carl Lamity. It's been far from a calamity for their side. 5th place at the moment. And they'll be looking to try and build on that. What's their gap to the car ahead? They're 2 laps behind the car ahead, but the car behind, the 23 car PSR, is on the same lap as them. So they do have a battle on their hands if they're not careful. That'll be for 5th place between themselves and PSR, although it's over 50 seconds, the gap between the cars. Again, over an hour and 48 minutes left of this race to run. That's still not entirely out of the question. You see them the 28 making its way through first corner at Riches, now into 10th place. There's the IP Racing car putting a lap there on the 121. And further behind them, that's the VPEX Motorsport. I did guess that it was going to be May in the car, and wouldn't you know it, it is May in the car. Sam May, who only turned 17 last week, is making a good stead to try and get himself up into the top 10. He's about 19 seconds back from the next car in the number 27 Semprini Racing. So a chance to secure and cement their place in the top 10 by getting a couple of positions there. Meanwhile, the 192 behind them is the Race Logic car. Hilliard in the car at the moment. That's Will Hilliard, who's trying to get himself a bit of pace on his side as well. They're about a lap behind Carmel Racing as well, with Honeyman Brown just ahead of them. And there is Scott Parkin then leading the way for IP Racing. The 142.5 being his last lap around the circuit. That's only a second of what they were lapping this morning, and you seem to spot a pattern with most of these drivers and most of these teams as well. Most of them set their best laps early on in the day when the rubber was fresh. The track might have rubbered in over this time, but you know, you've got worn tyres on the car as well. The most recent fast lap, I say fast lap, it's a bit harsh, but the most recent personal best was about 30 laps ago, and that was the 192 Race Logic car. Hilliard set a fast lap on lap 207 for them, so they're currently on 231. So yeah, only about 20 or so laps ago, but looking at the rest of the field then, it's looking like they've sort of evened themselves out a little bit. Ben van den Bos as well, setting up his personal best on 227. Meanwhile, here's Carmel Racing coming into the pits. Nick Honeyman Brown bringing the car in. And looks like it is going to be a driver change for Carmel as well. And if it is going to be the case, this could be their last stop of the race entirely, with an hour and 3/4 remaining. A briefing, if you like, or a debrief, depending on what's happening in the background there. Sneaking through is the number 27, Semprini Racing are coming into the pits then. With chance to try and get a driver change in as one of their last stops. Jeremy Evans bringing the car in. We'll see who jumps in for what could be their final stop of the race. And of course, with the refueling, you have to have someone at the back of the car with that fire extinguisher as a pit stop procedure. And as the refueling gets underway, refueling does take the longest time, so you've got to really make sure you don't overfill the car either. So 3 cars currently making their stops, Carmel Racing and VEC Motorsport into the pits, as well as Semprini Racing. All looking to now try and get to the end of the race. Semprini Racing will be pretty much battling away with VPEX Motorsport at the end of this race, the number 28 car. Sam May, who's currently behind the wheel there. And while there is third place, Ben van den Bos bringing the car in. Setting some consistent lap times as well. Last lap time before he came into the pits was a 43.9, and that's only 9/10 away from the personal best for the car that he set himself. So Scott Parkin then still trying to extend that gap. The gap is now 14 seconds between themselves and Axiometrics.com. Nigel Griffiths with a last lap time of a 43.8. That's comparing to Scott Parkin's 43 flat, so 0.8 of a second between them. As we see there, the 3 cars in the pit lane, all pretty much in the same shot there, which is great. The waiting game for these drivers goes on. Refueling seems to have been completed then for Semprini Racing as they get to work in getting the driver into the car. Meanwhile, it's all about your best guess, I guess you could say, for VEC Motorsport, making sure they get enough fuel in the car. Meanwhile, the 734 Ferguson Motorsports comes into the pits then, as Billy Ferguson looks like he's bringing the car in. Does he jump out of the car, or is this going to be... Yes, he does jump out of the car in the background. The team number 88 car, Carmel Racing, making their way out of the pits then and rejoining the track. We just have a 5th of this race left to run. An hour and 42 to go. And, well, pit window will pretty much be open. I'm sure Adam's down there finding out the latest, of course. He's taken the expedition down there. His pit lane senses were tingling, and he wasn't too far wrong. Wasn't too far wrong at all, with a 3rd and 4th place in the race pitting in. I dare say that's a sign of things to come. Or other drivers around. There goes the VEC Motorsport car leaving the pit lane then. It's just the anxious wait to actually get the car up to speed and rejoin onto the track. So there goes the IP racing car, so that's another lap put on VEC right now, but that is of course IP Racing and Axiometrics expecting to stop again. We heard from Axiometrics that they are expecting to stop again. Tim Wheeldon was having a chat to me earlier on. They are expecting to pretty much pit in, possibly for a splash and dash. So Ferguson Motorsport, the 734, still in the pit lane. They've been in the pit lane for just over 2 minutes, so they should be halfway through their scheduled stop. Carl Amity in 5th place, PSR in 6th place, LDR Performance Racing in 7th, with Weingat Racing in 8th, And VPEX Motorsport rounding off the top 9 so far, and I believe Adam Weller has found something in the pit lane.
I
Adam,
have indeed. I've just managed to get Ben van den Bos straight after his stint in the car. First off, I mean, you guys at VEC, you don't do short stints, do you?
No, we brim it and run it till it's dead. It was nearly cutting out towards the end. So yeah, we were pushing it as far as we could, trying to get as minimal stints out of it. So yeah, because there's only 3 drivers, it kind of makes sense to push to the end. Yeah, it's struggling. It's hard work. It's hard work out there.
It certainly looks it. And I mean, obviously we saw you guys stayed out during the last safety car period. That put you guys back on the lead lap. We know, because they pitted with more than 3 hours to go, that the other 2 cars also both have to make a pit stop. How confident are you now of maybe challenging for that top honour?
Well, you know, it's never there till it's there, is it? So we'll keep pushing hard. You know, we were up till 1 a.m. rebuilding the car after it rolled. There's only 3 of us here, the driver's running it, so you know we're working hard. But yeah, we're here, and we'll give it our best.
Well, any result after that kind of stint, definitely a fruit of your labours. That's Ben van den Bos. We'll hear from more people down here in the pit lane, but for now, back to Kieran.
Thank you very much, Adam. Ben van den Bos, who's just come out of the car after his stop for VEC. And I believe now in that car is Tom Cooper to take that car to the checkered flag now. As we watch on then the 72 Misty Racing car currently in 16th place, and the Burton Power Racing car in 20th. Quite a few laps between the 2 of them, but that's not going to stop them racing out on track, that's for sure. Both teams have had a multitude of problems today, but they get to share the same bit of track. Drive-through penalty actually now for the number 72 Misty Racing. I just said we might get to see them battle on track, maybe not for position, but maybe just for a bit of fun. That's not going to happen now, because Misty Racing got themselves a drive-through penalty for track limits. So that's 1 up from the 10-second penalty that they would receive. 734 just below my commentary box window, leaving the pit lane then. So Billy Ferguson has handed over. We'll wait for it to tick over to see which of the Fergusons has taken over. My suspicions is that it's Joe Ferguson that might have jumped into the car, but I'll wait for to be confirmed by that one. Adam, it's down to you in the pits.
Yeah, I'm just down by the grid finder guys, and that means that I'm with Tom Bunton not long after getting out of that car. The grid finder guys have had a mixed run of fortunes, I'd say, this weekend. You're on car 2, you're on stop and go 2 so far, and but obviously the adventure continues for grid finder going into the real world. And how have you found this weekend, at least from your perspective?
It's been interesting. It's been interesting, and actually, if you think about it, on Friday, one of our drivers was hanging upside down in the car on the last corner with glass all over the place and a bent chassis. So, considering that, the fact that we're even out here, you know, massive thanks to Grace Motorsport, because they happened to have a spare car, which happened to be orange, which was nice. So they turned that car around overnight, and we managed to get out for the race today. But in terms of the race, the car's a little down on power, a lot down on power. There's some problems with a bit of juddering down the straights. But I was saying on the way in that actually people say that racing, it's, you know, there's highs and lows, right? And I was quite lucky in Donington and Cadwell. I was just racing, battling the whole time. I had such a great time. And on this occasion, not so much. So I've had the highs, so I was due a low, but it's fine. There's lots to learn.
Now, of course, you've got Jem Hepworth in the car. Jem was with you at Cadwell as well, and a part of what is an ever-growing team of very quick drivers, yourself included. For the rest of the year, who are you expecting to be your regular cohorts?
Yeah, so Jem's in the car at the moment, and you know, she's absolutely rapid. So she brings a huge amount of experience to the team, especially with endurance racing, with what she's done in the past. And in the next race, I'm not sure I can say who it is yet. I'm not sure I can say it is yet. But what we're doing is we're getting in drivers who can show off this paddock and this sport to everyone else, right? So they can show it to as many people as possible, so as many people know that this exists. I had no idea this existed until only a year ago. Club Motorsport, I thought was outside of the reach of 99.9% of people. And actually, with a team sport like this, it's manageable. So we're trying to send that message out to everyone, and we've got our Grid Finder platform that we're doing the same on. But yes, next race and the race after, we've got a very exciting driver joining us, which we'll chat about then.
Very interesting. Well, then keep an eye on Grid Finder, not just if you fancy having a go in the real or virtual world, but also to find out who this mystery guest is going to be next time. Very intriguing. Back to Kieran.
Yeah, I hate being left on a cliffhanger, but I guess I'll have to find out as well. Anyway, Misty Racing have come in and served their drive-through penalty. Meanwhile, Carl Amity, Marcus Batty, has just set his personal best, in fact, the personal best of the car the whole day, 42.5, as he looks to try and close in and just try and get some pace up and about. Stop and go penalty for the number 42 car, which is Grid Finder. That's going to be a 5-minute stop and go penalty. So if you thought 3 minutes was a long time, 5 minutes is even worse. Good choice of a tyre in the pit lane there, of course. You can never be too safe. Oh, even better. That's even better one. Now you can't see where you're looking. That's even better. So, 5 minutes for Grid Finder in the penalty box. That is going to send them all the way down. It could even bring Castrol Racing back into contention for them. That's what they've got to be careful about. Meanwhile then, we see Weingart Racing in the number 3, getting past the number 23. That's not for position, but for the case of the number 3 car in Bidgeway, he's able now to try and get a bit of clear air ahead of the number 23 PSR car. But Tom Gilbert, I believe that is, behind the wheel. There's a debrief to be had there. In the, I believe that's the number 18 garage there. Just a bit of a debrief to see what's going on. No, it's the number 2 garage, my apologies.
That is the number 2 garage, and we've got one driver in, one driver out, as is so often the case. And, well, that's going to be, I think, the final pit stop. Am I right in saying that?
Hopefully.
And you, unlike a great many drivers, in fact, I think, do all 3 of you run open face helmets? It doesn't seem to be in fashion anymore.
No, but I can get a bottle of water or something to my face. Or a beer.
Now that you're out of the car, yes. And, well, there you go. So these guys, I think you found out what the in-betweeners was on, what, Thursday, didn't you?
Yeah, and I've actually watched one little bit of it, and I'm going to have to watch it all now.
There you go. So they got their viewing sorted after the team decided to re-livery the car between events. You can see on the roof all manner of dents on the car. That is because they had, I think, most of the paddock stood on top of the Castrol racing machine last time out at the end of the Anglesey 24-hour, fully intending to send it off into a noble retirement. But the war wounds continue. As you can see, the car's a little bit taped up at this stage of the weekend, and they'll be sending it out for one last ride, perhaps, until next time when they take it out of retirement again.
Excellent stuff, yeah. No, nothing like a bit of war wounds, nothing like a bit of memorabilia. What could be more memorable than having a couple of dents in the top because the entire paddock wanted to step on top of the car? It just works, it just makes sense. IP Racing then still leading the way, 18.8 seconds ahead of Axia Metrics. Nigel Griffiths then putting in the mid-143s at the moment, lapping quicker than the VEC Motorsport car, although in fairness, Tom Cooper has just jumped into the car, so it takes a couple of laps to just get warmed up, and of course the car is stationary for 4 minutes, so all that heat you've built up into the tyres and brakes, you've then got to work back in as well. Carl Amity then we see there in your picture, just out of it now, into 4th place, and well, they are doing a superb job so far. Marcus Batty is currently 4th place, and there's only 2 drivers in their team as well. So they've got a phenomenal amount of driving time, that is for sure. As I see just below me, the 42 is now into the pit lane. So Grid Finder into the penalty box to serve their 5-minute penalty. That's going to be a huge amount then. And it's just going to be a lot of time just waiting there. That's pretty much a pit stop just out of there. That is it. So, oh, there's a bit of contact in the background there. That's the 56 Hard and Enthusiastic. They've pretty much just got the car mended and repaired once again, and that was the 734 Ferguson Motorsport car. I was incorrect about which Ferguson was going to be taking over. It's Daniel Ferguson in the car, so a bit of contact between them going in towards Wilson there. Hopefully they both come away just with a couple of bruises on the car, but that's about it. But it seemed to be a little bit of miscommunication at the speeds they're going, especially in towards Wilson. And well, a bit of a weird one, but everyone made it through okay, so I guess that's the most important thing. As a hard and enthusiastic team, they've worked hard and enthusiastically to get that car back out onto the circuit. There's the Burton Power Racing machine into the pits with a bit of fuel on board as well, driver change, and of course that could be Tom Valentine holding the extinguisher. It is Tom Valentine holding the extinguisher. It's normally the driver that hops out, then goes behind to actually hold the extinguisher, which is a very fluid motion there in order to make sure little time is lost, or as little time is lost as possible. So Parkin in the IP Racing car sets another lap, 42.5 from Parkin last time around, as he chucks the car in through Riches here and then makes his way up towards Wilson hairpin, as we see the reverse angle, if you like, of the number one. And I'm going to guess then the number one car has just been handed over by Mr. Tom Valentine. It'll be interesting to see who jumps into that car. So we're less than 90 minutes away from the checkered flag. And there is your race leader, IP Racing, Scott Parkin. Now 21.3 ahead of Axiometrics at this stage of the race. Third place is VEC Motorsport, with the 121 car Lamity in fourth place. The number 23 of PSR is in fifth, with the 734 Ferguson Motorsport car in sixth place. The 49 of LDR Performance Racing is in seventh place. Eighth place is the number 3 Vicat Racing. Ninth place is the number 28 VPEX Motorsport car. Rounding off the top 10, 192 Race Logic. 11th place, number 27 Semprini Racing. 12th place, number 114 KM Racing. 13th place, the number 88 Carmel Racing. 14th place, the number 41 Road Rage Motorsport. 15th place, the number 77 Racing. 16th place, the 72 Misty Racing. Number 42 in 17th place, Grid Finder, find themselves there. In 18th place is the number 2 Castrol Racing. 19th place and into the pit lane, the number 56 Hard and Enthusiastic, after their little bit of contact in towards Wilson. I'm sure they're just having a look and giving the car a once over. Number 20 in 20th place, sorry, number 1 Burton Power Racing. We're seeing them taking their pit stop right about now. The 736 Ferguson Motorsport car we haven't seen in quite some time, well over 2 hours since they came into the pits last time around. So well, for the last 90 minutes, if we see them again, it'll be fantastic. We know the number 64 Autotech Motorsport is out of the race. They had the change of engine, but in the end, unfortunately, the car expired on them. They had to retire the car. Misty Racing, with head gasket issues, had to retire the car from there. And number 26 is also a retirement, Wolf Motorsport, after a roll on the 7th lap. Chris Reed is okay. He's been discharged from hospital with a shoulder injury. But I'm sure once he's on the mend, we wish him all the best, Chris Reed, in his recovery. And I'm sure we'll see him back behind the wheel before you know it. There is the Ferguson Motorsport car, the lone Ferguson Motorsport car, I should say. Bit of grass being kicked up in front of Daniel Ferguson there. As fatigue might be a little bit of a factor in these closing stages here. But these guys have been racing at Anglesey for 24 hours, so they know what fatigue is definitely like. As it's the Team 77 car trying to launch it in towards the final corner, and well, the momentum taken through the corner was phenomenal. And how about the exit of the corner? Adam Weller, it's down to you.
Yeah, I'm going to do a bit of a double-up interview at the moment. We've got 2 drivers from down at Burton Power, and we'll start off with Tom Valentine, who is just out of the car. And, well, Tom, it's been another difficult race for Burton, but how was the car feeling?
I mean, it felt okay. I mean, they said the gearbox was a bit better. I had no problem with the gearbox at all, so great. Just seems, normally on this track you have slipstream's pretty good, but seems didn't need to have that much slipstream in the car. So, not sure what's out of it. Could just be me, you know, bad day. But yeah, just didn't really have any motive in the car because we're so far behind. So, yeah, not a great day.
Not the best, but I mean, obviously, we had the 24-hour last month as well, and that was an interesting time of things. I know there's another one planned for next year. I'm sure you'll put your name forward, right?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully next year we don't catch fire like we did this year. But yeah, hopefully we make sure the car's tip-top shape for that.
Speaking of being on fire, Colin French was in the car earlier on, perhaps for a bit too long, as it turned out in the postscript. I think it might have been your stint. But the Shine Automotive team, represented by you alone as part of Burton Power this weekend. I understand you were intending to enter and then unfortunately couldn't.
Yeah, that was it, and we ended up jumping in board with Burton Power's car, and then obviously I broke everything today. And then with the gearbox going and us being in the garage, you didn't think about it, and then we got a 10-lap penalty for me going over driver's hours, even though I was in the garage for an hour and a half with my feet up. There we go. It's been a good day though, just bad luck as always.
Well, obviously, yeah, it's been an interesting day so far, but I will say, of course, you had drivers back out this time, so a bit of a shop window for you. Shine Automotive car, it's there, willing and waiting, ready to go. If a driver fancies a go at this EnduroKA stuff and think this guy would make a good teammate, who are they contacting and how?
Just give me a ring. Just give me a ring. Look me up on Facebook and give me a shout.
There you go. The man wants teammates. Maybe it's you. Back up to Kieran.
Yeah, it's definitely not me, Adam. They're definitely not looking for me. But IB Racing still leading the way then. Scott Parkin at the front of the order. But there is the number one car back out onto circuit. The Burton Power Racing currently in P20. And they are in a race of their own, but they're just looking to get to the checkered flag now. They've had a bit of a, as you were hearing there, a little bit of issues throughout this race. But they've managed to get on top of them at least, and they're now just making sure they try and see that checkered flag. In towards the final corner they go. And the 42 grid finder did leave the penalty box. Where did they rejoin? There they are, out on track. They did actually rejoin in front of Castrol Racing, but only by a lap now. So grid finder are, well, the sliding scale goes once more, I believe, to a 10-minute stop. But beyond that, it's up to the clerk of the course to decide what happens from then on. So we've actually now got a stop-go penalty for number 28, which is VPEX Motorsport. Now, there is no time given to how long the stop-go penalty is, so it will literally be a drive down the pit lane to the penalty box. The car comes to a complete stop, and then the marshal will wave the car on once it has done so to rejoin the race. There is VEC Motorsport Tom Cooper on the left-hand side of your picture in the number 8 car, now making his way through Riches, making sure that he doesn't lose touch. He just keeps on the pace. You just do not know what can happen in these late stages. He might be 3 laps down on our leaders, but he's certainly going to be pushing on as much as possible, because you just never know. As far as we know then, 20 cars out on track at the moment, out of the 24 that started this race. Just over, well, we're about 5 minutes past 9 in the morning. It's great to see such a vibrant atmosphere up and down the pit lane wherever we've gone as well. Myself and Adam have been welcomed in, always drivers up for a chat. Drivers, oh, a spinner then, that's the number 18, that's Axiometrics, who have spun at Nelson, and the number 27 Semprini racing car had to take avoiding action there by going onto the grass and all the way over to the left-hand side. But they managed to take that avoiding action, and a mistake then, that looked like, from Nigel Griffiths going in towards Nelson. Now, Nelson has caught a couple of drivers out today, especially in the mid part of the corner, but it just looked like the back end just turned around on him there. But we just caught the end of that. But yeah, Nelson has been catching quite a few drivers out today, especially. But the positive thing for Griffiths, though, is that he won't have lost positions. He would have lost a lot of time, though, to IP Racing, but he won't have lost any positions around him. Meanwhile, then, we are seeing there the number 28 coming into the pit lane to serve their stop-go penalty. VPEX Motorsport, it literally will be the very definition of a stop-and-go penalty. Marshall down there waiting for the number 28 then to come to a complete stop. And then away it goes again. Simple as that, as I saw from my commentary box window. Meanwhile then, the 192 going down the inside of the 27 there. A 192 of Race Logic getting past Semprini. And having a look at the order then, that looks like there's a lap between them in that one. But Semprini Racing were catching on the 114. In fact, the 114 got past them in all of that mayhem there. But Semprini Racing had to take that avoiding action at that point at Nelson. And, well, they managed to take that avoiding action, but lost a bit of time for good measure as well. They were closing in. And they have lost a position in all of that. Semprini Racing, I believe that's David Evans behind the car, or behind the wheel, I should say. But David Evans doing the right thing, just making sure he just takes that avoiding action. I see out of the corner of my eye in the pit lane, PSR are currently in the pit lane for a pit stop. So PSR now running in the, they were running in the top 5 before that pit stop. And Tom Gilbert has brought the car in, so I wonder, it'd be interesting to see who will be entrusted to take the checkered flag. With only 78 minutes left on the clock. Time flies when you're having fun, that is for sure. We see then Tom Cooper in the VEC Motorsport car, 3rd place at the moment, 2 laps behind the Axiometrics car. Arkin leading the way. Axiometrics, after that spin from Griffiths, Axiometrics are now 51.8 seconds behind. So the gap is almost towards that minute mark that we saw an hour ago, but in the favour of Axiometrics. Now it's not in their favour, as we watch the 77 Racing machine make its way through Nelson. We've got Matthew Cousins there behind the wheel. And a lot of hard work, effort has gone into these cars to bring them up to speed, especially after 24 hours at Anglesey as well, to bring them now here to Snetterton, the Schweinerennen 9 hours. Weingart Racing also into the pit in the number 3 car. Leon Bidgeway's brought the car in, so it'll be interesting to see again who will be entrusted to take the checker flag in these last few stages. But we're keeping an eye on the sort of top 2, top 3, because they are, it will be nip and tuck as to whether their drivers will actually be able to finish the race, depending on you know, if their fuel is good enough. And at that point, do they want to change drivers? Do they feel they need to change drivers at that point? But Weingart Racing, as we said, into the pit lane. Bidgeway bringing it in. As we watch on the Bentley straight for cars to make their way down in towards Brundle and Nelson. As VPEX Motorsport now up into 7th place with PSR and Weingart Racing coming into the pit lane then. So Sam May moves the car up the order. He's a lap behind the next car, 49 LVR Performance Racing. But having a look at closest battles on the track, the closest one is Semprini Racing. And it's the fact that, well, David Evans had to take that avoiding action. And He lost out to that car there, the 114 in KM Racing. 114 at the moment being driven by Scott Thompson. So Thompson here looking to try and hold off the charge from Semprini Racing. The gap's about 10 seconds at the moment. We'll wait and see when they cross the line, see how that gap updates itself. Thompson will be across the line very, very shortly to record a lap time. He records a 44.3. What about Evans behind him with a little bit of traffic? There's the Semprini Racing car, and at 45.9, so he's losing ground, is David Evans there. Meanwhile, with the Vicat Racing car in the pits, PSR have rejoined then. They have rejoined in 8th place ahead of Race Logic by about 22 seconds at the moment, according to our timing screens. There is 2nd place in this race, Axiometrics.com. Nigel Griffiths behind the wheel there as he makes his way through in towards Chapman, now on towards the Bentley Straight. Carl Amity, Marcus Batty as well. 4th place at the moment in the Prancing Donkey. We call it the Prancing Donkey. If you're not familiar with this weekend, the very striking resemblance to a certain manufacturer, although replacing the horse is a donkey. Hence the name. Number 3 now leaving the pit lane. Vicat Racing was brought in by Leon Ridgway. We'll wait for to tick over to see who will be driving the car for the last stint. There's a hard enthusiastic car back out there and lapping the circuit as well, which is good to see. They came into the pit lane and it was just a precautionary stop. It looked like there was contact made, but they looked like they gave the car the once over for about 2 minutes or so, and decided yes, it's good enough to send back out. And they want to make it to the end of this race. It's a camera race just to make sure you get to the end of, for some drivers, some teams as well. Burton Power Racing, Hard and Enthusiastic, Castrol Racing, Grid Finder as well. They've had a multitude of penalties their way as well for track limits. Grid Finder, Misty Racing in the 72 also falling afoul of issues. As we see then Tom Cooper in the VEC Motorsport number 8 machine, past the 77 Racing. 77 Racing in 15th place, and there's quite a few laps between these two cars. But that's not going to stop Cousins from maybe having a look and maybe thinking about a battle, but I think the bigger picture theory comes into effect there. As we see, there goes the 1-2-1 there of Carl Amity, and I believe I hear the opening of the mic from Adam down in the pit lane. Adam, down to you.
Yes, it is, and I'm here with the driver who's about to get in to the Axiometrics car very shortly. That is, of course, Dominic Jackson, the man who set the fastest time in the car yesterday and had a good stint earlier on. How are we feeling about this closing salvo?
It's IP Racing again and us, isn't it? It feels like deja vu. Anglesey, we were in the same position, I think, with the last sort of 6 to 8 hours to go. We're here again. We'll see. They've been pedalling well today. Pit stops. We're on a similar strategy, so we'll see what happens with when we pit for the last stop. I think we're both waiting for a safety car. There's no secret there. And then we'll give it the gun to the end.
And of course, both of you guys came in just before that 3 hour to go marker. So I assume there's probably, for both of you, you've still got a bit of fuel mileage left. So it is very much just willing on that safety car and keeping your fingers crossed, isn't it?
You've got it. That's pretty much to say. As I say, there's not really much more to say. We'll see. I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, they're a bit ahead of us at the moment, but you know, as with everything, the pit crew will come into their own, so we'll see how they get on, and then we'll fight to the end.
There you go. So 2/3 of the lead battle want a safety car, of course. VEC Motorsport probably don't, because they made their final pit stop under green flag conditions.
All to play for then in those closing stages, as the number 734 has now got a 1 minute stop and go penalty. That's the Ferguson Motorsport for avoidable contact. Now that could be the avoidable contact, or at least the contact we saw up at Wilson. So that's not definitive, but I'm putting that together with the penalty and getting that result. There you can see the 734 just in the picture as we cut away to the number 88 Carmel Racing. So Daniel Ferguson then will have to stop the car for a minute down in the penalty box, with 70 minutes left to run in this race. And IP Racing have got themselves a bit of a healthy buffer at this moment in time, but as you said, Adam, down in the pit lane, 2/3 of the top three possibly want a safety car in these closing stages. Axiometrics behind IP Racing by nearly a full minute now, with 70 minutes to go. Meanwhile, VEC, Tom Cooper, 3 laps down at the moment, as it's saying on our timing screens. So maybe a safety car won't actually help Tom Cooper, but he's got a healthy lead over Carl Amity, Marcus Batty, by 2 laps. So I guess for a point of view for VEC is just making sure this car gets to the end and they'll be able to put their car on the podium. But of course, there's still 70 minutes to go before we see that checkered flag. There's Hard and Enthusiastic then at number 56. And at the moment, Martin Dilworth is behind the wheel of that car. And there's the grid finder at number 42. Heading its way through Bomb Hole, now through Coram. And the number 42 car then being driven by Jem Hepworth. As we see both the 88 and the 42 come into picture. This is not a battle for position. Again, you can try and tell them that, but these drivers might not listen to you. As the 734 below my commentary box window comes in to serve its penalty, 1 minute stop and go. And the stopwatch will be readied and deployed. Hopefully the marshal has stopped his start watch and started timing that one.
I assume that was intentional.
It was intentional, of course it was. Of course it was. I'm glad you picked up on it though.
Still alert, my friend, still alert.
Still alert, I love it, love it. 67 minutes left on the clock. There is the 734 Ferguson car in at the pit lane, and all eyes on that stopwatch, making sure that minute is full and served. We've got drive-through penalties now for Burton Power Racing in the number 1, and then the number 41 car, the number 41 being Row Rage Motorsport. So Row Rage are in 14th place, Burton Power are in 20th, and that is both of them for track limits. And away the Ferguson car can go. Given the countdown, served now its 1 minute penalty and can now rejoin this race. Now, Ferguson Motorsport they had a bit of a buffer between themselves and LDR Performance Racing in the number 49. And when they come across, how will that all shape up? There's the familiar red liveries. It's the only red car on the grid as far as I can see. So you can see the 121 a mile off. You've got a red door though on the grid as well in the number 2 Castrol Racing. McKeegan behind the wheel of Castrol Racing there, as he makes his way down the Bentley straight towards Brundle. So Parkin again still leading the way and leading comfortably as well. 61 seconds now is the gap between IP Racing and Axiometrics, with VEC Motorsport rounding off the top 3. Tom Cooper behind the wheel there. Marcus Batty and Carl Amity in the 121. Currently in 4th place. Then it's Daniel Ferguson in 5th place in Ferguson Motorsport. 6th place, the number 49 car, the LDR Performance Racing car, with Ben Jenkins behind the wheel. And then we've got 7th place, the number 28 VPEX Motorsport Sam May behind the wheel. 8th place, the number 23 car, PSR, as driven by Russell Danzy. 9th place, the number 192 Race Logic car, Will Hilliard behind the wheel. And rounding off the top 10 is the number 3 Vinecat Racing, Callum McDougall is back behind the wheel, and I'm sure entrusted to take the checkered flag. Obviously racing in Caterhams yesterday, took the first stint of today's Schweinerennen 9 hours of Snetterton, and entrusted of course to take the checkered flag and see what he can get up to there. It is a tiring long day, especially for IP racing there. Tyres as a pillow is a new one in my book, but whatever works, whatever works. Well, IP Racing, though, we saw down there in the garage, looking relaxed at the moment, and they've got a 62-second lead with 64 minutes left on the clock. Now, seeing if there's any battles that are going to be on the lead lap. Having a look at Race Logic versus PSR. 88 there, just getting a warning, black and white warning flag. Carmel Racing for track limits. I'm just having a look at Race Logic and PSR. Now that could be a battle to keep our eyes on. The battle for 9th place. Both cars look like they're on the same lap, which they are. And it looks like Race Logic is the quicker of the two cars at the moment by about 0.4 of a second on the last lap. So the number 23 PSR car, 192 Race Logic, it's the battle for 8th place. And the gap between them, around 14 seconds at the moment. But we've seen here that gaps can very much easily change as we go through this race. Other battles out on track include the KM Racing Semprini, but Semprini have been falling away over the last 10 to 15 minutes or so. David Evans had to take avoiding action. That allowed KM Racing through, and KM Racing have really not looked back. Scott Thompson trying to charge his way through as well. And is there a possibility of a top 10 finish? Perhaps. 24 seconds separates themselves and the number 3 Vinecat Racing, Callum McDougall. Although Callum is quick behind the wheel, it's going to be tough to catch him. As we see the 88 Carmel Racing making its way through Riches under pressure from the Grid Finder car. And then down we go. Then the Grid Finder car just goes up the inside. Jem Hepworth, not for position of course, but just trying to make his way through. Axiometrics.com car in Nigel Griffiths also behind these battling duo. He's looking to try and make his way through, using a bit of tow just to boot as well. And the Burton Power racing car has been in the pit lane for a good 6 minutes now. As look at this, we're running 3 wide down the straight, all not for position, but Nigel Griffiths looking to go down the inside, going in towards Brundle here, and he gets it past the Carmel Racing, and then he has the Grid Finder car now ahead. He looks to the inside there, signal manoeuvre down the inside in towards Bombhole, and he does find his way through. And Adam Weller, it's down to you in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's an all Adam affair over here at the moment, because Adam Blair is with me. We expect him to be in the car last. They're still playing it coy. It's like, yeah, well, we reckon it'll be Adam in last. The ever-quick Adam Blair. Obviously, you talked about your stint earlier on. You said that, well, I wasn't even aware that I wasn't leading at one point. As it stands, you're taking over the car in the race lead. Is it going to be an easy, shift home, or are you still going to be going for some fast laps?
No, I'm going to bring it home. So we're slower in the pit stops than Axia. Don't know why, but we're probably going to lose 10 to 15 seconds in the pit stop. We've got a 10-second penalty as well. Don't know who got that, but yeah. So it should be comfortable. The only wild card is obviously if it rains. Right. So our tyres are not going to be new. Right. So unless, well, we're not planning to change tyres. So, but yeah, I think it'll be okay.
You foresaw my next question. My next question was going to be whether you're afforded a fresh set of boots. Obviously, these Toyo tyres, they do seem to last. I mean, what's the kind of maximum life on these as a rule?
Well, you can look down there and see the tyre that I finished on before. I think that had done about 5 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that was pretty much gone. But the funny thing is, you can still do laps just as fast on a tyre like that that's delaminating, actually faster than on brand new ones. Yeah. So that's the good thing about these tyres. So we don't bother qualifying on new tyres now because it's just quicker without.
There you go, they scrub in over time then. I have seen them go fully slick before. Once they run out of tread, they get a lot worse. But for now, Adam Blair is going to inherit the tyres from the current driver, Scott Parkin. The IP Racing team continue to lead.
They do indeed. Over a minute now, the gap between themselves and Axiometrics. You saw in the background there the car, Lamity car number 121 coming into the pit lane. Marcus Batty bringing the car in, and I assume he's going to hand the car over to Andrew Hinch for Andrew to take the checkered flag as their final stop of the day. We are into the final hour of racing here. We've had 8 hours. We're into the 9th and final hour now as we watch on for the number 2 car making its way through in towards Wilson, then in towards Chapman. And the PSR car is currently 8th place so far, the number 23 car, on the same lap as the VPEX Motorsport at Sam May. And once we see those final pit stops really starting to unwind, we'll wait and see how the order will be shuffled up for one final time. 77 Racing though, going for it as well. And Matthew Cousins there looking to hold off the charging number 8 VEC Motorsport car. Tom Cooper, I don't think he's in too much of a hurry to get that move done either. It's not for position, as there you see the Castrol Racing number 2 car, Michael McKeegan, just putting a hand out the window to point where the other car can go, especially on the inside going in towards Bomb Hole. It's not really a place you want to go side by side if you can help it, especially if you're trying to let a faster car through. There's clouds over the sky here then. And as Adam Blair said it, I'm glad Adam Blair said it and not any of us in the commentary box, that the clouds are gathering over the circuit. But we are into the final hour's worth of racing. As we see then PSR make their way through in towards Riches and on towards Wilson. Looking at battles up and down the field then, well, Race Logic are closing in to PSR, and they'll be looking to see if they can close that gap even more, because PSR are into the mid 145s. Meanwhile, Race Logic in the 192, they're currently lapping in the low 44s. In fact, a 44 flat was their last lap time. So they are starting to close in here. And there is Carl Amity. And I can only assume that Andrew Hinch has taken over and heads down the pit lane to start the final stint. There was then the number 41 machine. The Row Rage Motorsport, Jem Hancock behind the wheel. Jason Hancock, well, obviously having to hold off from the number 23 at the moment, going through Coram now. And look at that rear tyre off the ground then for the number 77 car. That's Matthew Cousins. You can't say he's not pushing hard in that car. The rear tyre cocked up. And meanwhile then, the PSR, Russell Danzy looks to try and find his way through on the car ahead. In front of your picture, Tom Cooper happy with the toe for now. And meanwhile, Russell Danzy looking to find his way through. That's the number 3 car. Vinecat Racing, Callum McDougall into the garage here. And I wonder what the issue is. through there. Adam Weller down in the pits.
Yeah, just literally heard it out of Callum McDougall's mouth. We've lost first and third gears. They were struggling for gears anyway. I heard Callum complaining about it over the radio they've got in the garage over the last couple of laps. So obviously, I mean, it's a five-speed gearbox. They've lost 2 of them, and usually once a couple go, the rest follow. So they might be calling an early bath here. I'm sure they'll try and get it across the line. Hopefully we see the car back out there for the checkered flag at least.
And that's a terrible, terrible shame. Then I wonder, Adam, if you can have a quick chat to him. I wonder, see what's going on there. But yeah, didn't look too happy, unfortunately, for McDougall. He's had a good weekend. He had a very good opening stint as well, battling away in 3rd place as well, and was getting, as his usual self, frustrated that people didn't want to work with him to try and close in on what was the 1-2 of the Ferguson Motorsport cars. In the meantime as well, we see Matthew Cousins still getting that rear tyre up in the air, pushing hard and trying to get the most out of that car, wring the performance out of the machinery underneath him. Why not? He's setting the 43.9s at the moment, and in terms of pace, he would be up there with the sort of battle for a podium place. So he's really wringing the car for performance. Looking at the last lap times then, Cousins then 44.1, and yeah, matching Tom Cooper, although I think Tom Cooper's just happy to sit behind at the moment, and perhaps even use that opportunity to save a little bit of fuel where possible. He doesn't feel like he's being held up too much. He knows there's a 2-lap buffer to a car behind. He might just be happy to, well, not put the car in any jeopardy, any untoward jeopardy. Checking in with PSR, Russell Danzy, and Race Logic. Will Hilliard is catching. The gap is now under 10 seconds. The 192 Race Logic closing on the 23 of PSR. That's going to be the battle for 8th place to keep our eyes on in these closing stages. And there's the 72 car. And Adam Weller, I hear the mic is open. Down to you.
Yes, well, I think it would be remiss if we didn't go speak to who we call the prancing donkeys because of some of the decals on the car. Marcus Batty, of course, with me at the moment. The only team here braving out the 9 hours with 2 drivers. It's been a long old shift for you so far. How are you guys feeling at this stage?
2 hours is quite a long time in the car, but there again, 2 hours is quite a long time to recover. So that has worked. We've done 2 hours each, and then I've thrown Andrew in to do a splash and dash to the end. So we're currently 4th. There's a bit of a gap to the guys behind. Fingers crossed, we'll finish 4th, as we have finished in every single race this year.
Well, there you go. Consistency, I suppose, is key. Obviously, you guys have supported the series all season long so far. 4th place every time thus far. Still a little way to go, though, so we don't know. Are there any circuits left on this calendar that maybe you think that could be where the podium comes?
Well, Alton is a very technical track, and we've done quite a few miles there, so that's an opportunity to maybe overcome our fear of heights and get onto the podium. And Brands is a great, fun, bizarre weather in November lottery, which we look forward to every year.
Yeah, Brands is always good for these. If you can attend the November meeting for the EnduroKA, I would definitely recommend you do so. But thank you, Marcus, for talking to us, and fingers crossed for those closing stints now.
Fingers crossed indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are expecting IP Racing in very shortly. They're preparing for their stop as well. So keep posted, guys.
75 seconds is the gap now between IP Racing and Axia Metrics at the moment. And if we are expecting them to come into the pits soon, we'll be expecting them to just put that splash and dash in the tank as well, just to make sure that car will make it to the end of the race. It's a pretty mute point to really come across there. But Axia Metrics have the opportunity to get themselves slightly in touch there. You never know. If they stay on the lead lap, there's every chance that they have. So VEC Motorsport then in 3rd place. They're about 3 laps behind the number 18 car. Carl Amity, we heard from Carl Amity there just with Adam. Talking about 4th place so far, very consistent the prancing donkey is. The 734 Ferguson, Daniel Ferguson, in 5th place. Then it's the number 49 car, LDR Performance Racing, in 6th. Then number 28 is the VPEX Motorsport car in 7th place. 8th place is the number 23 PSR car. Race Logic is in 9th. And we have a drive-through penalty for the number 1 car, Burton Power Racing, for track limits. So again, they have fallen afoul of the track limits there. Not as much as most, but still, they have unfortunately got themselves that drive-through penalty. We have just 50 minutes left to run in this race, and with Ryan Garrett Racing into the pits, it's allowed the likes of Carmel Racing, Road Rage as well, who have climbed up a position due to that. Race Logic though, 9.1 seconds behind PSR for that battle for 8th place. Number 23 managing to hold the ground at the moment, and there is IP Racing, Scott Parkin, chucking it there in towards Wilson before they turn, or he turns left at Chapman, and then bringing it onto the Bentley straight, and he'll be looking very shortly to bring the car in for Adam Blair to take over for the final stint. And they have been on pole once this season so far. They've always had the pace, but as I spoke to Adam Blair a few hours ago, it's never seemed to have gone quite right at Snetterton. Pieces are starting to come together though in this jigsaw for IP Racing. But we still have those 50 minutes to go. There's the number 2 car then, Castrol Racing. Michael McKeegan in the very familiar liveried car. Gridfinder making their way through, as well as Carmel Racing. Misty Racing, well, both sides of the garage have really had some race, haven't they? They certainly won't forget this race in a hurry, that's for sure. There's the number 27 Simprini Racing car, as they look to charge on towards the checkered flag. David Evans is currently the driver behind the wheel then. There's Simprini Racing. There is IP Racing. Scott Parkin leading this one, going in towards Riches. And then making his way now up towards Wilson, with a bit of traffic perhaps to contend with in the latter stages. Nevertheless, he will, I'm sure, deal with the cards that are handed to him in these closing stages. Will Hilliard is still closing on Russell Danzy. In the battle for 8th place between the number 23 PSR and the number 192 Race Logic team. Gap is 8.6, with Hilliard taking around about 0.5 of a second out of that gap. And you see then a lot of these cars have bruises, dents, missing parts on the car, missing bits of bodywork. As such, in an endurance, if you have a clean car at the end of it, you'll be very, very lucky. The 72 Misty Racing car coming now in towards final corner at Murray's, with Adam Bonham behind the wheel. Parkin here making his way now into the pit lane. So IP Racing coming now into the pits, making sure they slow that car down. Then Scott Parkin comes into the pits. They're the very first pit box here.
Yeah. They're the first pit stop box here, but what they've done is they've inherited kind of the little pit box that exists just beyond the garages. So they're here at the moment. It's going to be Adam Blair that takes over for the final stint of the race. Refueling commences now, of course. All hands off deck when it comes to the refueling period. And Adam Blair will be behind the wheel for the final stint of this race. And, well, they've got a couple of jugs ready to go. So we'll have to see quite how much fuel they're going to need for this final stint. Of course, they pitted with 3 hours and 2 minutes there or thereabouts left to run in the race. So we'll have to see how much is left. These little cars are quite frugal, and we're not far away from home. So let's see if they've got their maths right.
Stop and go penalty as well for the number 72 Misty Racing for track limits, but that again, no time awarded to that one, so that he's literally just bringing the car to a stop and then allowing the car to go again. As IP Racing then bring the car in. I wonder what the response that is from AxiaMetrics.com. Nigel Griffiths was 1 minute 21 behind at the last point of action, or the last timing line at the very least. Just trying to see if I can spot a number 18 car. I can spot an 18 car. Here it comes down the start-finish straight. So Axiometrics then do take over the lead of the race then. But for how long? They've got 45 minutes left on the clock. Adam Blair getting back into the car then. So the gap won't be too bad going. Yeah. Adam, down to you.
Adam Blair getting into the car now. They're strapping him in. You say there the 18 car has taken over the lead, so let's see what Adam Blair can do. He's going to go hunting, and they are just belting him in now. I think it's at this point in the pit stop that I can maybe say they've got 4 tyres there. You'll note, new tyres. That's because they knew they were being watched. They never had any intention of changing the tyres, but they wanted to give their rivals, you know who, the impression that perhaps they needed 4 tyres. They don't. They have 2 jugs of fuel there, but they only needed 1. Adam Blair is off with a slightly strategic play on that pit stop.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's all the mind games there, of course, and if it works, it works. So they now make their way down the pit lane, then over the pit lane limit line, and away they go to rejoin the track then. So 45 minutes left on the clock. In fact, less than that. Adam Blair looks over to his left, makes sure the track is clear, and he will rejoin onto the racing line. And now it begins. Axiometrics then, what's their response? Well, talking to one of the Axiometric drivers, Tim Wheeldon, he says they do need a splash and dash towards the end of this race. So let's see then what the response will be. Moving over to the right-hand side, and they are coming into the pits then. So Axiometrics then into the pits, a lap after IP Racing. Let's see if this truly is a splash and dash. Making their way through the pit lane now. Again, they're one of the early stops, early boxes as well, Adam.
Yeah, they are. Myself and Jeremy are on the run to go and see what's going on here. Final pit stops then for Axiometrics. They were taking a keen interest in that pit stop, and for good reason, because they knew they had to make another, seemingly. So the Axiometrics car is in. Dominic Jackson is getting ready to take the car over, to my understanding. And, well, let's see what happens here. Axiometrics and IP Racing last pitted on the same lap under the most recent safety car, so it's very little surprise that now they are pitting so close together once again. That man, Dominic Jackson, who we interviewed earlier, is the driver getting in. Let's see where they come out relative to IP Racing.
Absolutely, can't wait for this one. Can't wait to see how it all unfolds into these closing stages. The fuel is being taken on board the Axiometrics car. There is the IP Racing machine. Adam Blair then will take back the race lead then for IP Racing as he makes his way past the start-finish line with 42 minutes left on the clock. So Nigel Griffiths obviously handed over the car. Adam Blair then looking to put another lap on the Hard Enthusiastic team there in the number 56, who they're running in 19th at the moment. And Tom Cooper as well. Now, I'm kind of expecting Tom Cooper to come into the pits because, well, he's got nothing to lose by pitting in. And the waiting game is still ongoing for the fuel in the car. How much fuel do you put in? How much fuel is enough to get you to the end? That's what's going through the minds of these drivers. Dominic Jackson looking over, making sure he's ready to take over the car.
Yeah, just a few moments away, I think, from getting this going. They do have to change tyres down here at axiometrics.com. They've got the car on the jacks at the moment, so they are having to switch tyres. They've decided maybe getting some new rubber on so Dominic Jackson can push. Jackson was the man who set the fast time in the car during qualifying, of course, so perhaps he is their best hope of beating IP Racing and Adam Blair, the 2 hot shoes in both of the top 2 cars for the final stint of the race. This is going to be a grandstand finish. They've sent Dom Jackson out. It's going to be a compelling watch, this.
It is, it really, really is. Both of the hot shots in the cars now. Let's see how it all unfolds in these closing stages then. There's a bit of a gap in the favour of IP Racing, but, well, never rule anything out. As they now do rejoin then. There we go then. Axiometrics rejoining onto the track now, as I believe Adam Blair has just crossed the line to start another lap. So that's how big the gap is. We might be able to see the IP Racing car in the same shot very, very shortly. However, this is going to be an important next couple of laps then for Axiometrics. They have to stay on the same lap as IP Racing if they want to have any chance in the next 40 minutes of closing onto that gap. Meanwhile then, Carl Lamity and Ferguson Motorsport as well, they are looking pretty for a battle in 4th and 5th position respectively. That might go backwards and forwards in terms of who has the faster times, because that's how it's been looking for quite some time. Race Logic as well, the 192 Will Hilliard also still closing in on the PSR car, the number 23, in that battle for 8th place as well. So 3 battles really to be looking out for here, and another battle that's happening that maybe they didn't really want to account for, Axiometrics, is the fact that the 734 Ferguson Motorsport, Daniel Ferguson is trying to find his way past. This is not for position, but this is Daniel Ferguson feeling like he's the quicker car. He wants to try and find his way through. The worst possible scenario really for Dominic Jackson is that he wants to be battling on this lap as they head their way now down in towards Murray's here, and that is Dominic Jackson managing to hang on as well, but I don't think there's any inclination that Daniel Ferguson is going to make this easy at the moment. He's right behind him in the draft, but I'm assuming here that Adam Blair is not too far away from this battle either. The two cross the line then. The gap at the line is 1 minute 37, so that's almost a complete lap. In fact, there they are then, IP Racing just in the background of the shot then, as the two drivers here make their way through in towards Riches. This is not the scenario Dominic Jackson wanted. He does not want to be battling the Ferguson Motorsport car, and there is the IP Racing car of Adam Blair. There's the Ferguson car up the inside. Daniel Ferguson does manage to get the move done, but how much time has that cost Dominic Jackson in the long run? The one thing that can't happen for Axiometrics is to go a lap down to IP Racing, but now IP Racing here, they've got the bit between their teeth. They know how close this is now. If they can put a lap on Axiometrics, that is them with a huge advantage in their hands here. And we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. But certainly the battling here between Ferguson and Axiometrics is not going to be helping Dominic Jackson at this moment in time. However, if there's a chance here that Dominic Jackson can use that little bit of slipstream that the Ferguson car is giving it, that could be a bit of an advantage there. But with fresh tyres on the car, we'll have to wait and see how that will take to rubber in, to get the heat into the tyres as well, get them up to that optimum range. Down in towards Murray's we go. This is where a little bit of toe could be useful for Dominic Jackson, but there is Adam Blair. He really has got the bit between his teeth. He must have been told that the next car ahead of him is Dominic Jackson at this point. We know they've got a pit to car radio in that IP Racing car. He must have been told by now that that car ahead is the one for second place and put the lap on it. 1 minute 42.4 for Dominic, 44.1 for Dominic Jackson last time around. For Adam Blair, 42.4. 1.7 seconds in Adam Blair's favour in the IP Racing car. As now Axiometrics make their way through in towards Wilson, then they go through Chapman. And I know small margin, this is going to be an interesting one, especially if the Ferguson Motorsport car, Daniel Ferguson, just fancies a battle here. He might not even be aware that this is second place he's battling, with first place barrelling down. All he wants to do is have a little bit of fun out there in these closing stages. Heading our way then down in towards Brundle and Nelson. You see there as well, Daniel Ferguson still trying to look for a way past Dominic Jackson. As they get back onto the power then. And towards the last 36 minutes of this race then, it's all important really for Adam Blair. These next couple of laps, if he can try and put a lap on Dominic Jackson, it would really put into favour the move for IP Racing with such a small amount of time left on the clock.
thus commences lap 280 of the race here then, the EnduroKA category, providing stellar entertainment once again on your screen with 35 minutes left to go. We have the top two, albeit separated by a car. And the car in the lead is the one in the back of the queue. IP Racing's Adam Blair is almost a lap clear now of Dom Jackson. You saw IP Racing selling the dummy, as it were, at the previous pit stop. They had the tyres ready to go, as if to suggest they needed to put them on. But no, the tyres are good to the end, they believe. So for the final half hour of this race, myself, Adam Weller and Kieran McGinley bringing you the action. Kieran will be down there for the podiums at the end of this one. He will be talking to the winning driver. The question, of course, is who is it? And at the moment, it could still go either way. We've got a long way to go still in this race. But things surely ever in the favour of IP Racing right now. So Adam Blair crosses the line again, and still kind of being the sandwich here at the moment is the 734 car. That is the very competitive Ferguson Motorsport entry, currently with Dan Ferguson at the wheel as well. So Dan has proven himself to be a quick peddler, and he's almost into the back of Dom Jackson there, very late on the brakes, going through the Wilson hairpin and out into Chapman. Got some traffic there in the form of the VPEX 28 car in the hand of Sam May, which is looking a little slow at the moment, and we know that Sam is a quick driver, so I just wonder if they've got some issues, limping the car home, currently in 7th place, so firmly in the top 10, but maybe suffering a little bit right now. And there goes the 18 car, still under threat from the Ferguson Motorsport car behind. The 734 car wants into this battle, even though they're several laps down, trying to unlap themselves on the second place car. So the Axiometrics 18 car, I remind you, is our second place car in the race at the moment. The car that leads is the Napa number 36 of the IP Racing car driven by Adam Blair that leads the way on the timing screen, albeit with the second place car and the 4th place car both directly ahead of him at the moment. And Dom Jackson will be putting quali laps in here, trying not to go a lap down. And they would dearly love to try and stay on the lead lap. In the case of maybe a last-minute safety car or something like that, they would be very keen on staying on the lead lap. However, Adam Blair is hunting, isn't he? And surely Dominic Jackson will be fuming. He'll be furious at some of the driving that's going on behind him, because Dan Ferguson fancies getting his hands dirty, even up on the sausage curb, seemingly trying to get involved in this lead battle. And now he was blocking Adam Blair there for a minute, and Blair, I think, may now be getting past Ferguson. Looks like he is. The run off the corner, off of Wilson and into Chapman, was compromised for Dan Ferguson. Ferguson, who is still seemingly keen on going on the offensive, even though he's laps down. As we said, he's still up the order. He's in 5th place, and the reason Ferguson will be keen to push is because he's only a dozen seconds or so behind the Calamity car. So you can understand why he's pushing. Here comes Adam Blair, though. Is he about to put Jackson a lap down? No, not yet. Blair continues to try and find a way by. They've now both gotten past the Ferguson 734 car. And the Ferguson Motorsport machine still kind of lurking. So then the fight, not for the lead, but to stay on the lead lap, is still ongoing, and Dan Ferguson is still pushing. But as I was saying, he has all the motive in the world to keep pushing because the number 121 car is only a dozen seconds up the road in the hands of Andrew Hinch. Now, Hinch's gap is extending at the moment over Dan Ferguson. So while Ferguson, I'm sure, will be acutely aware of the blue flags that have been for him, he will also be aware that he could get 4th place out of this race, and that will be the more important thing for him right now. But still studying this scrap as Dominic Jackson tries to stay on the lead lap up against Adam Blair. I said it as Jackson headed out onto the circuit, the 2 hot shoes of these respective lineups. 2 very capable driver lineups across the board, of course, but these were the 2 guys that set the fastest laps in qualifying. They are traditionally the fastest 2 drivers in the teams. And how interesting it is to see them running together here in the closing salvo of the race. And still just about on the lead lap then is Dominic Jackson. He's having to fight every inch of the way. Of course, he was having to fight the 734 car of Ferguson before that. And now he's got Adam Blair behind him.
He has indeed. I mean, this is so important here for Dominic Jackson to pretty much stay ahead of Adam Blair. What a great battle this would have been, but there's a lap between them if Adam Blair can find his way up the inside here as they make their way now up towards Wilson for another time, fighting their way through then. Dominic Jackson staying ahead at the moment. It's hard to believe this is second versus first rather than the other way around, but the important thing here for IP Racing, if they can get the lap on Axiometrics, that is going to pretty much put an advantage in their back pocket.
Yeah, heartily agree. I think part of what we're seeing right now may come back to what Adam Blair said during the interview I had with him just before he got in the car. And that was, hey, look, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to get it home. I know he's looking a bit racy, but I don't think he's going to take any undue risks just for the sake of lapping Dominic Jackson. Last thing he wants to do is try and do that, make contact, and that car come off worse. So Adam Blair, I think, maybe chilling out behind Dominic Jackson to an extent, with a little bit of intent. And you look at the timing screen as well, 1:42.8 last time by for Blair. We know he's capable of mid-41s. He did a few 41s in a row during his last stint. We know what he's capable of, and I just think he might be driving at 90% right now so as to not try anything silly just to lap a car.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wise decision just to make sure the car gets to the end. Meanwhile, then, the 72 car, Misty Racing, stop and go 1 minute penalty for track limits. Here comes Adam Blair then in the slipstream of Dominic Jackson then. IP Racing looking to try and get that lap on Axiometrics then. Up towards riches they will go. Meanwhile then, the 734 Ferguson Motorsport, Daniel Ferguson, he's not done with them either. Adam Blair then looking to take the title line through. It's got him a good run here up towards Wilson. He'll have the inside line in towards Wilson. He's later on the brakes as well. Adam Blair in IP Racing does get the lap then on Axiometrics. Dominic Jackson goes behind. He's not done with the battle yet though. He gets a better run coming out of Chapman, and now down the Bentley Straight. They're going to be running side by side here, and more importantly for Dominic Jackson, he has the inside line as they head their way in towards Brundle, but he'll put himself on the outside of Nelson if he can't get the move done now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, isn't it? He had the momentum. Of course, Dominic Jackson, a very, very tall man, built like a rugby player. Adam Blair built like a jockey, 2 different sportsmen at the moment. And Jackson, though, still managed to out-drag the number 36 car. However, Adam Blair hasn't given up on it yet. Side by side through the bomb hole. Oh, goodness me. I think they just about managed to stay away from each other there. They're still side by side as they run through Coram. The long, sweeping right-hand bend, and we wait with bated breath to see whether or not they're going to find a way to both go through Murray's side by side, because they've done half the lap already, and yes, they do, albeit with Adam Blair going off track, and Dan Ferguson fancies a bit of it too. 3 wide as they run down the centre straight. None of these cars are even on the same lap right now, but still compelling viewing. IP Racing's Adam Blair on the inside line behind then, and is, officially speaking, a lap ahead by about a tenth of a car as they run towards Ritchie's. And I think this time Blair has got past Jackson definitively to put the Axiometrics 18 car a lap down, and now the 734 car is once again in the middle of the sandwich.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan Ferguson saw an opportunity and he's managed to get himself in the middle of these two, and that's great news for Adam Blair because now he's got a car between himself and Dominic Jackson as he makes his way out of Chapman and onwards then towards the Bentley Straight. So it's not the slipstream of the IP racing car that Axiometrics will have, it's the slipstream of the Ferguson Motorsport 734. Meanwhile, there's Misty Racing serving their minute-long track limits stop-and-go penalty. I'm sure the marshal there explaining what the penalty is and keeping a very close eye on the stopwatch then, giving the countdown as well before the Misty Racing car can get back underway. It's the longest 5-second countdown to the drivers here, but there they go then, Misty Racing rejoining back onto the circuit. But there is your second place team, Axiometrics, Dominic Jackson here. Dan Ferguson has been wanting to find his way past. He got his way past, and in the end, and in all of that, Dominic Jackson finds himself back behind Dan Ferguson and with Adam Blair ahead.
Yeah, and it's looking fairly definitive already, isn't it, now that they've shuffled out. Blair already with a couple of seconds clear in terms of the on-track position, but more importantly, now a lap clear in this lead scrap, and wow, that is a big development. I did very much enjoy the strategizing from the IP Racing guys in the pit stop. They said they brought 2 tyres out, and there was someone from Axiometrics just watching on the pit wall and radioed in, said, yeah, they got 2 tyres. I went, okay, we'll get 2 more tyres. 4 tyres, and got an extra jug of fuel as well. They basically made out they were going to do the world's longest pit stop and then didn't do it, which made for very compelling viewing. And, well, the game of chess never stops on track or indeed in the pit lane. And it seems right now that Adam Blair may have performed the hypothetical checkmate in lapping Dom Jackson.
It's definitely check at this point, isn't it,
yes,
in favour of IP Racing. We'll see when that becomes checkmate in about 23 minutes' time at this point.
Yeah, still time. You heard how pensive Adam Blair was about, the past history for IP Racing at this circuit. They've had stings in the tail before. They know what happens when the tides turn against you, so to speak, and it's happened before. They won't be celebrating the win until that car is over the line with no seconds remaining on the clocks here. It's been a great race thus far. The Schweiner-Rennen 9-hour race, a reduction in distance from previous years, a reduction in time from previous years. Of course, we had the 12-hour races here for the last couple of seasons. But nonetheless, still a huge challenge for drivers, teams, etc. I mean, we saw it out of quite a few of the teams. The 172 car, for example, when George Davis was at the wheel, he was stuck, or rather he was tucked in behind a car for a long time. There wasn't enough airflow going into the car on these long straights in what were at the time quite warm conditions, and that eventually cooked the engine, cooked the head gasket even. And we've seen that from a few cars. It really is a challenging little circuit to be running around for 9 hours.
Absolutely, and with not a lot of time for a little bit of respite to vital parts like the engine, it seems like you're a long time full throttle around this circuit. So you're putting the car through its paces for a good chunk of time. So yeah, it's no surprise really that some have fallen by the wayside, unfortunately, in terms of the car making it to the end.
Well, of course, the point I've made a few times during this broadcast is that this 200 circuit is the closest echo to the previous configuration of the circuit. We've got some rowers down there. I think you might have missed the Oxford-Cambridge boat race, lads. I think that's already happened this year.
Gently down the stream, gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily.
There you go. But yeah, I was going to say, this is the closest echo to the previous configuration here at Snetterton before the 300 circuit was built. And, you look in the Tyrrell's restaurant and stuff, you have photos of the 2003 Le Mans winning Bentley here at Snetterton, and they were certainly not a one-off. Back in the old days when Snetterton basically was this 200 layout, no matter what day of the week it was, you'd have Le Mans teams here a lot doing testing because you're flat out so much of the time. It's a good simulation of what to expect from the Le Mans 24-hour race and the Circuit de la Sarthe. Those were purpose-built LMP1 and GT cars. These are Ford KAs, so you can only imagine what they go through over the course of 9 hours.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if it's such a tough task of endurance as well, just to make sure these cars make it to the end. So, yeah, fair credit to everyone involved, the mechanics, the drivers as well, all the teams as well as the marshals we saw there. Pretty much we couldn't go racing without them, plus the recovery and the medical teams that have been well kept today. I mean, it's been a fantastic day. We've got 20 minutes of it left. There may only be a lap between IP Racing and Axiometrics, but to be honest with you, when you say, oh, the lead was or the win was decided by 1 lap, well, 1 lap over 9 hours is pretty respectable.
Definitely at a circuit that's 2 miles in length. That'd be a quarter lap of La Sarthe. It would be a very, very close Le Mans.
Now that's the 192 getting past the number 23. That is 4th position. So Race Logic then have managed to get themselves past and up into 8th place. Meanwhile then, VPEX Motorsport have just picked themselves up a stop and go 1 minute penalty for track limits. Now, where does that leave them, I wonder? Well, that could be a position game for both Race Logic and PSR.
I think so. I think that Sam may end up, I don't know, about 5 seconds behind these two. So very interesting times indeed then. What we see here at the moment is the battle for 8th overall with the 192 Race Logic car just ahead. It is Will Hilliard just ahead of PSR's Danzy, the 23 car of Russell Danzy. And what is the gap? What was the lap times between them last time? It was actually 2/10 in favour of Danzy last time. Were you saying that Race Logic were behind previously? Yeah, okay, so interesting. So the overtakes happened, but Danzy absolutely hasn't given up. Stop-go penalty of 1 minute, though, for the number 28 car. So a 1 minute stop-go, that's potentially going to put them out of this scrap completely then. I thought it was just going to be a literal stop and go for a moment. I got my wires crossed. So a 1 minute stop go for the Sam May driven 28 VPEX car is going to bring them out of, or completely discount them from that 7th place battle. And that means extra emphasis then on Russell Danzy to challenge Will Hilliard again.
Absolutely. And in these last 17 minutes of the race, I mean, this has been coming. Will Hilliard has been on the pace, trying to close in on Russell Danzy for the last 40 minutes or so. He's been consistently quicker. He's now got the move done, and he might be able to get ahead of the VPEX Motorsport car once Sam May brings the car in to serve its 1 minute stop and go penalty. So with all that hard work for Will Hilliard, he might get himself up to 7th place yet.
Could well happen, absolutely. We've also had a switch on the last lap for 77 Racing. Matthew Cousins has got up into 13th place. You see some of the wildlife spotting going on there. Very beautiful little birdie chilling out on the Armco on the outside of Ritchie's. But the 77 Racing car up into 13th position then at the expense of Row Rage Motorsport and the 41 car driven by Jason Hancock. We watch at the moment the IP Racing car of Adam Blair. It's not quite going to break the 300 lap marker though, is it? Because we've got 60 minutes and 30 to go. I think we might end up on 2.98 or 2.99. Achingly close to a nice round number. And here is that stop-go penalty we're discussing. So the 28 car getting the minute penalty, and that's going to drop them 2 positions. Quite a painful pen this will be.
It will indeed, and Sam May, given the instruction, thumbs up from Sam May as well, as he now has to wait out the rest of his 1 minute stop and go penalty for those track limits. And yep, Race Logic PSR have indeed gone through and are well clear with just under 60 minutes left on the clock. As we see then come into view, there's the third place car, the VEC Motorsport, Tom Cooper. He has been in a race of his own as of late. He's a lap behind the Axiometrics car, but he's 4 laps clear of Calamity, the number 121. So there's a case for Tom Cooper here. He could try and press on and push on, but he's in a bit of traffic at the moment, and I'm kind of siding with him not to take too many risks at this point.
Yeah, at this stage of the race, unless you're in the midst of a battle for a really significant position, it's so much more important for everyone in the garage that you just get the car back safely. Bubble wrap it if you have to. The 28 car back out onto the circuit, so Sam May has returned to track. Here's Tom Cooper. I think he was trying to go the long way around at Coram there as he picks his way around. Was that the 77 car? I think it might have been. The 77 car is held strong. So the third place machine driven by Tom Cooper at the moment remains behind the 77 on the road, but more importantly, of course, remains in third place. And they've really ended up on their own island, and I feel like I remember myself saying the exact same thing at last month at Anglesey as well. Tom Cooper has 2 laps, or rather 1 lap between himself and the Axiometrics number 18 car, and 3 laps between himself and the Calamity 121 machine. So we are a rather lonely time out there.
He is at the moment, but he knows the job in hand. He knows to make sure he gets the car to the end. If he does that with very little dramas, or the least dramas possible, there's a podium within his reach. So he just has to make sure that car gets to the end. We have a yellow flag.
We do have a yellow flag. I thought we saw a car stranded just as we were looking at that shot going between turns 1 and 2, and we do. Camera is panning. Will we be able to see the car? Not quite. It's blocked by the Armco, but there is a car stopped between turns 1 and 2 out there on circuit. I'm so glad it corroborated that, because I was worried I really lost it. I can tell you it's a car with a red roof. I can't tell you much more because of the Armco that is in the way. This car is situated halfway between turn 1 and turn 2. Not an ideal place for a car to come to a halt. Of course, if we do go to safety car, it'll be an extra kick in the teeth for Dom Jackson going a lap down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have to wait and see, as that's the number 28 coming back into the pit lane after its stop-go penalty.
That may have been the instruction that was being fed to Sam May, of course, prior to, or during, I should say, the 1-minute stop-go.
So the refueling gets underway then for quick...
I think it might be the Calamity car. The 121 car has just dropped down to 4th place. 5th place, sorry. Now, have they come through? I know that Ferguson Motorsport were only a dozen or seconds or so behind the Hinch-driven Calamity 121 about 20 minutes ago, and they are a car with a red roof. So potentially the 121 car now dropping down to 6th place. I think it is the 121 car that was in 4th place, holding strong in 4th place. We heard the optimism from Marcus Batty at the time of the interview I had with him earlier on, and it looks like they may have fallen at almost the very final hurdle.
That's heartbreaking for Calamity.
You can just see it in... can we see it? Yeah, there's the recovery going on in the back of shot. So that is the Calamity 121 car, it seems, that has come to a halt between turn 1 and 2. You can see the pickup truck was parked there, recovering the 121, and that is a huge, huge shame to fall potentially out of the top 10. I mean, unless they can get it recovered and get it back out there right now, it's going to be a 3-lap penalty for recovery, of course, as well. That means that the Calamity car is more than likely out of the top 10 completely, and that's such a shame.
Yeah, I mean, the recovery as well will take some time, because where they're positioned on the circuit, whether they take it to the inside or the outside of the circuit, if you like the infield, might take a bit less time recovery. But if they've recovered it to the left-hand side on the run up towards the hairpin, it's a bit of a longer time to make sure you get yourself around. So,
and actually, I'm not sure if there's a rule in this where in the last half hour you can't...
It is. There you go. Your suspicions were absolutely confirmed correct then, Mr. Weller.
Yes, I'm also not sure whether they're actually able to do a recovery and rejoin in the closing stages of the race. I know that quite a lot of series don't allow that, but it is the Calamity car. I thought I saw a car stopped. I didn't realise quite how serious it was until it started dropping through the order, though. The 121 car that was on the fringes of the podium and sat there in 4th place has now started falling through the top 10, and how cruel is this for them? I think, though, that car, just looking at it, I think they have already towed it away from harm's way. I think the yellow flags are back in, so I think the car is now out of harm's way, and they're just going to get it up on the flatbed. No need for a safety car or anything like that, because the car doesn't appear to be on the track anymore. So that's a positive at least, but still a huge shame for the 121 crew.
Yeah, and a little bit of a streak of fourth places unfortunately comes to a bitter end with, well, less than 15 minutes left to run. That's a huge, huge shame for the Calamity team, for the duo there. They were in high spirits throughout today, and were just looking to make sure they made it that way, Marcus Batty and Andrew Hinch, but unfortunately Snetterton has decided not today.
Yeah, it is a huge shame. There was optimism for the season ahead as well, but this is a big blow for the Calamity crew, and they will more than likely fall completely away from the top 15 even. I think they may still get classified being this close to the finish, but still not the result they were hoping to walk away from Snetterton with. LDR Performance LDR Performance Racing, they've been kind of there or thereabouts on the fringes of the top 5 all day long, and they are now back into the top 5 once more within the final 10 minutes of the race, courtesy of that issue for Calamity. And of course that battle now between Race Logic and PSR, it was for 8th place, then there was the penalty for VPEX, then it was for 7th place. Now that we've got the Calamity car ground to a halt, suddenly Race Logic and PSR fighting for 6th and 7th places out there on the circuit.
Yeah, Will Hilliard has done well, because he's extended the gap to about 3.5 seconds at the last point, and there is the number 28 VPEX Motorsport car around. That's at I believe that's onwards from Nelson. Yes, you're right. So not great for the number 28 car. I'm not sure whether we didn't see who jumped back in. Was that Sam May that jumped back into the car for the splash and dash?
Yeah, well, it still says Sam May on the graphics right now. We were expecting him to take the flag, but perhaps it could update. Nonetheless, maybe Sam pushing on a little bit too much and having a bit of a moment. And in fact, Semprini, were they on the same lap? Yes, they were. So that's a change of position, because Semprini are now ahead of VPEX Motorsport. That's for 10th place for now. They're both going to get past the Calamity car, of course, that's now stricken at on the approach to the Wilson hairpin. So that means that Semprini have inherited 10th, and that will soon be bumped up to 9th.
Wow.
A huge move for Evans there.
Yeah, and well, one he would have loved to have as well. He's had a tough afternoon as Evans, but that would have been 2 positions just like that. Would have absolutely perked him up just a little bit, up to 9th place now. 8th place now for KM Racing. So yeah, that's Semprini up to 10th place. It will soon be 9th place as well in a lap's time, so they've got that to look forward to as well.
Yeah, great stuff for Semprini Racing and for current driver David Evans. Of course, Jeremy was at the wheel of the car earlier on as well. 2 good days, I'd say, for Jeremy Evans if things continue as they are after his solid run to 3rd place via 9th place, starting 4th in the Track Day Championship yesterday here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. And well, I talked about it with yourself and cameraman Jeremy at the very start of the day. You know, the first couple of hours are always pants on fire racing on track, and then there's always something in the last few moments of the race. The last hour, there's always a last-minute decision to add a bit more seasoning to the race before we put it in the oven and consign it to history. And sure enough, Calamity, with that last-minute failure, have added a good bit of spice, and there's still the small matter of that fight for 6th place as well, with the Race Logic 192 car of Will Hilliard and Russell Downsey behind in the 23 for PSR. Still 3.8 seconds between them. Yes, gradually, Will Hilliard is building the gap, but who knows?
Yeah, you can never rule out, can you? You can never, ever rule out in these stages. I mean,
We've had a lot happen in the last half an hour alone, let alone the rest of the 8.5 hours. But IP Racing still leading the way then. Adam Blair behind the wheel, and then it's Axiometrics.com in second place. Dominic Jackson behind the wheel. VEC Motorsports rounding off the top three. Tom Cooper is rounding off our podium positions at the moment with just over 5 minutes to go. The checkered flag is almost there, Adam. Time flies when you're having fun.
I'm still curious to know exactly how many laps this is going to be. We're on lap 297 at the moment. We may get that magic number 300. If we can get exactly 300 laps, the OCD in me, which is fairly outward, I must admit, will be very satisfied. We see the Carmel car there as well. They will bump up to 11th place as a result of the, well, the calamity, for calamity as it were. And that will move them up to 11th. They were saying to me in the box earlier on, well, we'd love to get a top 10, but it's a rely on some misfortunes. Well, they haven't quite got into the top 10, but they're firmly into the top dozen for now. Also bumping up to the top dozen will be the 77 racing car. Of course, that being driven in this late stage by Matthew Cousins. So they will bump up to 12th position. Here is our leader, though, Adam Blair, lap 298 with 4 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. He is the leader at this stage, and there is the car in second place, Axiometrics. You see there the gap has extended significantly since Dom Jackson was put a lap down by Adam Blair. So Blair clearly with the pace advantage towards the end of the race. I'll tell you who's still trying, Tom Cooper. He just set his personal best race lap so far, 142.845. The car's fastest lap of the day comes on lap 295. Goodness gracious me, a personal best, a green lap as we call it in TSL parlance. Very, very interesting to see that there's still some pace under the sleeve of the VEC Motorsport boys. We heard it from Ben van den Bos earlier on. They run the car on high fuel and they run it as long as they can. There is the 121 car being recovered back to the pit lane after the problems earlier on, and that's such a shame for them. I can't help but feel sorry. Of course, they are the only driver pairing here. That just the two drivers have been working so hard and for so long over the course of 9 hours, and it ends like this. It really is quite the shame. Of course, talk about VEC Motorsport. Ben van den Bos made it clear to us during the interview as well. Those guys worked on their own car until 1 o'clock in the morning. And the only guys, the team is them, effectively, and Tom Cooper at the wheel now. Of course, the car rolled yesterday in qualifying, and Ben van den Bos and co had to work until 1 a.m. to get the car race ready for a 9:05 a.m. start today. So Cooper and co, if they can hold on to the podium, and they are 3 laps clear at the moment of the next closest car, that would be cause for great celebration and many pats on the back. We've just seen a move for 9th place. We talked about Sam May having his spin and that allowing David Evans into 9th place. Well, it's now back down to 10th for David Evans because Sam May has once again gotten past in the VPEX 28 car. Those two that were fighting several hours ago at this stage, they're still close together on track, and VPEX Motorsports number 28 car is back into 9th place now. So David Evans demoted down to 10th place, but of course being back in the top 10 still will be of great satisfaction to everyone at Semprini. The 23 car PSR Russell Danzy has actually closed in on that last lap on Will Hilliard as well. The gap has gone down to, well, it had gone down, it's gone back up again now. It's kind of shifting lap on lap, but the gap's currently at 3.2 seconds between Race Logic and PSR in the battle for 6th overall. There is the Semprini car that's just dropped back down to 10th place. Got a brief look at that there. Sam May already long into the distance and back up into 9th for his VPEX Motorsport team. They'll be relieved to be back in the top 10 and now back into 9th position. But, oh, and I say that, Sam May spun it again. Sam May spinning again at Murray's. And that has allowed the 27 car of Semprini Racing back into 9th position in the final minute of the race. A second spin in the final half hour for Sam May. Oh, goodness me. Young Sam pressing on, the young 17-year-old, and unfortunately he's looped the car there in the final moments of the race, and that may have granted David Evans P9 after all. This will be the final lap of racing, I think, for Adam Blair. It's going to be close, but I think the clock will hit 0. Yes, it will hit 0 before the check before he crosses the line. So this is the final lap of the race for this man, for this car, for IP Racing, for Adam Blair, for Scott Parkin and Mark Witherington. Blair just has to get it through Coram and Murray's. The checkered flag awaits after 9 hours of racing. The Schwener Rennen 9 hours at Snetterton has been a hard-fought battle between IP Racing, Axiometrics and the rest of the grid. But it's going to be IP Racing with their first win of the EnduroKA 2022 season. And what a result for IP Racing. Adam Blair. What a result for him. 300 laps exactly. What a result for me as Adam Blair crosses the line. Great victory for them. I will correct myself. Sorry, Cadwell Park, of course, Adam Blair and IP Racing also took the win there, so it's their second win of the season. My apologies. Axiometrics across the line to take second place. VEC Motorsport and Tom Cooper have already crossed the line for third. Ferguson Motorsport have also crossed the line to take fourth place. Fifth place should go to LDR Performance Tuning. They have now crossed the line for P5, and Race Logic did manage to take the sixth place despite the best efforts of Russell Danzy for PSR. Here comes the hard and enthusiastic car. Much like Anglesey last time, they have had a hard race. But great to see them coming across the line. The 56 car will take 19th ultimately. I think just about everyone has already crossed the line. IP Racing and Adam Blair for the second time this season have taken a victory then after their earlier result at Cadwell Park. I knew it was wrong as soon as I said it when I said it was their first win. My profound apologies, but they won't mind my gaffes, I think, because they have taken the win, and Adam Blair has once again come in trumps in his final stint. Mark Witherington and Scott Parkin also were absolutely fabulous at the wheel of the IP Racing car today. Axiometrics second place then ultimately. The 18 car, Dominic Jackson, a lap down at the end of the race. Another lap further back was the 298 car. That of course was VEC Motorsport. A well-deserved podium for them after the car rolled in qualifying yesterday. And Ferguson Motorsport, I'm sure they'll be happy taking their car to fourth place, the Ben Jenkins driven car. Oh, sorry, we've lost a car in that order, of course. Fourth place was the Ferguson Motorsport 734 car. So that car took fourth place, and what a result for them. With the new build machine as well, I should say. LDR Performance Tuning taking fifth place. Sixth place going to Will Hilliard and the Race Logic team, the 192. The 23 PSR car takes seventh. KM Racing eighth. Ninth place for Semprini. And 10th place ultimately for Sam May. Of course, that spin at the very end costing them 9th place. They'll still be happy with a top 10. The Camel Racing car taking 11th place, the 88 machine. 12th place was the Calamity car. I believe they will be classified despite not taking the flag there in 12th place. 77 Racing taking 13th. Row Rage Motorsport taking 14th. Misty Racing in 15th place. 16th going to the 42 Grid Finder car, finished by Jem Hepworth. The number 2 Castrol racing car taking 17th. Windgat Racing, I don't think they did take the flag eventually, sadly, but classified 18th. Hard and Enthusiastic 19th. Burton Power Racing in 20th. Ferguson Motorsport 736, the 64 Autotech Motorsport car, Misty Racing 172, and Wolf Motorsport 26, all unfortunately failing to take the finish. Adam Blair is out of his car, so it shouldn't be too long before we hear from our race winner. And Adam Blair out of the 36 car, and I believe we will hear from him with Kieran McGinley in just a few moments' time. They are still readying up, so I will wait to hear from Kieran as and when he's ready to go, but keen to hear from our race-winning driver, the man who took the flag for the first time at Snetterton.
Absolutely, and I'm here with him, Adam Blair, taking the checkered flag for IP Racing. Adam, the Snetterton curse is over. You've got the win. How are you feeling?
Relieved, I would say. Was just really, not paranoid, but I was just being uber cautious for the last 10, 15 minutes. I thought the guys would kill me if I, make a mistake or tangle with a lapped car or something like that, or break the car. So yeah, it's just cruising really. It's like driving to work.
Well, you had a battle there with Dominic towards the end. It was a shame there was a lap between you two, but you had that car there, the 734, also for close company. I mean, talk us through those last half an hour then.
Well, the boys wanted me to put a lap on them, probably not quite understanding how difficult that is to do. So we had a bit of body rub. It was all good, but we had a bit of body rub at Coram, at the bomb hole, and then I think we touched a little bit at Coram as well. And I thought, is this really what I should be doing with 30 minutes to go in a 9-hour race? But they wanted me to put a lap on them just in case there was a safety car, so I did.
Absolutely, 9 hours, 300 laps exactly you clocked up. I mean, talk to us. I mean, for the three of you, finally the Snetterton curse is over. You must be mightily relieved, and it's your second win of the season as the team.
Yeah, is it only second? I thought we've done more than that, but yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I mean, the guys are great. It's just a really good team. Really great driver lineup. Mark's, I think this is his first race win. He's been on the podium a few times before, but he's a real solid, quick driver. It's what you want in an endurance team. And Scott obviously wins every race he does, so, as you know.
As I know, absolutely. Adam, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Congratulations to yourself and IP Racing on the victory, and big congratulations to you again.
Thanks very much. Cheers, Karen.
Thank you very much, Adam. And I believe we do have our second place driver in Dominic Jackson, just giving a little bit of a handshake there. Let's see if we can try and grab Dominic in the axiometrics.com car. Dominic Jackson. Dominic, second place for you and your team. I mean, talk to us about that race. What a race you had.
Yeah, it was swings and roundabouts, wasn't it? Yeah, we had a good strategy. The funny thing was, I was talking to Scott about halfway through the race, and we were on exactly the same strategy. So it was kind of, okay, how quick can we be on track? How quick can we do the pit stops? And it was nip and tuck all the way. But to be fair, they had the edge in us today with pace. So fair play to them. They did really well. Same at Anglesey, but reverse to Anglesey. We got the jump on them. So no, it's really good, really good. Fun racing, but tough.
It's a shame in those final half an hour that there was a lap between you in the end, but you had a good battle with Adam and also the 734 Ferguson car. I mean, talk to us about that last half an hour, because that looked a bit hectic.
Yeah, I got a little nerve from the Ferguson car coming through the bomb hole. And I thought, actually, the team said, well, look, we're already a lap ahead of third, and we're a lap behind IP. So I actually backed off a bit at the end. I was driving at 9/10, I guess. So, but do you know what? We've done really good. I mean, the pit crew have been fantastic again. LDR Performance Racing, fantastic. So really pleased with that. And we, as pedallers, we all did our bit.
And it's second place for you after the highs of Anglesey. I mean, that's some good form you're building here for the season.
Yeah, it is. We were second at Cadwell, the second race, one at Anglesey, second here. So we'll see what happens at Alton. Can we reverse it again? Go to first. We'll see.
Absolutely, Dominic. It's been a pleasure to chat to you. Congratulations to yourself and the team on second place. Look forward to seeing you at Alton Park.
Thank you very much. Thank you
very much to Dominic there of axiometrics.com. And I believe we do have VEC Motorsport in Tom Cooper. He's just making his way around the corner here. Tom Cooper. Tom, third place for you. You look like you had a bit of a lonely race towards the end there. There's a lap ahead of you, 4 laps behind you. But talk to us about that race, because you've secured the podium.
It did feel a little bit lonely. only throughout my second stint, but it doesn't really matter too much because we managed to get it on the podium. This is our first podium, so we're super chuffed, and especially considering yesterday we ended up rolling it in qualifying. So yeah, we're more than happy to be walking away with a podium position.
Absolutely, and obviously working hard to make sure the car's righted and also were in working order after the roll yesterday. I mean, how sort of nip and tuck was that going towards the race?
Yeah, well, preparing the car after it rolled, we was in the garages until 1 a.m. this morning, so we didn't really get much sleep, and then we was actually doing long stints. So our first driver was doing just under 3 hours in the car after little sleep, so that was a great effort. And then same with our other guy as well. So it's just three drivers just pushing to the maximum.
Yeah, you sort of favoured the longer stints, especially the first stint, 2 hours 52 minutes we clocked up there. I mean, when that safety car came through just before the halfway point, was that a bit of a relief because of the maximum stints?
That was a relief for me, yes, because I would have actually been doing the same 2 hours 50 minute stint as well. So I was quite happy to see a bit of a break in my day. But that's our strategy through most of these events. We tend to go long. We try to push it like on an absolute full tank of fuel, and it seems to work out quite well for us. Yeah, so we're happy. We're really happy.
Well, congratulations, Tom, to you and the team on the podium, and look forward to seeing you at Alton Park.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye.
And that does it then for the pit lane. 3 happy drivers, 3 happy teams for this one in a very, very dramatic 9 hours here of Snetterton. The pig race is over, and Adam, from myself, Kieran McGinley, is back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Fabulous racing all day long. He could hardly believe it, Adam Blair, that he's only won twice so far this season in EnduroKA. But it is true. The familiar top step awaits Adam Blair. It also awaits Scott Parkin and Mark Witherington for the first time. IP Racing victorious at Snetterton in EnduroKA at the Schwiener race. It's been a fabulous 9 hours. Great racing yesterday as well on the 300 circuit. It's been a joyous weekend here at Snetterton. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. We hope you've enjoyed watching as well. From myself, Adam Weller, and everyone here at Snetterton, have a great evening, and we hope to see you again very soon.